In this lesson, we're going to see and learn more about some common vocabularies that you will be hearing quite a lot throughout this course. So I want you guys to just get to know them before we jump into how they work in After Effects. So there will be even more vocabularies coming on, but these are the most important ones. And when you know what these are and how they work, understanding the rest will be a lot more easier. So we're going to start with the most important thing that contributes to motion, to animation, stop motion, or just any type of motion in general, and that is called a keyframe. So keyframes indicate the start/end point of an action in After Effects. This is also the same thing for other softwares such as Premiere Pro. And to create motion with layers, the stopwatch, this is right here, needs to be turned on for the keyframes to appear. Now what that means is that if these guys are not blue, by the way, blue means it's turned on and that thing is active. So if this is turned on, my keyframes will appear. If this is gray, they will not appear. There will be nothing in my timeline. Now, so the keyframe, we said it indicates the start and end point of an action. So when we look at our image example here, we have 3 actions happening. We have a position action. We'll learn more about what those are soon. We have a position action, a scaling action, and a rotation action. And we can see we have like sets of keyframes. And by the way, each of these rows are separate and they're not related to one another, as in if you make a point here, it's not going to intervene with the one down below. But you can see here at the position, this is the start point of a position and that's the end. So when you have a position animation, it means that your layer, let's say this is my layer, it's going to move to any direction that I tell it to until it reaches the end point. So that's what's happening here. We have 2 keyframes on the position line, which means that at this point, my layer is moving and here it stops. And again, here it could move to another direction. It stops here, moves to another direction, stops here, and it just keeps on going until it reaches the end of the timeline. And this is also the most common keyframe. This is the shape. It's called a linear keyframes. There are other types. We'll learn more about that in a minute. But you can see this shape is the same. But essentially, when you make keyframes for each of these rows, you are moving a subject in your timeline. So when all of these guys get combined, you have a really nice animation of your layer. So if you just know that whatever movement you want to do, there needs to be keyframes in your layers. Alright, now that we know what the keyframes are, let's look at the types of keyframes. So there are 5 types of keyframes, as you can see on the screen. And I called it ease because when you change the common keyframe, which is a linear one, we just talked about it. When you turn this to any one of these guys, you're easing that keyframe. So this is just a regular one. Once I ease it, it will turn into some of these guys. Now these are the 5 main keyframes. There are other types too, and we'll learn those in the tutorials. But for now, let's get to know these 5. So there are 5 different keyframes and each is used for a certain type of motion. By using these in our workflow, we can ensure a smooth animation or transition. When we use any of these types, we're easing the linear keyframe. And this is the linear keyframe. So as soon as you turn on the stopwatch of that transform option, this guy will appear. If you go on this guy and you hit the key or you right click to change the keyframe type, you are easing that linear keyframe. When we mention that these are used for certain types of motion, let me quickly explain what that means. So we saw that we can maybe change the position of our layer. Let's say first it's here, then it ends up here. Other times we're doing a curve. So first my ball is here and then I'm going to move it here to create a curve with it. Other times I'm maybe scaling it in or out, like it's a tiny ball here and then it becomes larger. Depending on the type of motion, I just described 3. We will choose these guys to help the motion be more smooth, so the animation to be a lot more smoother. For example, if I have a curve motion here and my ball is going along that curve, I do not want my ball to be like, going in zigzag motions, or for it to stop halfway or maybe slow down at some point unless I choose that to happen. So using these keyframes, I can ask After Effects to go over my motion and kind of choose the right timing. So by the end of my composition, I have a really smooth motion of my ball going along this curve. So that's when we ease that motion. Let's look at something else. All right, so we talked about the different types of motion. These are the 5 different types of motion that is available for every layer within After Effects. So it doesn't matter if it's a text, if it's a image, if it's a video, if it's a PNG, as in a shape without a background. So it has a transparent background. No matter what layer you have, you will have these options in the Transform tab. So they're usually referred to as APSRT, which is A for anchor point, P for position, S for scale, R for rotation, and T for opacity. Now let me quickly explain what these are. So the anchor point is the main anchor at which other animations occur. For example, I have a circle right here, and this is my anchor point. It's right in the center. So when I rotate this circle, nothing's going to happen much because it's standing still and the rotation is just happening around that circle. But if my circle was here and my anchor point was here, and I rotate my circle is going to move around this anchor point. So think of it as like maybe the planets. If this is like Earth and this is the moon, the Earth is the anchor point, the moon will move around it. So the anchor point, just think of it as you have a ship and you just want to place your anchor. We'll get into each of these in a more detailed way in the future lessons. And then we have position. Position is when you change the location of your layer. So maybe first you want it to be in the corner, then you want it to be over here. So using the position transform option, you get to move that away using the keyframes that we talked about. Scale is when you change the size of that layer. You can make it big or small, and you can even make it bigger than your screen, or even as small as a few pixels. So that's why you use the scale. You can see that scale is in %. Anchor point and position have the X and Y values. So X is here, Y is here, X, Y. But scale is in %, which is related to the size of your layer. And when you link them, they will be equal no matter what. This is also the X and Y values, but it's in %. And then we have rotation, which we talked about here. It's the turning point of your layer. So if you wanted to rotate at an angle, you can see that this is an angle. You get to add maybe plus 90 degrees, plus 3 degrees. You can even go for negative 3 degrees, anything you want. And we also have a number here, so maybe if it's 2 times 90 degrees, so it's going to travel twice with a 90-degree angle. And these are blue, which means you get to add a keyframe, and this is what a stopwatch that is not turned on looks like. You can see it's gray, but when it turns on, it's going to turn blue, this color blue. So if I want to add a scale animation, I will turn this on and then I'll move in a few frames and then change the amount of scaling that I want. So anchor point, position, scale, rotation, and opacity are the transform options that each layer in After Effects has. Using these 5, you can move and animate layers. And I forgot to mention opacity. Opacity is the amount of visibility of that layer. So if it's at 0%, there is nothing. Nothing is visible. That particular layer is invisible. If it's at 100%, that layer is fully visible. If it's at like 50, it's kind of faded. So that's what you do with the opacity. Well, let's look at something else. Right, the next thing is FPS. When you're working with any type of motion, whether you're a photographer, you're dealing with videos, maybe you're editing them, FPS should be pretty familiar to you guys, but if not, I'm going to explain it. So FPS stands for frames per second. The more frames per second, the higher the quality of the footage. The number of FPS determines the number of still images it takes to make a full second of motion. And we have an example down here. So 30 FPS means 30 still frames. And when you're making a composition in After Effects, you have the option to change your FPS. You can see here it's 29.97. We've opened up this guy, so it goes from 8 to 120. So 120 is like really high quality. 8 is low quality. The most common one would be 30 FPS. By default, you would either be on 29.97 or 30. They're almost the same. But basically, if you want to make a really high quality footage, you would increase the FPS, which would also come with a lot of frames for you to work with. And what that means is that if you're doing, for example, a frame by frame animation, which means that you will be drawing in each of the single frames of that, let's say 5-minute animation. If we have a 30 FPS, that means to make 1 second of the finished product, you need to draw, let's say, a fish 30 times. If it's at 120 FPS, you need to draw that fish 120 times for 1 second of video. So FPS is really important. And now that you know what it is, you get to choose the right number for your video. And yeah, so now let's move on to the final vocabulary that we have in this lesson, and that is the gizmo. So the gizmo is a transform tool that is used to move 3D shapes and layers. You can use this tool to scale, position, and rotate 3D layers with one tool. Each of these colors stand for different axes. So red for the x-axis, so over here it's kind of pink. Green for the y-axis, and blue for the z-axis. So if you look at this, you can see all of the 3 colors. First we have a gray circle, and on that we have the different colors that indicate each of the axes that we talked about. So we have this gray circle, and on it we have the colors like we just said. And if you know geometry, I'm sure you all know, when you come and deal with 3D shapes, instead of x and y values, you have x, y, and z values. So it's the same logic here. We're using these 3 axes and this transform tool to move our shape and layers within After Effects. So we will be using these 3 to move your 3D layer around. And let's look at the shape here. And this is going to be overlapping your shape, so it's going to be placed on top. So don't think that it's a part of your layer. It's just a tool that you can use for movement. So the thing in the middle is the center of that layer. And then we have these 3 guys. And basically, this means that you're scaling it in along the y-axis, because blue was for the z-axis. And if you move it along this red guy, you're scaling it in or out along the x-axis. Then we have this curved shapes, and basically the curves relate to the rotation of those axes. So if this is our shape, I move it this way, I'm rotating it along the z-axis. Same applies for the blue guy and the red guy, or it's the pink guy. So this is what a gizmo is. Also, when you're working with Puppet pin tools, you will also get a gizmo. Although it will not be shaped this way, it will just be a circle, which in this case it's grayed out, so it'll be just a circle and a tiny square in the edge. And basically a gizmo is a transform tool. Just keep that in mind as we progress with the lesson. So these were just some of the vocabularies that you guys will be hearing a lot as we continue with this course. So it's really helpful to know what they are and what they're used for. So in the future lessons, you won't be confused and wondering what the terms are, because I will be using them quite often. And this is to avoid the confusion for the future. But if this lesson was a bit confusing and you still don't know what these guys are for, don't worry about it. As we move in with the lessons, I'm going to show them to you in After Effects as a visual representation. But I just want you guys to know the words that you're going to hear from now on. And yeah, now that we know what these words are and what their meanings are, we can now start learning about After Effects. And we're going to start to see how things work in After Effects, go over each of the tools, and just some basic stuff that you should know before you start with the actual practices that you will do in After Effects. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson, and let's get started with the lessons. Welcome to the After Effects course. We're going to learn one of the biggest and most useful applications that Adobe has to offer. After Effects is used for almost everything related to video. So that includes animations, videos, special effects, maybe some GIFs, and much more. I like to refer to After Effects as the Photoshop for videos. So if you know Photoshop, you know how much you can do with images and what you can create with all the different tools and effects. And with After Effects, you could do the same thing, but for motion. So in this course, we're going to learn everything related to this program. And we're going to get into the practical lessons as well. So you won't just be learning the tools and the theories, but you will also learn how to add those cool effects to your own videos following the lessons provided. So firstly, we're just going to go over the different panels and the workspace, just so that you know what you're working with and it's not too confusing. That way, when we get to the actual tutorials, it will be a lot easier for you to move around your workspace and work with each of the tools. So right now, I just opened After Effects, and this is the first thing you will see. So we have some empty panels, and we can see right here, it says New Composition from Footage. Before I get into what compositions are, I'm just going to walk you through the different boxes that you see here and what they are for. We're going to start with the one in the corner, and anything I'm selecting will be highlighted with this blue color. This is where you would double click to import your media, if it's an image, if it's an audio, maybe an animation, whatever you like, and the name, type, size, frame rate, and much more will be available for you if you wanted to know these information. And as you saw, I can move, expand, or minimize these panels. Can do that with everything in After Effects, which is really helpful because depending on the project that you're doing, you may want maybe the timeline to be bigger because you're dealing with a lot of effects, or maybe you want the preview panel to be there, like bigger. So yeah, you get to customize each of these ones and you get to close them too. So this was the project panel. Like we said, you get to import things, you get to see the information of each of the footage that you have brought into your project. And basically anything that you're going to put in your timeline to make your composition, it's going to be in the project panel. And you have some options down here for forming groups, deleting, and just some basic stuff that you get to do with those footage. So this is where you would import. You can search for your files here. And if you go in effects control, currently we're set to none because we have no effects. So if I have an effect on my timeline, there would be some things here and I get to change it. For example, I'm trying to make a ball move from here to here. And the effects controls would be over here, and maybe I can make it bigger or smaller and do all sorts of things. Alright, down here, this box is a timeline. If you're familiar with video editing, this should be pretty familiar to you. This is where you would drag the clips from the project panel onto this timeline. And the seconds would be listed here, seconds, minutes, depending on how large your video duration is. Then you get to stack them on top, just like you would in any other program. And down here we have the same search option. The name of your project will also appear here. So if I had a video of a bunny, and then I'll make that into a composition, it would say bunny here. So we have some options here. This is the visibility, the volume, you get to lock layers, tag them, and we have some other options that we will get into later. These are regarding the animations. So if you want to animate something, you would apply these onto each of the layers. All right, let's move here. This is the effects for text. So it's regarding paragraphs. If you work with Photoshop, these panels should be pretty familiar to you. This is when you got a big paragraph on your project, you want to maybe center it, put a space before the first sentence, and all sorts of things. And then here we have the character panel, which, like I said, it's if you know how to work with Photoshop, it's pretty familiar. You get to change the font of your text, maybe add a color, add a certain style to it, and just anything else that you will need to work with the text that you have. Then next to that we have, I'm going to click on this, we have libraries. So if you're signed into your Adobe account, you get to add to your library. So if I have an After Effects library on my Adobe account, they would show up here, but I can also look through the ready-made libraries. I get to explore them, maybe grab a image, a shape, and use it for my project. I can even create new library. This helps me organize my different libraries. Maybe I want one library for flat shapes, another one for 3D shapes, and maybe another one for different images. Let's go to the next one. We have effects and presets. Now these are things that are pre-made. So let me go in like one of them. If you have a video here, you want to add a transition, you would go into transition. If you want to do something with the audio, you would add it here. So these effects and presets are things that you would click and drag onto that video that you have here, onto your timeline. And the names are pretty self-explanatory, but throughout the tutorials you'll get to know more about this. And again, we have the search bar. You get to search for a specific effect, and then you would just click and drag it onto your timeline. Alright, and then we're going to come on here, the big screen. This is the preview of your project. So whatever you do here and you want to see how it looks, you would just hit play and it would start playing on the screen. Currently the composition is set to none because we don't have one yet. And up here we have some workspaces. This is one workspace, it's called standard, but you can customize your own spaces. There's also some presets, I'll get into that in a second. We have an option for learning. If you're stuck with any tools, you would just go in here, and Adobe already has some quick tutorials for you guys to follow and learn, let's say, the brush tool. Then we have the default workspace, and we have the snap to show features. We will learn more about this part in another lesson. And these are where all of your tools are. Currently, we only have the option to work with the selection tool and the hand tool. And again, if you've worked with Photoshop or any other Adobe program, these should be familiar to you. And we'll get into these throughout the tutorials. But I'm just going to go over these two that are visible. Basically, the move tool is just your regular cursor. You get to click things, get to drag things. And any effects that you want to add, you will need this tool. You will be using this tool quite often whenever you're working with After Effects. Then we have the hand tool, which allows us to move around our workspace. Currently, I can't use it because there's nothing, but we'll get into that later. And then we have the home button, which brings you to After Effects Home. We also have some options up here. We have File, which is all related to the file that you have. If you want to import a file, you want to import a project, maybe export your footage or anything else, you can see it's pretty standard. And we have Edit. Some of them are not there. You can copy, paste, select, deselect. Then we have Composition, which, like I said, a blank canvas that you would paint on, but here it's a blank composition, so you need to add things in to make it a full piece of work. So if I draw things and create animations, I would have a full canvas. Therefore, I would have a full composition. And this allows me to create new ones, maybe add to render queue, pre-render, and things that we'll get into throughout the tutorials. I don't want to confuse you too much by going over each of the options. Then we have options for the layer, and we'll get into layers soon. Then we have effects, which is similar to what we have over here. It's basically the same. We have animation options, a lot of them. We have some view options over here. And this is where you would work with your workspace. You will go in workspace. Currently we're set to standard, like you could see here. And then we have help if you wanted to see anything or find out more about After Effects. Alright, so this is the interface. I hope it wasn't too confusing. Right now, because it's empty, it's a lot easier to move your eyes around. But now that we know what each of these are and that we can customize our workspace, we can get into customizing the workspace. So go in Window, and when you look at it, you can see that some things are checked while the rest are not. So you can see Effects and Presets are checked. And if we look, Effects and Presets are visible on our workspace. So whatever that is checked here, you can see libraries there. Whatever is checked means that it's currently available on your workspace. So if I uncheck paragraph, you can see paragraph disappears. And based on what I'm doing, I would check these little panels and create my own custom workspace. So if I was animating without any text, I wouldn't need the paragraph panel because I'm not going to be using any paragraphs in my animation. So you will just bring in the things that you need. And yeah, you would just check each one if you need them. And if you go in workspace, we have some presets for the workspace. Currently we're in standard. We have one for text, motion tracking, essential graphics, and all of that. We will get into those later. And if, let's say, I created my own custom workspace, a workspace that I will be using quite often, then I would first bring in the panels that I need. Like right now, I do not need the library panel, so I'll just turn that off. Click on the check mark. If you're just clicking on the name, then you're not going to disable it because you're trying to turn off that check mark and not the name itself. So I went on Tools, and you can see it's gone. Click on it again, it's back. So let's say this is my workspace, and another way that you can get rid of panels is to go on these three bars next to the name. And right now I'm on the hand tool, get on the selection tool, click that one so you have the option to close the panel, and that way you can get rid of them as well. I'm going to go back. We have the same option for each of these panels. You can close them. And to bring more panels, we would just click on each one. Let me go on like Media Browser. And you can see that right now Media Browser was brought onto my screen. This is where I want to see my my work, and right now it's not there anymore. So when you add a new panel, sometimes it would go over the ones that you had and you wanted to keep. There's my composition, so it didn't go anywhere because I didn't delete it. Instead, I have another panel in this box. Now, if I don't want this panel in this box, but I do need it for my project, I could easily click and drag it onto other panels. So I'll just click and drag the media browser and bring it down here. This way I have the option for to keep things organized in ways that I want it. And as you can see, when you click and drag, you have options to move it anywhere that you want. So I'm going to move it to the side, and you can see that it completely changed my workspace. And I'm going to try to bring it back. And make sure you're clicking on the name and not this 3 bars. Just click it back, and there we are. And then again, I can make it smaller or bigger depending on how I like it to be. So that was how you can create your own custom workspace and organize the panels in ways that you're comfortable with. Let's say this is the workspace that I want to save for later. I would go in Window, Workspace, Save as New Workspace. Let's name it Video Editing, for example. Hit OK. And now if I go to Window, Workspace, I have the option for video editing. So if I go in Standard, actually let's go on something that's different. On Default, you can see my workspace completely changed. And I'll go, if I want to bring back the workspace that I wanted, you can see that it chose some of the ones that we didn't have before. I'll go in Workspace and choose Video Editing. And it will bring me back to the workspace that I had and the workspace that I created for my own work. So I'm just going to kind of make this side bigger. I don't want the character panel. I'm going to close this panel. So now I just have the effects and presets to add effects to my timeline. I have my project panel where I can bring in footage. I have the effects control, which I can work with the effects that I drag onto the timeline. Let's say I'm trying to remove some noise from my video. I'll drag this onto my video, and then here I get to change I get to make adjustments. So I get to change the degree, the percentage, and all of that. Down here I have the media browser. This is where I can go in my straight in my files. I can go to my local drives and then look for my footages in a more direct manner. So I don't have to double click to open my file explorer and then find the footage that I need. But I do not really need this, so close panel. And there we are. That is my workspace. I'm just going to go back to my standard. And now we know how we can kind of work around this program and what each of these are, where the tools are, and where the different settings are. We can now begin learning more about the more practical sides, like making a composition, editing videos, going over each of the tools to see how they work, and then apply them to our own works so that we can learn how to make certain videos. So without further ado, let's get straight into the lessons. Let's learn how we can move around our After Effects project using the tools that are available to us. So I came into After Effects. Let's just create a regular composition. And I'm going to change this to fit. So let's go over the tools real quick and notice how each of them are categorized. So there's like a line in between some of them. We're going to see what these tools are for. So first we have the home button, and if you click this, you're going to be redirected to After Effects Home. And if you're on the newest version, you may get this. If you want to learn more about the design space, you can hit Learn More, or learn more about the other things that are available for this version of After Effects. I'm going to close this off. So that was the home button, and you can also open project with that. And then next we have the selection tool. And as you saw, the shortcut is V. The selection tool is really basically the main tool for clicking on different workspaces, moving layers around, adding effects to those layers, and just anything else that is related to layers. So let me just bring in some layers. I'll just bring this guy in. Do that. Double click. Right, so as you saw, I used my selection tool to double click this composition to open the layers. This is available in the resource pack. You can use it. Using the selection tool, I can move around my layers. That's if they're not locked. If the lock is turned on, I cannot move them. You can see I cannot move the ghost. So for any unlocked layer and any visible layer, so the eyeball needs to be turned on, I can use a selection tool to move around my layers. Let's undo that. And also I can use the selection tool to add in certain transformations. So if I hit P on my keyboard, we're going to learn more about these later. I can use my selection tool to make keyframes for my layers. So the selection tool is the main tool that you will be using. Again, the shortcut is V. If you hit V on your keyboard, you're going to be directed to the selection tool. And to zoom in into the project, you can either go here. Right now it's on 25%. You can hit fit so it fits to your screen. Zoom in quite a lot, or just choose any number that you want. I'm also zooming in and out using the scroll wheel on my mouse. So this is the easiest way to zoom in and out. And let's say I wanted to zoom in on that potion pot, I believe you can call it. So I can't really move it around and get to my potion pot. Now, one way that you can move towards your a certain layer to zoom in and get the next tool, which is the hand tool. This hand icon. The hand tool is H on your keyboard. So using the hand tool, I can move around my videos. You can see I'm not actually moving the layer, but I'm moving the screen in general. Zoom out, you can see I'm still moving the screen and not the layers. So you're basically moving the entire window by itself, and you can't really do anything with the layers anymore. You can see I'm clicking. Nothing is happening. Let me add something else. But you can use the hand tool to move around, like sliding through here. And I forgot to mention, with the selection tool, you can move around these little tabs. So right now you saw I went in window and I brought in my align tab. If I don't want this guy to be here, I'll just drag the name and I'll bring it maybe here. And I can use the selection tool to do this. I cannot use the hand tool to move different panels around. You can see nothing is happening. I'm only selecting the workspaces. So the hand tool is to move around your video. If I zoom in and I want to get to a specific part, I will use the hand tool. And again, that's H on your keyboard. Then we have the zoom tool, which is Z on your keyboard. Again, you can just zoom in using the scroll wheel on your mouse, but you could also click on certain spots. Like if I want to zoom into the house, I will get my zoom tool or hit Z on my keyboard and then click on the house until I am zoomed in to where I want. Now the difference between the zoom tool and the scroll wheel is that with the zoom tool, wherever you click, you're going to be going towards that direction. So if I hit the ghost's eye, you can see I'm going towards the eye. But if I'm on the the selection tool, and I use the scroll wheel, if I want to go, let's say, towards the pumpkin, I can't really choose a direction. And in the end, I need to get my hand tool to move down towards my pumpkin. So that's the difference between the zoom tool and just your regular scroll wheel. I'm going to hit Edge to bring down my screen, or just change it to fit here. So that's the zoom tool. And notice how there isn't a tiny triangle next to these icons, but there is on these guys. You can see there is no tiny triangle here. When there is a tiny triangle, that indicates that there's going to be more options for that particular tool. So we only have one selection tool and no other options for it. Now the next three tools, they're grayed out because we cannot use them. These three tools are related to 3D layers. We will talk more about 3D layers in another lesson, but to just quickly show you, I'm going to make layer 4 a 3D layer. So you can see the Rubik's Cube up here. Just turn that on. And you can see now I can use these layers, but only on layer 4. If I go to the next layers, I cannot really use these. So I'm going to go on layer 4. You can see that there's this gizmo on this layer 4, but the rest of them don't have anything because they're not 3D layers. So on layer 4, we will talk more about this, but basically with a basic knowledge of geometry, you know that 3D shapes have 3 axes. So it's instead of X and Y, we have X, Y, and Z. So that's exactly what's happening here. Let me get my selection tool. We have, if you look at my cursor, we have Z, we have X, and we have Y. So you will be moving this shape according to these 3 lines, X, Y, and Z. We will learn more about these later. I'm going to turn all of these layers into 3D. Now the 3 tools that we have, let's quickly go over them. They're related to 3D layers. So unless you turn this on, you will not be able to use any of these 3. So first we have the orbit around cursor tool. As the name says, I get to orbit around my cursor. You can see I'm like turning my shapes around and it's orbiting at any direction that I move my cursor. So this is a 3D effect. You cannot do this with a 2D layer. Control Z. Then you can see we have this tiny triangle down below. So this means we have more options. So if I hold down Shift 1, you can see I get this guy. We do that again. And this is the orbit around scene tool, which is not going to be of any use to us because we don't have a scene. We're going to get into these tools later. So next is the pan under cursor tool. So this will go up and down instead of a orbit motion. See, I'm going up, going down. If this was a 3D layer, we could see the distance between each of these elements. So I can move my thing around, my layers. And because I've selected them all, that's why it's like this. But you can see I'm just moving it up and down or any other direction I want. Again, we have a tiny triangle next to this guy. So hold down Shift 2 or I think it's still Shift in Mac. And again, this guy is not something we could use. Pan camera POI tool. We don't have a camera layer at the moment. We'll learn more about that later. But that's like the second option. And then we have the dolly towards cursor tool. This is basically kind of zooming in on wherever you click and go up or down. So it will zoom around that point. It's another 3D thing. Then we have that option. Let's see what it is. Shift 3. So Shift 3. And we have dolly to cursor tool away from cursor point. Not usable here. Let go and you're back to the regular dolly tool. So that's the 3D layers. When you're first starting out and you're working with 2D layers, you won't really be using these tools, but it's good to know what they're for so that it's less confusing if you ever wondered what they are. Let's turn these Rubik's cubes off to get back our 2D layer. Next to that, we have this rotation thing. Just click on that. This basically rotates your composition. So you can see if I go on this layer, layer 2, I can easily rotate the house. But you can see it's rotating along the middle point. This is called the anchor point. So wherever this is, any sort of animation will be done around this guy. We'll talk about anchor points in a minute, but you can see I'm just turning this layer. You can do it with any other layer. And you can see all the anchor points are in the center. If I grab all of these guys, I can turn them all at the same time. Hit Control or Command Z to undo the rotation. So that's the rotation tool. And the shortcut for that is W. So just hit W on your keyboard and you'll be able to rotate either a singular shape, a singular layer, or all of them at the same time. Alright, next to that is the anchor tool. We talked about anchor points right now. If you go on it, and let me choose layer 4, zoom in, you can see that the anchor point is in the center. So that means whatever animation I add to this, it's going to be done around this point. What if I wanted to be moving around a point here? Well, I would get the anchor point, which is Y on your keyboard. Click and drag that guy, let's say in the corner. And now if I grab my rotation tool, try to rotate this, you can see it's rotating along that point. Unlike the first time where it was in the middle. Let me undo the anchor point and you can see this was before. Then after that we moved it here and it was rotating along that point. So with the anchor point you get to move the anchor point for each of the layers. You can even put it outside of the shape and this will just make it move around that point. It's a really handy tool, especially if you want to animate each of the layers. It's really important to choose the right area for your anchor point. The next tool, and also you can see there's no tiny triangle, so that's the only tool we have. And the next tool we have is called the shape tool. As the name implies, you create shapes with it. Let me turn off all of these layers by turning off all of the eyeballs. On the shape tool, you get to create shapes. I just made a mask layer. Click away from any of the layers and you get to create shapes with the fill color, with the stroke color, and anything else that you want. Again, like any other layer, I can move this guy around and then maybe rotate it around or even change the anchor point for it. So any layer that you create, be it text, shape, or an imported project layer, you can do this rotation and anchor point change. There's no difference. Alright, so with the shape tool, you get to create shapes like we just saw, and you can also create mask for a existing layer. And let's quickly go over mask layers. I'll go on rectangle 1, hit backspace to delete it. On shape 1, layer 1. Bring back a layer. Let me create a solid background so we can see the shape properly. Or I could just choose something more vibrant. If I go on layer 9, which is this pumpkin layer, I will get my selection tool and I can click on it, get the the rectangle, and while I'm selecting layer 9, I'm gonna create a shape. And you can see I'm like cutting out the pumpkin and only allowing the parts within my rectangle to be visible. So this is what a mask layer means. You can see there's mask 1. So the way to tell if you're creating a mask or you're creating a shape is to look at your cursor. So currently I'm on layer 9. You can see next to my cursor, there is this square with a circle in it. This is the symbol for mask. If I click away, not selecting any of the layers, we have a star. This indicates that I'm going to be creating a separate layer for a shape. So let's create a shape here. So you can see we can either go on Tool Creates Mask or Tool Creates Shape. So you can also see there's like a star next to it. That indicates that this layer is a shape. We'll learn more about these in further lessons. Now we can see the tiny triangle next to this shape tool, which is right now the rectangle tool. That means that we have more shape options. Let me delete mask, hit backspace, and then turn off the visibility, and then turn off or delete shape layer 1. So let's see the other options that we have for the shape. While you're selecting the shape layer, hit Q. If you go on it, it says Q. And you can see I went on a rounded rectangle. Let me just draw a rounded rectangle. And then I'll hit Q again. We have a circle. Draw my circle. And I'm doing this within one layer. Q, we have a polygon. Oops, it's really big. We have a polygon. Q, we have a star. Q, we have a rectangle. So we have 5 options for shapes, and we can even do more. And I'm going to talk about that in another lesson. I'm just double clicking on the shapes to just move them around. And you can see we have quite a lot of options for these shapes. And if I go on any of them, I can change the fill color, make it red, add a stroke if I want to. Let's add a weird color. And yeah, so that's the shape tool. You create shapes. Each of these tools are going to get their own lessons, so don't worry if it's still a little confusing or if you have a lot of questions. We're just doing a quick overview as to how these tools work and what they're for. Let's delete this layer. The next tool we have is the pen tool. This is another helpful tool. So like we saw in the shape tool, we can create shapes, choose the fill and the stroke, and all that. We can do the exact same thing with the pen tool, but with less traditional shapes. So I can create some weird shape here, choose the fill and stroke color, and just make shape layers like we see here. And also, like the shape layer, I could make mask of a layer. Let me turn one of the layers on. We did the pumpkin already. Let's get the house. So if I go on my house layer and kind of draw around it and close my shape, I'm going to be making a mask of that house. And look at my cursor. I have the mask icon next to it, and that indicates that I'm going to be making a mask. So if I'm not selecting anything, you can see there's a star next to it. That means I'm going to be making a shape, not a star. I could make a star if I want to. It'll just take some time for me to try to make it good. It's not correct. And yeah, I could make a star, and I've made my shape. Move it around here. Let's delete these 2 layers. That will go on that layer and turn it off. And also on layer 2, I'm going to delete the mask transform. So I just have my regular layer. Alright, and then the next tool is the T, which is the text tool. And before I forget, let's see the other options for pen. So the pen tool, the shortcut is G. Hit G on your keyboard. We get the mask feather tool, which we will talk about in another lesson. But basically, when you feather the edges of your mask, you're making the edges softer. So that way it will blend in better with the rest of your video or image or anything else that you're trying to create a mask for. So that's the 2 options. Let's move on to the text type tool. By default, you can see these 2 panels popped out because we need them. I'm going to close a line. We have the character panel and a paragraph panel, basically anything related to text. With the text tool, if you just hit anywhere on your composition, you can write on your screen. Then you'll have a separate layer. So in here, you would go in the character panel, just go to window if you're not seeing this, window character, and you can just change the other things. We'll talk more about that later. And notice how we still have the anchor point, and we also have the anchor point for the pen tool. I forgot to show that to you guys. Let me click away, make something like this. So even though we're creating non-traditional shapes with the pen tool, we are just, you can see the shape I made right here. It's a weird one. After Effects is still going to outline that shape using a square or a rectangle, and it will just place the anchor point in the center of the outline. So it doesn't matter if you're using the pen tool and you're creating a weird shape, you will still have the anchor point to make an animation with that shape, just like you would do with a regular shape. So in order to get the anchor point for your pen tool, you have to drag it. Just click and drag and get it, and then you can just move the anchor point around. And if I get my rotation, you can see that it's rotating. So I forgot to mention that. Let's go back and delete this shape layer. All right, back to the text layer. We still have that anchor point. Just drag the thing, and you can see it's in the corner. Just drag it to any point that you want, and then your text is going to be moving around that point if you were to rotate it or scale it in or out. So with the text tool, you saw we created a separate layer, and I can also use maybe the pen tool to create mask for this layer. Look at my cursor. I will be creating a mask. If I go around it, you can see we only got the L and the O. If I open this up, we have a mask option. So you can use the shape tool or the pen tool to create mask of a pre-existing layer. You can use the text tool to create anything that's related to text. So it could be one word, one sentence, or a paragraph. You can see we have a paragraph option here. We'll get into these in another lesson. Let me close these panels. We'll not be needing them. And then delete my hello layer. All right, so after that, we have the brush tool. With the brush tool, you're going to be just drawing basically. And if I go on my layer, double click to come in the layer itself, I can use the brush tool to just like draw it around and do some cool things. And with the brush tool, you can create frame by frame animations, or you could use it to maybe add a certain detail to your pre-existing video. We have the brush tool here. And then we have the clone tool, which basically clones a number of pixels of your video, the number of pixels that are in the area that you choose, and you can copy it to cover up maybe a subject or an object that you do not want in your video. So that's the clone tool. Just think of it as like, as the name says, clone stamp. You're going to be taking a stamp and then using that ink to make a clone of that stamp. And the brush tool, like we said, we get to draw on it. You can see I drew this line, and you can do some pretty cool animations with it. Now, before I forget, I'm going to close this layer, then come back to composition Halloween elements. Forgot to mention the other options we have for text. Click on it. These guys are going to come back. So text is Control T. If you hit Control T again, we have the vertical type tool. So if you're working with a language that is written like this, then you will use the vertical type tool. It's going to be like this. Or you just use it with any other language. You can see I used it for English and it worked perfectly well. Let's delete this layer. And that's the only options we have. We have horizontal type tool and vertical type tool. Then we saw what the brush was and declone. The eraser tool, as the name says, it erases anything. You can erase parts of the video and then leave it be, as in let it have the transparent background. Let me just demonstrate that. I'll double click on layer 2, get my eraser tool, maybe erase half of this. If I go back, actually let me close this. So it went away. I can erase parts of my layer or my video. Right now it's on right on. Put it on constant. Go back here, you can see we erased part of this layer. So you can use it for some pretty cool effects. Close that off, delete the effects layer. And then we have the roto brush. Now the roto brush is actually really cool. You can use it to cut out your subject from a video, be it a regular video or if it's a green screen, blue screen. And basically you can cut out your subject or an object, anything you want, and then you place it on top of another video, color grade it to make it look cool. So that's what the roto brush does. The shortcut is Alt W or Option W. We have another option for this. I'm going to hold down Alt and press W. Then we have the Refine Edge tool. This is when you want to take out something that has a refined edge. So that includes hair, maybe some fuzzy sweater, tips of grass, things that are just really detailed and you want to make sure you get each of the pixels out. You will use the Refine Edge tool. Finally, the last tool we have, it's the Puppet Position Pin tool. So if you know puppets, they're connected with the joints and they're going to be moving around their joints. So if you have a video, an image of, let's see if we can try it out here. And delete the effects for my ghost layer. Just go on effects, close this off. Make a solid layer, Control Y, Command Y on Mac, bring it down so we can see the effects. I'm gonna get out of here. Go on layer 4 and just bring this guy in the center. So with the puppet tool, what you will do is that you're going to pin the joints of your puppet. This guy won't really have joints. And then you get to move those parts that you cut out and make an animation out of it. So if I have a human figure, I will use this pin tool to put it on the elbow, on the shoulder, maybe on the knees, on the ankle, basically where the joints are. And then I can move those parts. Like I can move the foot like this, I can move the arm like this. And we're going to learn more about this later. But for this ghost, let's attempt to do something. It's not going to look good because there's no joints here. So I'm creating a point right now and my puppet gets to move around this point. We'll learn more about this later. So this is for the puppets. If you have any sort of character that has those joints and you want them to move around like a puppet would, you would use this tool. And I'm going to go with Control P. See the other option. We have the puppet starch pin. We'll get into these later too. So these are really cool for animations. We have the puppet bend pin tool. And let me see if we can show it. So yeah, you get to do some weird things with it. You can see it's looking really strange because, well, our puppet doesn't really have a joint for me to move it around with. But I get an error. So we have the bending, and then let's see, we have this puppet advanced pin tool, and then we have the puppet overlap pin tool, and that's all the tools that we have for puppets. This will have its own dedicated lesson. It's a lot to explain right now. So these are the tools of After Effects that are available in your toolbar. And if you're not seeing your toolbar, just go in Window and click on Tools. If this is your scenario, just go in here. So let's review it. The Home button is to go to After Effects Home, maybe open a previously made project, create a new project. The move tool, or the selection tool, I keep calling it the move tool, it's to click and move around your workspace. The hand tool moves your composition around. The zoom tool zooms in and out of your composition. These three brushes are related to 3D layers. This guy rotates around the point. This guy goes up and down. This guy zooms in and out. We have the rotation tool to rotate our layers. The anchor point to choose a point in which all the transform options happen. So the rotation will happen around that point. We have the shape tool, which is where you get to create shapes with, I believe, 5 options. So the star, the rectangle, the rounded rectangle, polygon, and circle. You get to either create a shape with those mentioned types or create mask layers. The pen tool, you get to create untraditional shapes or create mask layers. The text tool is to create text either vertically or horizontally. The brush tool allows you to draw on your layers or erase from your layers, and it's good to create maybe frame by frame animations. The clone tool allows us to remove parts of the videos that we don't want by cloning another part on top of it. The eraser tool is to erase your either cloning or your brush strokes. And then we have the roto brush, which is to remove the background of any of your videos or cut out your subject to place it on top of another background. And then we have the puppet pin tool, which is working with puppets. You create those joints for them, and the areas that you choose will move around that decided point. So these are the tools of After Effects. Now that we know what each of them are for and we kind of categorize them, we can now move on and see how they work with more detail in the next few lessons. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. Whatever you create with After Effects, be it an animation or a video, those projects are composed of different layers, different effects, and adjustments. And all of that takes place in your timeline, which is this long box that we see here. So in this lesson, we're going to see how the timeline works and also get into the different layers and how we can work with those layers to create our projects. Like many other Adobe programs, After Effects timeline is based on layers. So if you've worked with, let's say, Photoshop or Illustrator, layers should be pretty familiar to you. So we're just going to go over it once again. So it could refresh the memory and it could make more sense when we're looking at it in After Effects. So the things you'll need for this lesson is the project panel, the timeline, and the composition panel. If you're not seeing these three, just go to Window, then come down. Oh, we're already down. Because when you first come in, you would be all the way up here. So just click this, the triangle at the bottom and just go all the way down. Make sure composition, timeline, and project is checked. Or else whatever we say in this lesson is going to be really confusing because you don't have these panels. Alright, so the first thing we need to do is to bring in our footage. Those footage are going to be our layers, which you will then add some effects, maybe cut some, place them on top of each other, and just anything that we want. So in the project panel, in this empty box that we see here, I'm just going to double click in this empty space to import my files. You can see it brought my file explorer, and up here it says import file. So here's where you would choose whatever you need. I have 2 videos here that I'm going to drag in. You can also drag in a image, audio, or any other type of footage. And below here, you can also filter through the files that you have on your file explorer. So if you go here, you can see that you can choose and filter through the different files you have on your computer. and you can see the acceptable files. If your footage is not here, then you would know that it's not acceptable by Adobe Effects. But you can see we have a lot of options, from Photoshop files to JSON files, JavaScripts, and much more. But I'm just going to choose these two MP4 files. Just going to drag them. And then down here we have an option, import as. Right now it's on footage. But if we open this, and if I had maybe a Photoshop file, I would have an option as to import it as layers. So right now, because there isn't much data in these videos, as in it's just the footage, we only have the option for footage. Okay, let's hit import, and then we can bring these two videos onto our project panel on the left. So now that I have my two videos, you can see they are categorized as in placed in the right manner, where I could see their name, type, and all of the other information I need. I can also type and search for a certain video if I have too much in my project panel. So if I want to start a composition, I can either click and drag one of my videos onto my timeline, and then my composition will be named after the video. Or I'll just click on this and hit the backspace to delete, and also go into composition and delete it. Or I could hit new composition, and then I could name it. Let's name it video. We'll get into compositions in another lesson. So now I have a composition named video, and I can drag my footage inside, then start editing my footage. You can see that the video composition that we just named is, the type is a composition, and the two videos we imported are imported footage. So if you just, let me just delete my video composition. If I just click and drag my footage, the composition will be made automatically, but it will be named after my video. So now that I have my video, it's seen as a single layer, and I can see my timeline, see how many seconds I'm in, grab the time indicator and just move through my footage, and you can see the duration up here. And your timeline is going to be as long as the duration of your video. So mine is only 27 seconds, but if I had a 10-minute video, it would be 10 minutes long. So I'm just going to go ahead and show you guys how the layers work. I'll drag my second video below it, and you can see that I'm not seeing my second video. And you can see in the viewfinder that it's different. That is because we're stacking layers on top. So we're stacking these videos on top of one another. And even if I'm on the second layer, it's not going to show up. This video is on top of this. So if I drag it and bring it below, you can see now this video is on top. And it's really small. That's just the frame size of the second video. You can see we have options to expand our footage, but obviously you'll have to deal with some pixelation and low quality. But for this lesson, I'm going to make it large just so we can see it better. So again, if I click and drag this below, you can see that the first video is now visible. So that's just how the layers work. It's really simple, not too complicated. I can turn off the visibility as well. You can see this eyeball on the left side of each of these videos. If I turn off the eyeball for the first video, we now see the second video. I'm gonna go back on this, and I'm just going to rename these real quick. I'll go in this guy, right click, rename. Let's call it floor. And this video, I'm gonna call it trees. So you can see it changed the name here. So if I turn the visibility off for trees, I'm seeing floor. But if I do it for floor, I'm still only seeing trees, because trees is on the top. So no matter what you do here, if the footage above it is covering the screen, you will not see the stuff you're doing here. So yeah, you get to move these around as you please and put them in the right order. And you saw how we can easily scale them in or out. You can adjust the size as you like. I'm going to drag this in the corner, bring this back, and then hit play. You can see they both play at the same time. And you can also see that it's running really slow. That is because as we press it, you can see this green line. After Effects is rendering the clips. Now, when the program is rendering your clips, that means that it's going to create a preview clip for you to see all that you've done. So like a playback of your work. So imagine a rusty old door. When you try to move it, it's going to make some awful noises and it's not going to work properly. In order for the door to work like any other door, you need to add some mechanical oil in the creases so the door will operate smoothly. It's the same logic here. My raw videos are like that rusty door, and when I render my clips, it's like I'm adding that mechanical oil and it's going to play back a lot smoothly, and I don't have to wait for the little laggy parts and the slow motion that a clip that's not rendered would have. So you definitely want to wait for your clips to render before you get to see the playback and see what you've done so far. So when there's a green light on top of a small section in your timeline, that indicates that After Effects has created a preview for that specific amount only. So it added that oil, it created that playback for us to see what we have done. But when the rest of your timeline does not have any green light, that means that there is no preview for those sections. And if you just hit the spacebar, After Effects is going to go over those parts and create those previews for you. So all you have to do is just let it play once and After Effects will figure it out on its own. So I'm just going to hit the spacebar. And if you hit the spacebar again, you're going to pause the timeline. And let's say I only want 4 seconds of my videos. I don't want the full 26 seconds. And by the way, because I dragged my tree video in first, the timeline is lengthened to 27 seconds. So if the rest of my footage is like, I don't know, longer, maybe 30 seconds, I'm not going to see the rest unless I expand it. So if I want only 4 seconds of my floor video, I will click on it, highlight the clip. I can cut my video and get rid of the rest. I will hit Ctrl-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D to cut it. Now you can see I have 2 floor layers, but this one is 4 seconds and this one is the rest of my video. So if I don't want the rest of the video, I'll just hit the backspace once. Now you can see I only have 4 seconds of my first video, and then it ends and disappears after that. If I want to bring it back, I'll just go on the end, click and drag it to however long I want it. Maybe 10 seconds. And maybe I want 2 floor video layers. I'll just hit Control and D or Command D. D stands for duplicate. And now I have 2 videos of the same length. Again, if I wanted to crop and split the video, Ctrl-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. So we're only adding a shift when we want to cut the video. And then if you want to delete them, maybe multiple at the same time, click your first video, Control or Command, and just click the rest of the videos that you want to delete, hit the backspace, and now both of them are gone at the same time. So that was really easy. That's how you can split videos, duplicate, and all that. And now maybe I want I want to copy maybe 2 seconds of my video, of the floor video, and put it at the end here. So I will first hit Command or Control Shift D to cut my video. Now I have the 2 second clip here. And the reason why I know it's 2 seconds is because we have this current time indicator set on 2 seconds. So if I want 4 seconds, I will go here. And that's just how it works. And now on my floor layer that has 2 seconds, I'll hit Control C or Command C. Then I'll go on my floor layer, bring the time indicator all the way to the end, and hit Control V. Or Command V. It's going to go at the top, just bring it here. So now I have 2 seconds of my video in the beginning, the rest of my other video, and again it's pixelating because it's rendering as we go. Then I have 2 final seconds at the end of my timeline, and just like that I created a sequence. So far we learned how to trim clips, copy them, paste them, and then move them around on our timeline. And these are just some basics of video editing that you can do in After Effects. And to get rid of the clips, you can either hit Ctrl Z to undo, or just hit backspace to delete the entire layer. So let's say this is my video, I want to export it, I'm finished with all the effects and the options that I want to do, but I only want 8 seconds of this entire sequence. I don't want the rest of them. And instead of cutting and duplicating and all of that, there is an easier way to only get 8 seconds of the sequence that you have created, so you don't have to do all the other things. So this was the scale to, get in between the seconds. You can see instead of seconds, we now have frames. We'll get into frames later. If I expand it, we're back to seconds. So right now it's going up by 2. You can see 2, 4, 6, 8. If I make this smaller, we now see all of the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's bring this back up. Below this is the work area end, which means that if I only want 6 seconds of my entire project, I can easily just click and drag this to 6 seconds. So whatever comes after this indicator is not going to be exported with the footage that I have cornered here. So this just says that how long of your work is visible, and I can always just drag the end and make it longer or shorter. And again, if it's still 18 seconds, the rest of the video will not be exported. So make sure, if you want the whole thing to be there, that this is set to the end of your seconds, which in my case, it's 27 seconds. All right, and another thing that we are going to talk about is the audio. You can see here we have some audio. The first floor video doesn't have any audio, so that's why there's no volume icon, but the second one does. And if I wanted to mute it, I can simply remove this guy. And now there will not be any audio. Click it back, and now it has. And we have some other options. We have solo. We'll get into these later. Like I said, I'm not going to go over each single one. That will only confuse you guys. But the basics of the layers are the visibility and the lock. So if I lock my floor layer, I cannot move it. You can see that if I go on my floor, I cannot highlight it anymore. So that is locked into place. And the reason why we have the lock in the first place is because when you're working with a lot of footage and a lot of effects, sometimes you accidentally move your elements and you will not realize it until the end, and that can be really annoying. So if you want one footage or one shape, one text, anything to be in one place and not move throughout your working process, you would lock it in place. And you can easily unlock it. Now if I go on floor, I have highlight the layer and I can move it around like I was able to before. Let's put it here. And we also have the zoom in option. So if I make this big, it's the same thing as up here. So these two essentially do the same thing. But with this guy, you have more control. So if I zoom out, again, it's back to the second. If I zoom in, I'm back to the frames. And what frames mean is that, I'll just give a quick explanation. Right now, my cursor, I'm going to put it on 2 seconds and I'm going to zoom in. Now, because we created this project with 24 frames per second, that means that I need 24 frames of footage before it can reach a full second. So down here you can see it says 23 and then 2 seconds. So these frames are what makes the seconds of a video or any animation. We'll talk about these later, but these two are basically for you to zoom in and out on your layers. And with the layers, like we said, we can always add effects and drag it onto each of the footage that we like. I'm going to go on my floor footage and I'm going to see what I could add. Let's go in like color correction and put like an auto color, click and drag and then put it onto the floor. You can see the color changed. I'll hit Control Z. This was the before. This is the after. And now you can see in my effects control, it says floor here. I have the options to make adjustments. So I could change the black clip, work with the temperature and all of that. So if you didn't like how your footage looks, you can always add a color correction preset like we did just now, and then work with the different parts to make it more to your liking. And yeah, so basically the timeline will have the different videos, the music, if you choose to have one, all over here. And if I wanted to make more adjustments that are not in the effects and presets panel, I can right click on the layer and we have some other options. For example, we can do go in time and make the clip in reverse, maybe make it slow motion, freeze a frame, enable time mapping, which we'll get into later. So you can even like mask it out and do other things. If there's something you want to do specific to this layer, and if it's not here, you will find more options here, which is right now in effects. You can see that we have these similar options that we have here. So you don't necessarily need this panel, but it's just easier to click and drag onto your layers. Close that. And right now, you saw that we added this auto color to my floor layer. Now we have this FX icon on my floor layer. What that means is that I have now added an effect to this layer. But you can see the trees layer doesn't have any effects because we didn't drag anything on top of it. So if I wanted to see my footage without the effects, I could hit the FX and now it's gone. Click it again, it's back. I'm going to add the same effects on the trees and now you see both of them have the effects. Turn them off and they're gone. And then here we have some options for quality and sampling, which we're going to leave as it is for this lesson. And then next to that, we have a 3D option, which would be something that you would use if you're creating a animation from scratch. For videos like this where it's 2-dimension, you wouldn't really need a 3D option for it, so we're not going to get into that right now. We have an option for adjustment layers, which are basically just layers that are empty where you can add certain effects. We will get into those later as well, but for now, You guys know how to work with layers in After Effects and also how to work with a timeline and move things around, maybe add a certain effect, scale them in or out, and just some basic video editing stuff that you should know before you get started in After Effects. And notice how next to each layer there's this arrow. If we click on this to expand it, we have two options. Usually you will not have the effects option, but because we added one, we can see it here. If I open this as well, we see that our effect is indeed the auto color. You can reset it if you want, but we didn't really do anything. And you can even open this and get the same options that you would get up here. We have some compositioning options, which you can change the opacity of the effects. And we have this stopwatch next to it. We'll get into those later. Those are called keyframes. Maybe you've heard of it. And what this does is basically allows me to kind of fade in this effect at any time that I want. So for example, at 2 seconds, my effect opacity is at 100, but then at 4, I will reduce it to maybe 50%. So as my video goes on, the effects fades away to 50%. We'll get into that later. And then we have the transform option. I'll just click on the effect to close it. If you open transform, we're seeing some things that are essentially the building blocks of all animations. We have anchor points, position, scale, rotation, and opacity. Now these are really important. They will have their own lessons. But for now, I'm just showing anything that's related to the layers, so you know where each of the effects are and where to reach them throughout the course. I'm going to close that. And that was how the layers work and also how the timeline works. If you want, you can easily go, after you've edited, you will go in File and then Export. So it's that easy. If you want to do a quick video editing, this is how you would import, work with the layers, and then export. So this was it for this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. We're going to go over some 3D tools that are have been recently introduced into After Effects, as in they've been kind of updated and have been designed for easier use compared to what After Effects had before. So on the version that I'm on, which is the 2021 version, we now have these 3 tools up here, which are grayed out because we don't have anything. And I'm going to be talking about these 3 tools and just how 3D layers work in After Effects. So let's create a composition. I'm going to make a composition out of my Adobe Illustrator file, which is available in the resource pack. All you have to do is just import it over here. So I have these 2 files. I'm going to grab both and import them as footage. There we are. Now, because these 2 are different files, this is an AI file, which means that it has layers within, and this is just a regular flat image. I'm going to first bring in the image and explain how the 3D would work with a regular image. Just import this one, and I'm going to make a new composition for this 3D. If I bring this in here and maybe rescale it like this, you can see that I'm still not able to use these 3 tools. In order to use those tools, you need to activate and change this layer into a 3D layer. To do that, all you have to do is just turn on this icon. Down here, there's 3. Just go into one that looks like a Rubik's Cube. Turn it on. Now you saw the, you can see this colorful thing. It's called a gizmo, and it's used for navigation and movement around 3D layers. So now that I turned this on, you can see I can now use these 3 tools. Now let's go in the first one. This is called the orbit around cursor. Basically, just you can see it orbits. Your image is orbiting around the point where you held your cursor. So if I hold it here, you can see that it rotates based on where I put my cursor, and it's just turning around that point. This is different from the regular rotation tool. We're doing it in a 3D space. Let me turn off this layer, the 3D icon. If I go in like the rotation brush, this is all I can do with a flat layer. Can't do much with it. I cannot flip it like we just did. So in order to use it like that, you would have to turn this on. Let's go back here and use these guys. So as you can see, I'm just rotating and flipping this image along my cursor. And we also have some other tools. This is the pan under, so it's just used for moving your thing around, your image, or the layer. Then we have the dolly tool, which is just, it's kind of like scaling inwards and outward. But once you combine all of these things together on a camera layer, it's going to be a really cool 3D animation. We'll get into that soon. And let me talk more about the gizmo that you see here, the colorful thingy. If you get your selection tool or hit V on your keyboard, let me zoom in. You can see that if I go on this guy, there's a Z. So if I turn the Z around, you can see that I'm rotating it. And there's other things too. We have the X, moving it along the X axis. Bring it back. We have the Y axis, up and down. And then we also have rotating along the X axis. And the first one was the Z axis, this guy. Then we also have the same thing for the Y axis. So again, once you combine all of these guys together and create keyframes, it's going to be a really cool animation. Let me undo all that I did. I'll just turn off this layer. Delete the image and just bring it back in to reset everything. And I'm going to resize my image so that we can do like a simple pan motion with our 2D image. Alright, so I'm going to turn it on again. And I'm going to open the properties. Once you open the properties, there's not much difference. We still have the transform tab. We just have some extra options for orientation and some rotations. And you can see instead of the regular rotation that we had before this was a 3D layer, we now have the X, Y, and Z rotations. So instead of one rotation, we have 3, and we also have this orientation. And because there's a stopwatch next to them, that means that we can animate this. So I'm going to turn on the stopwatch and maybe move in a few frames. Then I'm going to add a number. That's a bit too much. Let's go for like 2 and 1 and 3. I'm just adding some random numbers so we can get some sort of movement. So if I play this back, you hit F9 on this. Let it render. You can see that it kind of rotates, but it's rotating around 3 points at the same time. So it's a bit different from the original, the regular rotation that we have. And now we will start with this guy. Let's do like an X rotation. It's the first point, coming a few frames. And I'm going to maybe make it go down a little. Oops, that's too much. Let's go for 10. 30 maybe. That comes out of frame. It's fine. And then let's go back to Y rotation. So this will go upwards. And with the Y rotation, we can make it go in another direction. We can make it go on the left or right. Let's put it like to the towards the left. Finally, we have the Z rotation. Turn on the stopwatch, come in a few frames, and we can make it rotate along the Z axis. It's too much, let's make it really slight movement. And then I'm gonna F9 all of these keyframes. And while I'm at it, I'm just gonna make this smaller. This will not affect the keyframes that we add. I just want to see the movement clearly. So hit the spacebar and you can see we're having this cool 3D motion effect. Play it back. That we created using some simple keyframes. You play that so it zooms out, as in loops. And you saw that we had this simple flat image, a regular JPEG, and we're able to kind of turn it 3D by using these animations and by turning it into a 3D layer. Now, when this is just a flat image, you can see it's not that much of a wow factor. It's just moving around, and we added some rotations and all that. But in order to make a really cool animation, you would need a camera layer. And for the camera layer, I'm going to use the AI project that we had. I'm going to delete the composition too. So in the same resource pack, we have this AI project, which is this orange guy, imported as a composition, retain layer sizes, and import. And now this is your composition. Double tap on the composition. We have this really nice landscape, vector landscape. And it's a little blurry because we set this to 1/4. Remember to do this if you want things to not lag during your project. Before we continue, I just wanted to mention something about the layering when it comes to an Illustrator file. Currently, I have 2 projects to better show you guys how the layering works. And I'm going to import the layered one as a composition, retain layer sizes, hit import. And I double click on my composition. You can see I have all of my layers. Now this is only happening because I have separated the layers in my Adobe Illustrator program. And what happens when I don't separate the layers, let me delete this guy and bring in the one where everything is within one group. Again, retain layer sizes, import, double click. You can see I only have 2 layers. And basically this whole thing is going to be moving around in one, as one. And that's not what we wanted, because we wanted every mountain and every little detail to be its own layer, so we can create that cool camera thing that we're trying to make in this lesson. So I'm going to go in Illustrator for a second, because when you download things from online, these programs, you need to kind of adjust the layers in order for you to create not just a 3D effect, but to just work around with these vectors in general. You need to separate the layers. And I'm quickly going to show you what that means in Adobe Illustrator, just in case you plan on downloading projects from the internet, and so that you don't run into this problem. So this is what you would usually get when you download things from the internet. I got this from FreePic, and as you can see, they're in one group, and I can only see the separate layers when I expand this group. Now this will not work in After Effects. As you saw, it will only come in as a single layer and everything will be merged. Therefore, we cannot animate each of these layers together. And if you're using a Photoshop project, you won't have this problem, because Photoshop by default, every layer is a separate one unless you purposely put it in a group. Now this is what you want. You want each of the layers of your project to be separate and not within a group. And Like we saw when we imported this project, we had each of these separate layers, and that allows for a really fun and easier way to animate your layers. Right, and if you want to see how to put them in singular layers, if you don't know how to work with Illustrator, I'm going to delete this guy. All you have to do is just create another layer on top, and then from the last to the top, you go in the opposite direction, just drag the last layer, and then keep doing this with each of the things until you get all of the layers in separately, like this guy. Now let's go back in After Effects. Alright, I'm back in After Effects. I brought in the layered version of the project. Double click on your composition to bring out all of these layers. And as you can see, each of them are separate. Let me go on one of the mountains. And that way I can animate each one to my liking. Alright, so if I do want to create like a motion with this animation, like we're going to zoom in towards the sun through the mountains, I need to create what is known as a camera layer. To do that, just go on your top layer, layer, new, and then we have a camera one here. You're gonna get this guy. So essentially, we are animating what the people will see. We're basically animating through the camera lens, which is why it's called a camera layer. I'm gonna go with a one node camera, hit OK. So we got an error because currently all of our layers are in 2D. So I need to turn all of my layers into 3D with that icon like we talked about. Let me go on this guy and then turn on the 3D layer for every single thing. Alright, so now the camera layer, we actually create that again. So it's best to do this beforehand. So layer, new camera. Now you can see I didn't get that error. Right, so in the camera layer, if you open up the properties, we have the camera options, which is just like, the aperture. Basically any option you would have with a real camera, which is really cool. I'm going to go into transform as well. We have some similar things that we know, like we did in the 2D image. Alright, so I'm going to start with here, transform. We can change the position of the thing. And remember, in the camera layer, we are editing what the camera is seeing. So that includes every single thing below it. So don't be shocked as to why I'm moving the entire project. That's the whole purpose of the camera layer. If you turn on the keyframes, you can animate normally. You can go along the x-axis. You can see I'm kind of zooming in. Hit F9 on both of these guys. Hit OK. You can see we're like zooming in. Delete that. Let's go to the next one. We have the orientation, which we already went over it, but let's review it. So based on these three axes, you get to kind of rotate your layer. Oops, it's going out of frame. And yes, these are just some basic movements that you can have with your camera. Now, when you want to create those really cartoonish animations with a layer like this, you would have to really spend time on it and understand the movements that animations have. Alright, so let's see what we can do to make that really cool animation effect. I'm going to open up the camera options. You can add the aperture and focal distance, focus distance. I'm going to leave those be for now. I'm just going to move in towards the sun. I'm going to cut my composition short, open up kind of expand the timeline. And in here along the, Can I move it to... Guess we won't move it to the side, just go inwards. And because I want it to be slow, I'm going to add space in between the two keyframes. Let's play that back. Alright, so in the first keyframe, we're already quite zoomed in. So let me expand my work. The first keyframe needs to be on 0. I need to bring my position back. Let me hit reset to bring everything back, and then I'll go in the position. And now it's working a lot better. I'm just going to expand and put space between the two keyframes so it's like a really slow zooming in effect. It's still a little too fast. Let's just increase it to like 6 seconds. So we're really slowly moving in towards the sun. And I'm going to go down in my layers. I don't know what layer this is. Okay, it says layer 16. Open it up. Then transform, go in the beginning. And so essentially what I need to do here is to create the dimension between each of these layers, meaning that, let me close my camera layer first, and layer 16. That means that the layer that is closest to us, which is the layer 16, and the layers behind it in order need to be kind of, we need to create a dimension between all of them. Meaning that this guy that in the way back needs to be further away from us, and this guy needs to be right in front of us. And to create that space that will eventually create that parallax effect that we want, we need to create something that's called a null object, and then use that guy to just create that effect. So what we need to do is to go to, I'm going to delete this camera layer first, make a new one. Go to camera, and instead of 1 node, make sure it's on 2 node. You can name it if you want. I'm just going to hit OK. Alright, now that I have this, I also need to create a null object. So go to Layer, New, Null Object. Place this on top. Let's name this guy Mountains. So every effect that we want to do, every movement that is related to that parallax effect is going to take place within that null object. So we're not going to be directly animating each of these one by one, because if we did that, it would just be a regular 2D animation. So instead, go to Mountains, the null layer that you have. Then we're going to parent this to Camera. So what that means is that we're going to go in the Mountains layer or your null layer, open this and set it to Camera 1, which is our camera layer. Now that we did this, we are going to, although before I do that, I need to first turn my null object into 3D as well. And now I'm going to do that. Right. The null object is now connected to the camera layer. And we're also going to come down here to the 1 view and turn it to 2 view. And you can see we have this weird space. Zoom out all the way. And you can see, let me hit Etch and bring this guy down. So this is essentially where the camera is. So the start of our lens is here, and it's moving away onto our composition, which is here. Let's come back, and we're going to set our null position. Hit V. So hit P on the mountains or your thing, and then change this to 0. So now the null object is at the same location as the camera lens. It's maybe a little confusing when we're starting out, but try to follow along, and in the further tutorials it will be a lot easier to work with. So what we did right now was to turn the position numbers, all of them need to be 0. So basically that means that the null object is going to be at the same level as the start of our camera lens. So now after we've done this, we're going to unparent this guy. So go on this guy and then hit none. So now it's no longer connected to the camera. Now we are going to turn every layer, including the camera, and make the null layer the parent of all of these, which means go on like the camera layer, go on this, turn it to mountains. And we're going to do this all with all of the layers. Going on the first layer, come down, shift, and grab all of the other layers. Forgot the background. And before I continue, because this is a heavy project, I need to save my project. So Control S. Just make sure you save it, because there may be a chance that your program crashes because you're working with 3D layers and they're usually pretty heavy. Setting this guy to quarter is going to help, but you never know if After Effects crashes. Alright, so I selected all of these layers and I'm going to grab this guy, or just open this. Just grab this guy and place it on top of mountains. You can either use the spiral shape or the drop down menu, whichever you're comfortable with. So now every single layer, including our camera, is set to mountains, which is our null layer. You can see all of them are like that. Once we've done that, we're going to just click away and we are going to get to the closest layer that's towards us. And I'm trying to click away. You can see my composition is already laggy. I'm going to zoom in here. I'm going to find the layer that's closest to me, closest to the camera. Click on this and I'll find out that that's layer 16. So we're going to unparent this layer, set it to none. And then we're going to go on the mountains layer, hit S to bring the scale. Let me zoom out on our second view. And we're just going to scale this guy out. Zoom out, hit etch. So essentially what just happened is that we moved this layer further away from us. So if I set this to 0 again, let's go to 0. We have to parent it first. So I'm going to parent this back to mountains. Let me undo what I just did. Just created a big error. Alright, so I'm not going to do that. Before it was here, and now because we scaled it, we moved it further away from the lens. And we need to do this for every single layer and kind of move them in order of the way they appear and move them further away so we have that parallax effect. So after layer 16, we set it to none, and then we came in the null object, hit scale to kind of move it further, bring it upwards. Then we're going to go in the next layer, which I believe is layer 14. Let me check layer 15. So it's actually layer 15. I'll go on that. Again, unparent, go in scale, and then just move this guy further. So you can see this was the first layer, this is the second one. And we're just creating these spaces between the camera and ourselves. So because these are numbered, it's easy for me to guess what comes next. Let me see what layer 17 is. Okay, so layer 17 may sound like it's the closest layer to us, but it's actually the furthest. It's the sun. So I'm going to go on layer 14 and just keep doing this until you're finished with all the layers. Now what we're doing here is not affecting the preview of our illustration. It's kind of doing some backstage work. So basically what we did previously, though let's not do that. Thought I did something with the scaling for the camera. Didn't do anything. And then the next layer, which is layer 13, let's check to see if it's right. And it is. Again, on parent, scale the mountains or the null layer back to create the space between each of these layers. And then we're going to go to layer 12. Let me turn off the visibility, see what that is. All right. So right layer, unparent, go up. Let me actually extend my timeline so we can see what's going on. Hit edge to move this camera guy a little closer so we can see. On parent, scale out the null layer. Layer 11, let's check what that is. So this is just the shadow of the highlight of one of the mountains. It's fine, just do it in order. It would be helpful if you could put the shadows and the highlights in, kind of merge them together, so we don't have to work with this many layers. But I'm just going to proceed and we'll see what happens. Layer 9, again, it's just a shadow. And I'm actually going to delete the shadows and all. Maybe that could work easier. Alright, so I'm just going to do what I just did for every single layer, including the background. So make sure you don't leave anything behind. That goes from the first layer to the last, but make sure you do it in order. So this guy would be first, and then it would go according to distance. And then the last layer would be your background layer. I'm going to do this to every single layer, and then I'll be back so we can continue with the parallax effect. Alright, so I did that with every single layer. You can see they're all set to none. And the scaling just went up from where we left it. And I'm going to hit Edge and show you guys what we did exactly. Let me come down here because we're zoomed out completely. So basically what we did was that we had a basket, which was our null object, and we stood somewhere around here. We're zoomed out as much as we can. I can't really show it to you guys, but if you remember the tip of our camera lens, so that was the basket. And as we walked forward, we dropped each of our layers. Think of them as like pebbles. And as we're walking forward towards the finish line, we're dropping each of these pebbles at a determined distance. So each of these guys are actually the layers, and we're creating this space between them. And this is what creates that 3D space that we talked about. So that's essentially what we did. It wasn't that complicated. May take a little bit of practice to kind of master it. And once we're done with all of the layers, just go back here, turn it to one view. We were on 2 view, now we only want this guy, the regular view that you have. And now if I move my mountains, we can't really use the scale because we used it to determine the space. So on our null object, hit P to get the position. If I choose to move to either side, and I'm going to move up and down to show you guys the effect, you can see the space we created between each of the layers, and that is what's creating that 3D effect. Hit Control Z, but we said we wanted to kind of zoom in towards the sun. So in order to do that, I'm just going to change this to fit. Turn on the position keyframe, move in maybe like, we said 6 seconds because we wanted it to move really slowly. And on the Z axis, we're going to move forward as much as we want. Go in more. You can see the space that's between each of the layers, and we created that using the null object. Select both keyframes, F9, go backwards. And we're going to, I'm going to let it render so you guys can see. And now we can see that we're slowly moving towards the sun, but these guys are moving out of frame because we created that space, and it's creating this really cool 3D effect that we could use for like maybe an introduction to your animation, or just with regular layers. You could also do this with images as long as each of the images have their own particular layer and you follow this tutorial step by step. And I'm gonna stop this. So we created this cool effect. I'm gonna close my null object, lock it, and then turn off the visibility. So now if I play this back, we just have the regular movement. Turn off the camera too, because it's connected to the null object. And you can see we have this weird placement now. I'm gonna move back. I just want to show you guys these 3 tools that we have up here. And I'm just going to use these brushes. And if you wanted to use any brushes to move around your layers, you can still use this like we did in the first with the first image. You can see the space we created between each of the layers. And that's really cool. This is what's causing that really nice animation. So essentially our camera lens was here. And when we added the scale, we created these little spaces between each of the layers. And finally, when we used position and moved it up along the Z axis, we kind of moved in slowly. And naturally, the stuff that were closer to us is going to fade away as we walk past them. So that's what we did with just a few layer positioning. We have the pan under cursor. If I move this, you can see I'm moving up and down. So if you want to examine your layers or create animations using this, you can use these 3 guides. They're only available for 3D layers, so make sure that the 3D icon is turned on for your layers in order for them to work properly. Hit Control Z. And then we have the, I believe it was called the dolly. Yeah, we have the dolly effect, the dolly tool, which allows us to zoom in towards the center of our composition, which is also the center of our landscape image. So that's how these 3 things work. They're associated with 3D layers. And now I'm gonna turn these 2 back on. Using those guys and null objects and all that, we created this really nice animation. And in the future lessons, we'll see how we can take these type of animations a step further and make really cool projects. I'm gonna hit the stopwatch. And if you wanted to end the animation here, you would come at the end. I'll have to unlock my mountains layer first. Select everything. Go on the first layer, Shift, then click on the last layer. Control Shift D, which is a lot of layers to process. And then on the second one, just delete them. They're naturally selected. And now I have cropped all of those layers. Let me come back up. And maybe if I wanted to fade out, I'll add a solid layer below. So Control Y or Command Y, change it to black. If I wanted to fade to black, add that on. Bring that below everything. So below all of our Adobe Illustrator files. And I'm going to actually add, I'm going to cut this up a little bit. Control Shift D. Just need a tiny bit for the beginning of my project. Grab all of these layers. Just grab them here. And then move in maybe like from the point where I want my black solid to fade away. It's getting a little laggy. We have a lot going on. It's only natural. Make sure you hit Control S once in a while. I forgot to do that. And my project might disappear, but we're done with it. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, it's saving. So make sure you hit Control S once in a while in your project so you don't lose it. And then you would have to start all over again, which isn't fun. And okay, I moved them a few frames back, almost like 2 seconds in. I'm going to drag my cutoff black solid and then move it on top. Actually, I have to do it here. Move that on top of all my other layers. Oops. On the top. Go above the null object. And then I'm going to move this guy can stay. So after my animation's over, move in a few frames, and they fade away. I'm going to select all of my layers and then hit T. So we have the opacity for all of them. And an easier way to do this is just export the video and then add this effect. It's just going to save you some time. And trying to turn on the opacity. Okay, so we turned on the opacity at 100% for all of these layers. It keeps lagging for some reason. All right, and then I'm going to come in like at the end of my project and then turn the opacity. Here would be 100% and then here it would be 0 because it fades away. And then we're going to leave the black solid underneath. So once these guys fade away, it fades to black. And in the beginning, we're going to do the same thing, but for this layer. So here, this guy is going to be 100%. Hit T on the black solid, 100%, and then it fades here, 0%. F9. And I'm going to grab all of these keyframes. There's a lot of them. And also hit F9 on this. All right, there we are. And I'm going to go back, let it render. There's a lot to take in for After Effects. And then I can see the final product that I have. All right, it rendered. Now we can see it's black, it fades away, and we're just having our regular 3D animation, and then the animation fades away. So you have to work with the order. You can spend time and make it perfect. I'm just going to leave it here. So that is how the 3D tools work, and basically just anything 3D. The whole logic of 3D is in the dimensions that you need to create between your layers, and also using the camera layer, which we had down here, to create these this really cool effect with your illustrations or just images, anything you want. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to go over the shape tool that is on top of your toolbar in After Effects. And we're going to see how we can make shapes, color them, see how we can create different shapes, and how the shape layers work. And then we're going to learn how we can use those shapes to make mask layers, which we can then use those masks to apply them on different footage. So I'm going to start by creating my composition, or else I cannot do anything. You can see that the tools are grayed out because I don't have anything to put them on. There's no composition. So we need to create a composition. Just hit the new composition right here and then name it whatever you want. I'm going to name it shapes. Hit OK, and now we have a composition, and you can see that the tools are now available for me to use. So the shape tool is up here next to the pen tool, and if I want to quickly access it, all I need to do is to just hit Q on my keyboard. And you can see it became blue, and I now can draw my shapes. So to draw a shape, we would just click on any point and then drag it as big or as small as you want. And you can see we have a shape layer 1. So I'm going to delete this, and then we're going to start again. Delete this layer as well. Notice that there is a star next to my cursor that indicates that I'm going to be making a regular shape. Now, at the end of this lesson, you will see that there will be another option and another icon next to our cursor. But in order to know that if you're making a shape or a mask layer, you could easily look at what icon is next to your cursor. So right now it's a star, and star indicates a regular shape. So if I want to make a perfect shape, you saw that when I made my rectangle, it's not exactly a square, and I can make it as big, as long, or as thin as I want it to. But what if I wanted a perfect square? It will be hard for me to guess where I need to stop and whether I have a perfect square. So a way to create that perfect square is to just click away from this, to hold down Shift on your keyboard and then click and drag. You can see that now I am just starting from one corner and the sides are all equal. Unlike the first time where I didn't hold down Shift, I'm going to do it again. I am not holding down Shift. You can see that I'm able to just go anywhere and make my shape as big or as small as I want it, and the sides are not equal. Alright, so if you want to make a perfect shape, all you have to do is hold down Shift on your keyboard and then click and drag to make your perfect shape. I'm going to delete these two layers. And that was the rectangle. There are obviously other choices for shapes, and to cycle through them, one way to do that is just click on that shape layer and then hit Q to cycle through the shapes. You can see we have a star, we have a rectangle, a rounded rectangle, an ellipse tool, polygon, and that's it. So if I want to cycle through them, I can also hit Shift Q. You can see that it's the same thing, or you could just hit Q, whichever you're comfortable with. Alright, so let's look at the other shapes. We have a star. I'm going to click and drag it, and I can, while I'm holding it, I can rotate to rotate my star. So I'm clicking, dragging, and then circling to choose the right angle for my star. And again, if I hold down Shift, I am making a perfect star. Although with this shape, it wouldn't really be helpful. In this case, we are only creating the shape from one corner, whereas the regular shape, when we're not holding down Shift, I can rotate it around. But when I am holding Shift, I cannot do that. I'm going around, and it's just standing still. So if you want to choose a right angle for your star, don't hold down Shift. But if you want to rotate your star, maybe make it like this, then you wouldn't hold down Shift. But if you wanted to stand still, you would just hold down Shift, then let go. You can see I have a bunch of shapes here, but they're all in one layer. So in shape layer 1, we have the thing below it, which is contents. If you open that, you can see that we have each of these stars listed together. So polystar 1, polystar 2. And if I wanted to move this layer, let me hit V on my keyboard to get the selection tool. I'm moving the entire shape layer, so that includes all of my stars. But what if I wanted to move only one star? It would be hard to guess which number was this star, and for me to go over each one, it's going to be time consuming. So if I wanted to move this star, just simply double click on it and it will move to polystar 2 or whatever number it is. Then I can move this around and you can see that it's still in that master layer. So if I let go again, I am moving everything. If I wanted to move one singular shape, like this one that's overlapping with the rest of the stars, all I need to do is just double click and then move it around to any place that I want it. So that's how you single out a shape that is within a singular layer with other shapes. And I'm going to delete this. We're also going to look at the other shapes. So I'm going to hit Shift Q again. We did the rectangle. We have the rounded rectangle, which just means that the sides are round. You can see that, let me let go, click away. we zoom in, you can see that the edges are rounded. And unlike the first rectangle, we can create these round edges. And again, the same thing applies to this guy. So, whoops, let me go back to rounded rectangle. If I hold down Shift, I'm making a perfect square, or just a square. And this time it's rounded. But notice that I made two different shape layers. That is because usually when you're on the first shape layer and you create another shape, it's going to end up in the same master layer. Just like how it was with the polystar, now I have two rectangles in one shape layer. But if I wanted a separate shape layer, all I need to do is just click away and then make another shape. You can see that I made another layer, and this time my third rectangle is not with the rest. So if I hit V on my keyboard and I move these guys are separate, and so is this guy. But if for some reason I wanted to move them all at the same time, I can just do that by clicking on that shape layer. And this would be helpful depending on what you're doing. Maybe you want a set of shapes to move differently from another set of shapes. So that's how you'll end up making two different layers. But if you had, let's say, 3 stars and you want them to have the same style, the same movement, then it's better to put them in one shape layer to make things easier for yourself. I'm going to delete everything, hit backspace. Let's explore our other shapes. Shift Q, we have the ellipse tool. Again, if I don't hold down Shift, I can make it however I want. If I hold down Shift, I will make a perfect circle. And again, it's in the same shape layer. Delete that. Let's look at our other shapes. We have a polygon. And again, the same thing with the star. If I don't hold down Shift, I can go around to choose the right angle. But if I hold down Shift, it's going to be still. But currently, as you saw, we can only create a polygon. And there may be times where you want maybe a hexagon or maybe a triangle. And there is a way to alter the number of sides that your shape has, and we can do that in After Effects. So in order to choose the number of sides that my polygon has, I'm going to first delete this layer so we can see things better. I'm going to go on my polygon shape, click and drag, but before I let go, use my up and down arrow keys to add. If you're going up, you're adding. So I'm adding sides. If I go down, I am removing. So now I have a square. If I go one down, I have a triangle. Then again, I can rotate my triangle as I like. And once I let go, I have a triangle. So if I do that again, I'm going to have a triangle. So if I want my polygon back, I need to use my up arrow key to just add on sides until I have the right shape. And let go. Alright, so this applies to all the other shapes as well. I'm going to hit V on my keyboard, double click to move these guys a bit to the side. I'm gonna hit Q again and hit Q to get my star. And then the same thing applies. So I'm gonna click and drag, and then before I let go, hit the up arrow key to add spikes, I guess. Go down to remove spikes. So again, we're gonna end up with a triangle. If we add, we're gonna get this ninja star shape. Gonna keep adding, you would get this kind of an explosion shape, maybe a sun shape. And again, if you rotate, and I'm not holding down Shift, by the way. If I'm circling around the shape, I can change the angle. If I scale it in or out, I am changing the size. If I hold down Shift, I can create the same shape that I just created, but in a more strict manner. So I cannot rotate it because I'm holding down shift. If I let go, I can rotate my shape. Okay, I'm going to hit V to double click and move these guys to the side. And if you wanted to rescale it after you've created your shape, all you have to do is just drag, click and drag one of the corners to make it as big or as small as you want. And if you hold down shift while you do so, you will do it in a more equal manner. So just remember shift, it's for that perfect scaling. And if you're not holding down shift, you have more control. All right, let's explore the other shapes. Gonna go on, hit Q. Gonna go on rectangle. Now, a rectangle does not have this option. So if I open this, not let go, and go with my up and down keys, nothing is happening. So this does not apply to our rectangle shape. Neither does it apply to our circle shape. So if I click and drag, go up and down, you can see nothing is happening. So if you wanted to alter a shape, you could only do it with the star shape and the polygon shape. So you can't really do much with the circle, the square, or the rectangle, or the rounded rectangle. Let me just show that to you guys as well. Hitting up and down, nothing is happening. So you can only do it with the polygon tool and the star shape. Alright, so let me close and delete all of these guys so we can get into the next thing. So if I have my rounded rectangle, I'm going to click, hold down shift, click and drag to make a perfect shape. I have a square now. I'm going to click away. What if I wanted the edges to be more round? I don't want them to be this minimal. If you go in the shape layer, right now we only have one rectangle. If I open my rectangle, you can see we have some options. And we have some fill and stroke options, which by the way are up here. In fill, you can change the color. If you click it once, you can change it to whatever you want. If you have an image in another layer, you can get the eyedropper tool to select any color that you want, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to choose like a bright blue, hit OK. Then we have a stroke option. Right now it's on 0 pixels, which means there is no stroke. So you can see it's on black, but we're not seeing anything because it's 0 pixels. If I click it once and maybe put in 8 pixels, click away, you can see we have a stroke now. And you can also change the color of your stroke. Click it once, you can make it red or any color you want. And if you don't want to enter a number, you can just, you can see the cursor has these 2 flashes on either side. You can make it bigger or 0. So you can choose your number, or again, you can click on the number to enter your desired number. I'm gonna go with 0 for now. Alright, so in the rectangle one, we have the stroke option, which is just the blending options. And we're not gonna get into that, but if you go in transform rectangle 1, you can see that we have some options. This is position and all of that. I'm going to open transform. We don't really need that either. So transform rectangle 1 is about the shape itself, but the transform below it is about the contents in that layer. So we already talked about this. If I click this, turn on my stopwatch on position, and then move it here, because I wanted to start from here, and I'll move in a few seconds, move it here. We have a simple movement with our square. But we're not going to get into this. We're more focused on the shape. So I'm going to open rectangle path 1 because that's what we came here to do. In rectangle path 1, you can see the size is written and the roundness is at the bottom. So if I want to kind of select the shape, select my rectangle. If I want it to be more round, I can just click and drag it. And I can also click on the number to add a specific number, maybe like 50 pixels. And this also has a stopwatch next to it. So if I want my input in the center, if I want my shape to start from being a regular square with sharp edges, I'll click the stopwatch and let me move the keyframe a bit back. And then in here, I would like bring it to maybe 62. You click away, you can see that it goes from sharp into rounded. So if you wanted to change how round you want your edges to be, you would come in here, but you can't do this with a regular rectangle tool. Make sure you're on rounded rectangle. You delete this and also the layer. All right, so we also have these options for the other shapes. Let's explore them. I'm gonna hit Q, go to the circle. The circle doesn't really have much options. I'm going to open ellipse 1. You can see that if you open ellipse path, you just have size and position. Not much you can do with the circle. And we also have the same options for transforming, and also we can change the fill color and the stroke. This applies to every single shape. So not much to do with the circle. Let me delete the circle layer. Gonna hit Q again to go to my polygon shape. Now the polygon can be altered. There will be some options in the layers. So I'm going to just hold down Shift to make a perfect shape. Let go. Hit V to drag it to the center. I'm going to choose a more vibrant color. All right, hit OK. Now if I go in Polystar 1, Polystar Path 1, we have some other options. So the first one is type. You can choose whether you want it to be a star, which you could do up here as well, or if you want it to be a polygon. I'm going to stick with the polygon. You can choose the points. You can make it 5 or 7, whatever number of sides you want. Change the position. You can rotate it, and also change the outer radius. Which you could also do by dragging one of these corners if you want to change the size. But the most important thing for the polystar or the polygon shape is the points. So you would add as many points as you want. If you go all the way to 3, it's a triangle. And if you go to like 10, you can see we have 10 sides. Let me add a stroke so it's more visible. There it is, 10 sides. All right. We also have the same options. If you want to work with the stroke, you can also, here you can just add a color and the pixels, but down here you have more options. You can change the opacity of the stroke. You can see that if it's at 100, it's vibrant. If it's at 0, then it's not there. Change the stroke width. Which we can also do up here. We have a line cap, and you can make it rounded, but it's not going to work that well here. I'm going to go with the butt cap, and we can add dashes. So if I add this, you can see that it becomes dots, and you can choose how many dots you want. So if it's at 0, it's just a regular line, and if you keep increasing it, there will be a lot more space between each of these lines. So that's if you wanted like a shape stroked with dotted lines, you would choose the amount of space, amount of dashes. You can also click to enter a specific shape. I'm going to turn it to 0. You can add some wave if you want. You can see that I'm adding waves to the stroke. Doesn't really look that well, but it could come in handy for maybe a fun little project. I'm going to go back in the shape layer and to remove the amount because I don't want any waves. I want my regular stroke back. Alright, so these are just some things for customizing your stroke. I'm going to close that. We also have some options for fill. And it's mostly the opacity, the fill rule, and just some things that we will get into with our tutorials. For now, the thing you should know is how to create a shape and how to customize the shapes that you have created. I'm going to close that off. Let's move on to our star shape. I'm going to make a star. This is the last shape that we made, so it had it saved. But if I want to go back to a star, you can just click and drag before you let go. Hit the down key to remove sides from your shape until you have a star. Then I'm going to let go, hit V to drag it down here. Right, and go back in. I'm going to open Polystar 1, and we have the same options, but for stars we have the points. So right now it's on 5. We can do the same thing we did with the arrow keys, but down here you can go to a triangle or a star or whatever shape you want. And here you get to choose whether you want to work with a star or a polygon, which is the same thing up here. The position, rotation, and the size. If you want to make it like a bloated star, which in the end would just turn into a polygon. Or if you want like a star like this. That's the inner radius. The outer radius is just the outer lines being stretched out, or if you want them to be like small like this. Inner roundness, it's the roundness between each point. And if you go all the way to 0, you can see that it's getting distorted. So you would choose how round you want these lines to be on the inside. Outer roundness is the same thing, but on the outside, so you can end up making a flower and then adjust the inside to make it look better. And yeah, just a few customizable options for you, so you can make the shape that you want. Then close Polystar 1. In stroke, we have the same thing. Color, opacity. You want the lines to be dotted, you can do it here. Which would be the dash. So if I turn it on, let's see, we have some dots. I can customize it here. I'm going to delete dashes. We can also add waves, like we saw earlier. And we have some taper options, which you can see that it's basically an animation of your shape being outlined. So you can see there's a stopwatch. If I started from here, it would start from this area, and if I ended at like 6 seconds, it will like outline my shape and then end at that point. We will get into these later. And we have some fill options, which is the same as the polygon. I'm going to reset my, go back here. We have the taper option. I'm going to hit reset because I want my regular stroke. Close this off. You can hit M on your keyboard to close everything. And that's how you make your custom shapes. Now, there's some other things that we need to do when you want to create a solid background. Maybe you don't want a shape, you want the background to be lime green. So it would be a little time consuming. Let me delete these. It would be time consuming if I just grabbed a square and I made it like this. And I have to go back in here, change the colors and all that. An easier way to do this is to go to Control, hold down Control or Command on Mac, then hit Y. It's going to open solid settings. You can name it whatever you want, and in here you would change the color. Let me choose this. Choose the width and the height. Hit OK. Now we have a solid. Another way that you can do this is to go on Layer, New, and then go to Solid. It's the same thing, but that's another way to access the solid. And solids are basically just backgrounds for you to work with your shapes to create mask layers. So I'm going to like move this here. And before I actually get into this, I forgot to mention something. Let me hit Control Z to undo. When I create a shape, let me make it a square. You can see that the anchor point is in a random spot. It's not in the center of my shape. And let's say if I wanted to rotate this square, I will hit R on my keyboard to get rotation. You can see that it's rotating from almost the edge of my shape, and that's not looking so pretty. And if I wanted to change that, it would be time consuming because I have to go in this guy and then just drag it to where I'm guessing would be the center of my shape, and that will just end up messing up my animations because nothing is centered. And this applies to all the other shapes. If I draw let's go back to a circle. If I draw a circle, you can see that the anchor point is not even on the shape. So this can be a bit annoying for you to always grab this guy and then move the anchor point to the center. And obviously, we wouldn't know where the center of the shape is unless we zoom in and spend a lot of time trying to center our anchor point. So there's this setting that you need to change to avoid this. Go to Edit, Preferences, then go to General. And here After Effects actually gives you the option to avoid this. So we're in the General tab. And if you come down to Center Anchor Point in New Shape Layers and just check that, the issue is solved. I'm going to hit OK. So now whatever shape I create, let me hit Q, it's going to have a centered anchor point. You can see that the anchor point is in the middle. Whereas this guy, we moved it here. If you guys remembered, it was somewhere around here. But now whatever shape I create, let me choose a star. The anchor point is going to be in the center. There it is. So that way I can avoid the issue of dragging the anchor point to the center. Let me delete these. Let me draw my shape in the center. Hold down Shift. Alright, so I'm going to draw it here so we can see. Hit R on my keyboard. You can see that it's rotating from the center. And that applies to other shapes as well. Let's go to like a polygon. We can drag, centered, hit R. It's rotating from the center. And this will just save me a lot of time when I'm trying to animate. Okay, let's get back to the solids that we're doing. So again, hold down Control and press Control for Windows, Command for Mac, Control or Command Y to open the solid settings, or go to Layer, New Solid. So this was a shortcut. You can go to Layer, New Solid, choose a different color. Let's choose something that's really different. Hit OK. Alright, I'm going to move these two. I'm going to hit V to get my move tool and just move this guy a bit down. So now we're going to work with mask layers. Now remember the thing I said earlier in the lesson that you need to look at your cursor when you're using the shape tool. So if I go on it again, I'm not selecting any layers. It's going to have the star, which means I'm creating a regular shape layer, as you can see. But if I am on the lime green solid and I'm on the shape tool, you can see that the cursor now has a different icon next to it. And that is the mask icon. So that means that I'm going to mask out everything except for the things that are in the shape. Right now I'm on the polygon and I'm on a layer. If I click and drag, I'm only showing the part of the lime green solid that fits into my shape. You can see. And if I hit V, I can move my mask everywhere else. So my lime green solid is now masked out by this shape. Let me delete that. Actually delete the mask. So I'm going to open this. Delete the mask. So there is my shape again. You go do that again in the center. I'm on one layer. Make a polygon. And the same thing applies to other layers. I'm going to go to Deep Blue Solid 1. can see the cursor has the mask icon. Click and drag. I now have, let me do it in a proper way. I now have 2 mask layers of my solids. I'm gonna hit V and move this guy a bit to the side. And because these are not shape layers, you can see that the anchor point is again in one corner. And as you saw, you can also alter your shapes because these are no longer shapes but mask tools. I can scale it in or out, flip it the other way, and just do anything I want with my shape. Now, masks are really helpful in After Effects. We will obviously get into the more practical side in other lessons, but for now, all you need to know is that it's like you're covering everything except for whatever shape you drew on that layer. So under lime green solid 1, if I open mask right here, I have a singular one, which is this polygon. If I open that, you have the option to make a mask path. So I could tell After Effects to mask it out for me here and then move it here. We have the opacity. If I make it less, it's no longer there. 100, it's completely there. You can expand your mask layer. You can see that I'm just adding it and it cuts out where the solid ends. So if you remember that I brought the lime green solid below, so you can see it gets cut off here. Gonna remove this. We can feather out the edges. See, the edges are feathered out, and you can add the mask shape. So if I move it like a little bit to the left, it expands to the right. Sorry, I expanded it to the right, not the left. So the path would work like this. We turn on the stopwatch and move the guy here, maybe here. Although that would be the position. So if I want to make another mask path, I would just go on this guy, make this like maybe 500. So you saw it came back, and you can see because of what I entered, it's going to kind of get smaller. You can see that it's fading towards the right, and because I have the stopwatch on, it's going to be a little motion for me. Let's delete that. And let's also remove the feathering, hit 0. And that was just a quick overview of masking and how it works. Below that, we also have some regular transform options. So this is where I would move things. So turn on my position stopwatch, go to like 2 seconds, bring the mask layer here. You can see that it moves. And remember, these are not shape layers, so you notice that I don't have the option to change the stroke or the fill colors because the color is determined by the layer that I created the mask on. So I created a solid with the lime green color, so this mask will have that color forever unless I change things here, which we won't do. Delete everything. So that was just a quick info on the shape tool. It's going to be really handy for you. And now that you know how you can create shapes, you can get into just some basic animations and also learn how to mask things out. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, let's look at another useful tool that is right next to the shape tool. And we're going to be using this tool quite often throughout this course. So it's really important for you guys to know how to work with it and how you can use it for certain purposes. So that is the pen tool, and it's right next to the shape tool. And in this lesson, we're going to see how it works and what we can do with this tool. So I'm going to make a new composition. Let's name it something. You can choose the background color if you want a different one. And this is our composition. Now I can access the pen tool If you click on it, we have the same option as the shape tool. You can choose a fill color. Let's go for something bright. And you can choose a stroke color. And choose the thickness of that stroke. So just like the shape tool where there's nothing on my timeline and I'm not selecting a layer, that means that I'm going to be making a shape. So if you look at my cursor, there's a star next to it, and remember that a star indicates that you're going to be creating a shape. So just create points. See, I made a shape layer, and just make any shape that you want. Then once you close it, the fill and the stroke will be applied. If I click away, you can see the fill and the stroke. You can always change the stroke, maybe change the fill color, and anything else that you may need. And by the way, I'm zooming in and out using the scroll wheel on my mouse. You can use the zoom tool in the toolbar. You can also get the hand tool, hit Edge on your keyboard, or just click this to move your composition around. Right, I'm gonna hit V. So just like the shape tool, you can create shapes with the pen tool, but you're creating less traditional shapes. So this is not exactly a shape that you would be able to create with the shape tool unless you alter the points and move them around. So with the pen tool, you get to create shapes that are usually not available in the shape tool. So you can see I'm making a really random shape. And I can alter the sides by clicking on either one and maybe expanding them, making them shorter, moving the points around. And this allows me to create any shape that I want, and I have more freedom compared to the shape tool. So if you want to access the pen tool, you have to hit, let me go here, you have to hit G on your keyboard. So once I hit G, I'm on the pen tool. And if I hit V, I'm on the selection tool. So I'll hit G again. And let's say you wanted a rounded side. So right now I'm going to make a shape somewhat a square. And you can see the sides are straight, the edges are sharp. But what if I wanted my shape to have like a round part here? I can do that by just making my point, and then when I'm about to make the second point, where in between the curve would appear, I would click, hold, and then move down. So you can see I'm making a curve. If I go the opposite way, it's coming inwards. So I'm going to move it down, and then once I let go, I have a curve. Now notice these two handles. These indicates the curves. This one's for this side, and we have another one here, which means that the next point is also going to be curved. So you can see that on this point, we do not have the two handles. This indicates that my next selection is going to be sharp. So if I make one here, you can see we have a sharp edge. Another one, we have a sharp edge. But if I make the next one, click and hold it, go to either side, I have curved it from the points that I chose. Then again, we have a handle here, which means the next point is also going to be curved. So I'm going to click here, and it's not a big curve. Let's go for something here. You can see the curve is more visible. If I wanted the curve on my other point and I want to enhance it even more, I would click it. You can see we already have a curve, but I want to enhance my curve. So before letting go, I'm going to again drag it to the side. You can see we have a handle here and two more up here. Now if I want to make this perfect, I could go on the handle. Let me zoom in. Hit Edge to move up a little. Hit the G again. Then I'll go on this handle and move it in a way where I would have a smooth curve. I can do the same thing with these handles and work with the curve that I have created. If I shorten the handle, the curve is not going to be as intense. But if I stretch it out, you can see that we're getting a big curve. So using the handles, you can alter the shape and the curve with it. Now, what if I wanted a curve here, but I wanted the next shape to be straight, so there wouldn't be any curves? I can do that by cutting off this handle. So we would only have a curve here, and then the next point would be sharp. So hold down Alt on your keyboard, and you can see this is the normal cursor. Hold down Alt, you get this flash thing, click once, and now the curve is gone. But if I wanted to only be on one side, I can just grab this guy and bring it to the bottom without changing the curve on the other side. So, whoops, I'm going to try to put it back where it was. Now the next shape, you can see, it's sharp. Because there is no handle on this side, therefore our shape, our next stroke is not going to be curved like the one before it. Let me zoom out. So that was the basic of the pen tool. Again, just like the shape tool, since they're both in, I'm going to hit M to remove the position. Since they're both in one layer, if I wanted to move any of them, I would be moving it all together. But if I only wanted to move one of them, I can just simply double click on the shape and move it around. If I click away, I'll be moving both of these guys. Alright, so if you also open it, we have the same options we had for the shape tool, just a little more different. You can see shape 1 was this guy. So if I open this, first of all, I can change the blending options, just like we had the option for the shape tool. If we go in path, you can create keyframes for the path. If we go in stroke, we have some options for maybe dashes, waves, the stuff we went through in the shape tool. You can change the width of your stroke, which is the bright green. You can change the opacity of the stroke. If we close stroke 1, we have options for the fill. We have color, opacity, fill rule, and all of that. It's quite similar to the shape tool options, except we do not have the option for the points. Like we did with the star shape. I don't know if you guys remembered, we could add more points down here. Let's go back to the shape tool just so we can revise what we learned in a previous lesson. So here's my star. And if I open my polystar in the polystar shape 1, path 1, you can see I have the option for points. But I don't have that option for the shape 1, this guy. So this is one of the differences. I'm going to delete layer 2. And if you hit M on your keyboard, you're going to close all of these. There we are. Alright, so now that I have my shapes, these are just some basic shapes. Let me delete this and let's go towards more complicated approach. So here's my pen tool. You can get it by hitting G on your keyboard. And like we said, we could click and then drag to make curves along our path. And now, if we wanted to maybe change the fill on the inside, you can hold down Alt. You can see that if I go over this, you get some fill options. You can also hold down Alt and click to see what you can do. There's gradients, radial gradients, solid color. By default, it would be on solid color, but if you guys want, you can add some gradients. So I'm going to add a gradient to this so you can see that it's different. And down here in shape 1, I have gradient fill 1. If I open this up, you can change the start point, the end point, which is just the point as to where the color starts to fade into the second color. If you go in colors, hit edit gradient. You can click once on this guy and choose one color that you like. I'm going to go with this red. And then click on the other color to add another, your second color. So I'm going to go for something like this. And if you wanted a color in between, you would click anywhere. I'm going to click here, get like a bright blue, and then I can stretch it out to choose the location or type it in here if you have a specific number in mind. So I'm going to do that. Maybe I'll grab the eyedropper tool to grab the same color, but make it a little darker. All right, so you can add as many points as you want. You can see there's no limit. And if you wanted to delete those points, you can hit delete or just click and drag it down. So you can see we now have 3 stops and we have a nice gradient. And if I wanted to switch these two, I can just grab the red here, bring the blue here. And then if I bring this guy to the left, I'm adding more red space. But if I bring it to the right, I'm giving a little space. Although we have to work with the start and end points down here. But this is just a quick way of knowing how to work with the gradient editor. Going to hit OK. Alright, so what if I wanted my red to start from the center? Then I would have to work with the points. And if I bring it to the left, you can see that it goes all the way to the end. And if I go too much, it'll switch places with the blue. I'm going to bring the gradient start point to the left because I want more of this fade effect. And the end point, you can either remove it completely or add more. Just switch around. And again, because they have stopwatches next to them, it means that I can create a motion from these gradients. So I'm going to hit the stopwatch for endpoint, maybe move in 2 seconds in, and then remove the gradients. So I'm going to do the same with the start point. Come here, and let's say we move it to the right side. So if I click away, hit the spacebar, you can see that the gradient is moving towards the direction that I told it to. So you can also change the opacity of the entire fill color. This again has a stopwatch. We can also change the colors of our gradient. So I'm going to turn this guy on. Right now in this keyframe, it's this color set. But if I move in maybe 2 seconds, I'm going to go back to edit gradient. Maybe make the red a bit darker and the blue a bit lighter, whatever you want. Then you can see, once I click away, that my colors are changing and also my gradient is fading towards the right. So it's just some quick things for you guys to know. It's really helpful. We have similar options with the stroke. Let me turn this off. All right, and then in the stroke, and if you've noticed, we don't have a fill. Instead, we have a gradient fill. So if you're wondering where the fill is, it's been replaced by the gradient. So for the stroke, if I go in the beginning, maybe add a stroke width of 8 here, then 2 seconds in, I will make it maybe 80. Go back, change the color from this vibrant green into maybe this dark green. And also I'm going to start the opacity at around 26%. Bring it here to make it 100. Alright, so just a few adjustments. Once I click away, you can see the stroke is adding on, it's fading in, and the color has changed. So that's also something helpful to know. We also have some options for the path. Not really helpful for me, but essentially what it means is that you can change each of these points, and you can see it moves upwards, like so. You can click and maybe rotate it if you want to. So it's going to rotate there, or at any point that you put the keyframes in. Alright, and then we also have this similar option with all the other layers. So I'm going to hit M to close everything. Let's say I want my shape to scale in or out. I'm going to hit S on my keyboard. You have these options for transforming on any layer. It doesn't matter if it's a shape layer, a shape you made with the pen tool or the shape tool, doesn't matter. So I'm gonna go to the beginning, hit on my stopwatch, and then 2 seconds in I'll make it smaller. You can see that it's getting smaller, but we still have all of the other animations that we made on our pen tool, on our layer. And another thing that you might have noticed is that the anchor point is at a random angle. And this is causing our shape to kind of scale in a weird manner. So if you wanted to change the anchor point, one thing you could do is to grab this guy, just move the anchor point to the center or the corner, wherever you want. But again, it's not going to work out well if I wanted to maybe bring my shape from here. Let's actually do that. I'm going to turn off my scale, hit P for position. I'm going to hit V to bring this guy down. Turn on the stopwatch, come in 2 seconds, and then move it, let's say here. You can see that it's like moving while it's doing all the other animations that we asked After Effects to do. Alright, and then once it's here, I want it to scale and become smaller. So I'm going to turn this on and I'm going to make it like small. So it's going to be something like this. And whoops, the reason why it turned super small is that we didn't assign the shape another keyframe from the beginning. So I'm going to come here and then make it like little bigger, or just leave it at 100. Once we play, it's going to be the same size, and then it's suddenly going to become smaller. Let's do that again. I'm going to come here, make it smaller. Alright, let's go back. And now it's becoming smaller. Alright, so notice how it didn't scale down from the center, but from this area. This is because we always have to move the keyframe, the anchor point of our shape for it to work. So it's going down. And if you wanted the anchor point, let's say here you wanted the anchor point to be in the middle, but then in the end, once it moves here, you can see it ends up being here. I need to create keyframes for my anchor point. So I'm going to open this guy up, go in the anchor point stopwatch, and then I'm going to turn it on. So for the first point, I want it to be in the center of my shape. And then by the end of my first scale keyframe, I'm going to drag it here. And then maybe move this around. Maybe I'll drag it to the center. It's going to be more proper. It's not going to move around so much. So if you want your shape to be scaled down from the center, you want to make sure that the anchor point, which is this thingy, I'm going to zoom in, this guy, to be in the center, or else it's going to look weird. Alright, so I'm going to reset everything. Just hit reset. And I'm going to turn these guys off. Let's go in contents. And go in stroke. Turn everything off. Or better yet, let's just delete this and work with another shape. I'm going to hit Edge to bring my screen to the center. And now let's get into other parts of the pen tool. Alright, so what if I drew something like this? And let me go back to, I'm going to hold down, I'm going to click on the fill text. I'm going to go back to my solid fill. And I wanted to add more points. So you can see immediately that there's a plus next to my cursor, and I'm adding more points. I can curve them up if I want to. Maybe make it like this. And again, I can move the handles to work with the intensity of my curve. So if you wanted to add a point, just click on the line. You can see it's a star shape. Now it's a plus. That means you're adding more points to your shape. And if you also hold down Alt, we have this add vertex point, which is essentially the same thing. And you can make it big or small, give it a curve, or hold down Alt and click it if you decided not to go with the curve. Let me make another point here. And another thing that you could do if you didn't want all of these points is to hold down Alt, click on this guy, delete vertex point. Just click on any point that you do not want. I'm going to delete everything except for these guys. Let's actually remove that. So hold down Alt, click on these guys. We have Convert Vertex Tool, Mask Feather Tool, the regular pen tool, Add Vertex Tool, Delete Vertex Tool. So the Convert Vertex Tool was the thing we already went over, which means that if I made, let me delete this guy. If I made a shape and I curved it, then I continue to make another curve. Let's make this guy curved. And at some point I didn't want this guy to be curved. Holding down Alt and clicking on this is the same thing as the convert point. So you can see once I click on it, it's no longer curved. It's the same thing here. Hold down Alt, click until you get the Convert Vertex tool, and you can just get rid of the curve. But holding down Alt and clicking on the point is the same thing, so you can use whichever path that you want. Alright, so we are going to make my shape. Do another thing for my shape. I'm going to hit G to get my pen tool. Then I'm going to hold down Alt, click to round again. So if you wanted to bring back the roundness, if I'm not holding down Alt, you can see I'm just moving these points around. But if I wanted to bring back the curves, maybe click on one of these, hold down Alt. Hold down Alt before you click. And then I can add curves to the point. We have the handles again. If I want it to be sharp, hold down Alt, click on this point. So it may be a little confusing, but just know that when you're clicking and dragging on a point, you're going to be making a curve. So when you're holding down Alt and then clicking and dragging, you're going to be adding a curve to that point. And notice how it's not touching the rest of the points because you're only currently working with that singular point. And if you just click and move the point around without holding or dragging, you're just moving that point, and you're not going to be making a curve for that point. And if I just wanted to add a curve without customizing the intensity, I can just hold down Alt and then just single click on that point without dragging, because dragging, as you can see, it's allowing me to move the handles and customize the curve. These are really important for you guys to remember. And if we wanted to curve our shape, let me actually make a new one. Let's make like a weird shape, which is all curves. And again, if you hold down Alt and single click, you're going to remove the sharpness. And then I can add curves to one side. Now, if I wanted this to have more of a natural curves, so it's not this weird, I can right click, mask and shape path, Router Bezier. I guess that's how you pronounce it. And then you can see that it curved it in a more natural manner. So if I were to do this myself, let me hit Control D to duplicate. I'm going to turn off the visibility for the first layer. Go to G and just make a shape again. This is the first shape. Let's make another one. So if I were to make my curves freestyle, like without the option that we just added, you can see that it's not going to look that natural. Let me move this guy to the side so you guys can see. Move this guy here. You can see that on the second one, this guy, it's a lot more natural and it's a lot more smooth. But the one I made, it's kind of rocky. And so if you wanted a more natural curve, you can use that option, which is just going on your shape, right click, mask and shape path. And I guess we can't use it on this guy. And you saw that we just go in here and then you hit this guy. All right, let's delete these two. Now what if you wanted to use the pen tool and make a feathered shape? So you saw earlier that once we hit G, we have a mask feather tool. Let's get into that. I'm going to make another shape by connecting my points. I'll hit G again to get this feather icon. So if I were to use this on a regular shape, you can see it's not working. That is because it's a mask feather tool. If you remembered from the previous lessons, when we were working with the shape tool, we knew that we could use the shape tool for either making a shape or creating a mask layer. So right now this is a regular shape, and using the mask feather tool is not going to do much because this is not a mask layer. So let me show how it would work on a mask layer. I'm going to turn the visibility of this layer off. Hold down Control or Command for Mac and hit Y to get your solid option. Choose a random color. Hit OK. Now we have a solid layer. So if I hit G again to get my pen tool, you can see the cursor changes. If I click away, you can see that it's a star. If I click on the blue solid one, it's a mask option. So whatever shape I create is going to be a mask of the shape. So I can do the same thing that I've been doing with the pen tool. Let me undo that. Click and drag to make curves. And I can even use the Alt to sharpen the edges. Go in the mask and shape path. Hit this guy to make a more natural curve. So now that this is a mask on my blue solid one, if I hit G again, I can use the mask feather tool. So you can see now there's like a screen next to it. If I go on the line, it's a plus. And if I drag out, you can see that I'm feathering out my edges. And this is great if you're going to be masking out part of a video where you want everything to look natural. And you can mask it out as much as you want. And yeah, it's going to be really handy when you want to get a smooth effect on your footage. So there we are masking things out. So we're going to be using the pen tool quite a lot in our lessons. Like I said, it's really handy in both animations and in videos. If you're going to edit videos on After Effects, then you can use the mask tool, which would usually be the pen tool, to take out parts of the video that you do not want at that moment. So what that means is that, let me hit Control Z to remove the feathering. I'm going to make another solid layer, so Control or Command Y. Choose another color, let's go for pink, hit OK. Bring this guy below blue solid 1, and I'm going to make a G to get the pen tool. I'm going to make another mask of the pink layer. I'm going to turn the visibility for blue solid 1, make a shape, maybe add extra points, right click, use this to make a smooth curve. Then I'm going to hit V, and I can move the mask around. Alright, so now if I wanted to maybe make a mask layer on top of these guys. Let's actually do something else so it's easier. Let me delete these guys actually. Gonna hit Control Y again, make my shape, bring this guy here, and I'm going to make another solid, Control Y, maybe add like a blue, and bring this below. Alright, so if I make a mask layer on my pink solid, you can see the difference. I'm going to get my pen tool, make a random shape, right click. If I wanted to make it smooth, I can do that. So now you can see we only have this part of the pink solid available. If I open this guy up, open mask, mask 1, we have something for mask path. So I'm going to come from the beginning, turn on the stopwatch, come in maybe 2 seconds. Then I'm going to go in the shape guy, move it to the right maybe. I come all the way a little bit to the right, and you can see it expands. And now you can see that my mask is expanding. But because I moved my solid over here, remember that I brought my solid a bit to the right and the actual layer finishes here. So that is why when we expand our shape, there's nothing over here because the original solid ends here. So that's the way the mask works. You're not creating a shape, but you're just taking everything out except for the shape that you created. You can also expand things. I'm going to turn on mask expansion by 2 seconds. Maybe I'll make it bigger. And again, you can see it cuts off here because our original shape is on this side, as in it ends here. Have the same option for feathering. Turn on feathering, and then come here. Maybe add a few pixels of feathering. There we are. And we can also work with the opacity, so like it fades away as it reaches towards the right. So this is a simple animation with the mask. And you can see it slowly fades away because we changed the opacity. And there we are. So I'm going to see here, we have some options for the mask itself. So if I move the position of my mask and then move forward, you can see that it fades away. But that's if you want it to fade in the first place. And that is how the pen tool works. It's really simple. But again, once we get into the tutorials by the end of this course, it's going to be a lot easier to understand once you use it to make certain styles of videos and animations. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn about the text tool and how we can create text, customize the way they look, and also how we can add mask layers to our text, and all the other things that we can do with a simple sentence or a simple word. Right, so for this lesson, we're going to need a few panels. I'm going to remove the effects and preset panel. We're not going to need this. Instead, except the composition, effects control, project, and the timeline, we're also going to need the character panel. Here it is. And also the paragraph panel. So we need these two because we're going to be working with text. So let's go ahead and create our new composition. Hit OK. And I'm going to make a solid layer so we can better see the text that we're going to add. So hold down Control and press Y or Command Y if you're on Mac. Then choose a color. Let's choose something vibrant, like white. Hit OK, and now we have a white background. So the text tool is next to the pen tool, and to access it, you can just hit Control T, as you can see. So if you want to create a new text layer, you would hold down Control-Shift-Alt-T. In Mac, that would be Command-Shift-Option-T to create a empty text layer. Or another way that you can make a text layer is to go in Layer, New Text. In trouble following the line. There it is. See, Control-Alt-Shift-T. You can make it here, or you can simply grab, let me delete this. Simply grab the text tool and just click once to make a text layer. So you can use any of these methods. And I'm just going to type something in. There we are. So now the text layer is named after what I just typed. And I can just drag it using the selection tool. Just move it anywhere I want. All right, I'm going to go back to the text tool. Just hold down Control-T to access that, or Command-T. Control-A to select every letter. And in the character panel is where we could customize our text, make it look a certain way, change the color, and all of that. So over here is your font. If you open it, you're going to get the fonts that you have installed on your computer. If you want more fonts, you can go to Adobe Fonts, maybe Google Fonts, or any other place that you want. Here I get to choose a font for my text. It's not looking too good. We can't really see anything. Let's choose something like this. So this was my font. And depending on your font, you could have some options for styles. So currently you see we only have 2 options for this particular font. But if you look at some other ones, like this guy, you can see we have more options. And depending on the font that you choose, you can see next to it there's this arrow that indicates that you have options for the style. So if it doesn't have that arrow, you can see there's only one singular style. But if it does have that arrow, we open this guy, you can see we have a lot of options to choose from. And this all depends on the font that you have downloaded, so just read the description to know the styles. If you want to use styles on this, make sure that is included in the font that you're purchasing or downloading. So I'm going to choose the, let me see, a rather thick font so we can see it better. And after I've chosen my font and the style, I can change the color. So over here, we have black and white, if you just want it to be black and white. And if you click on it, the fill color is now black. The fill color is inside each of these letters. And currently we have the white stroke. So behind this, you can see there's a stroked square. That is your stroke color. So I'm going to change that because we can't really see a white stroke. Let's make it red. And again, I'm not seeing it because our stroke is really small. So Control-A and then add to the stroke. And to change my color, make sure you have your letters selected before choosing your color. And I'm going to go here. It's 0. I'm going to set it to 17 pixels. And here you saw that I went from stroke over fill to fill over stroke. Choose whichever you want. And the difference is that when you choose stroke over fill, your stroke color, which is red in our case, is going to be on top of the black. And if you choose fill over stroke, it's going to be the exact opposite. I like to go with fill over stroke. All right, so down here you get to choose the size of your font. If you want it big and small, let me zoom out. This is big, small. You can also click once to type in any number you want. And if you open this guy, you have some numbers to choose from. 72 is too small. I'm going to change this back to fill over stroke. Next to that, we have the space between the 2 words. So we only have 1 word right now. I have to hit enter and write another thing. Let's write goodbye. Control-A again. Zoom out using your scroll wheel. And here, right now, it's set on auto. If I move this around, you can see I'm increasing the space between the 2 words. If I only have this guy selected, nothing is going to change much because there's nothing above or below it. So I'm going to hit Control A to grab everything, or Command A. And usually I recommend that you guys put it on auto. It just saves you some time. You want to make sure the space is suitable. So just put it on auto. And then we have something here, which is the space between each of the letters. So let me bring this guy here. Right now it's on 5. If I increase it, I'm increasing the space between each of these letters. So if I decrease it, I will be squishing all the letters together onto one side. Put it on 0, it's going to be the default space that your font has. So again, if you put the drop-down menu, you can choose a number, or you can just hit on the number and enter anything that you want. And then this guy was the stroke, the thickness of your stroke. So if you go down, if you put it on 0, there's nothing. If you go up, you're adding to that stroke. And then here we have the height of each of the letters. Right now it's at 100%. If we increase it, you can see we're increasing the height. Decrease it, we're squishing it down. So by default, it would be at 100%, which is the regular height of your font. We have the width of each letter, how big each one is. Again, if it's less, you're squishing it together. And notice how the space between the letters are the same. So these two are different. Don't mix them together. This is the width of each of the letters, not the space between the letters. So again, I'm going to go with 100. And then we have the baseline shift. Usually the baseline is at 0. And what the baseline is the line that your letters are going to stand on. So if I grab goodbye and I move the baseline, you can see it's coming down. Then whatever I type next is going to be on that same baseline. So I'm going to hit Control Z, bring it back. Then finally we have the space for each of the letters. These wouldn't really work well with English letters. As you can see, there's a Japanese hiragana character. So these are for certain languages where their characters need to be kind of squished in or expanded if needed. As you saw, if we put this at 0, nothing happens to this letter because it's an English letter. So I'm going to put that back at 100. And then down here, we have some styles. I'm going to undo this. So this is making everything bold. If I press this, I have made my text bold. Undo that, it's back to the regular style. I can make it italic. I can make everything capitalized. It's already like that. Let me see if I can write something normally. Okay, so this font is only capital letters. Let's write something else with a different font. Hit Control A. Let's go to a regular font. Okay. So you can see hello is written in lowercase. If I hit this, it's going to be capitalized. If I undo that, it'll be back to what it was. Hit this guy, it's going to be, the first letter is going to be capitalized and the rest are also capitalized, but they're smaller. You can see here. And then we have the stuff for numbers. If you want to add numbers to your text, you could do this or put it below. Wouldn't really work that well for text. And then down under these, we have some special character options like Hindi digits. And these are just some things you would use for special text. But for our case, there's nothing special about this. So that was the character panel. It's really simple. If you've worked with any other program that includes text, this should be pretty familiar to you. Then below here we have a paragraph panel. I don't really have a paragraph here, but I'm still going to show you guys how it works. I'm going to delete this, just write something. And I'm just going to copy this, Control C, and hit enter. Just make like a few lines. Control A, I'm going to make everything smaller so it fits within our screen. Then move it to the center. And let me also get another panel. If you go in Window, turn on the Align panel. If I hit this guy, it's going to center my layer horizontally, and here it will do it vertically. So you don't have to move it and guess where the center would be. Now this is the Align panel. I'll go back to Paragraph. Now in our paragraph, we have some options. The alignment, you could start from the left, start from the middle, start from the right if you have a text that requires that. And this guy determines the space between the edge of your screen and the start of your paragraph. So if you move it, you can see I'm just moving my text around. And you could also do this with a singular sentence of that paragraph. You could move it forward. So basically the stuff down here is, let me first undo what I did. The stuff down here is for positioning of your paragraph, be it a sentence of it or the entire paragraph. You get to move things around, add spaces to them, and just things that you may need for pieces where there's a lot of text and you just want to make it look balanced. So you can practice with this panel and see how you could make your paragraph look balanced and nice. I'm not going to get into this right now, but you're basically just moving the sentence, the first letter, and all of that. But down here, I'm just going to talk about this. If you're going to be working with a language that starts from the right, you would have to change it into this. So it's right to left text direction. So if you're working with English or languages that start from the left, you would put it on this. But if you're working with languages that start from the right, you would need to change it here. All right, so that was the paragraph. It's nothing important. And now let's move on to the other properties for the text layer. I'm going to delete this guy. Again, hold down Control-Shift-Alt-T or Command-Shift-Option-T to create a new text layer. I'm going to name, as in write something, Control-A. Use the character panel to adjust it. And I'm going to choose another font that looks better. Let me see what I could add. Instead of extra light, I'll go with bold. All right. And then instead of moving it, go to the Align panel. Put it in the center horizontally and vertically. All right. Now go in your text layer and we're going to look at the Transform panel and the other options that we have for text. So if you expand the options down here, you can see instead of one, we have two things. We have one for text and one for transform. The transform tab is just a basic thing where you get to move your text layer in creative ways using scaling, rotation, opacity, and position. Just the animation part. Basically, this panel is available for any layer that you have within After Effects. But we're going to look at this after. Let's look at the text layer. If we expand it, we have three options. I'm going to start with the source text. Source text is actually really cool. It allows you to change the text, the original text, through your determined times. And what that means, let me close this panel, and then move this guy. The Align panel, I'm going to move it up here, just so we can see the full timeline. It allows me to change what my text is saying throughout my composition. So let's see what that means. If I start the stopwatch, there's a keyframe. I'm going to move in, let me zoom into my timeline, move in 2 seconds. And maybe here, I wanted to say something else instead of what I wrote originally. So when I'm here, I'm going to select everything and write something else. And using the Align panel, I'm going to center my thing. If I play this back, you can see it says hello, then it says goodbye. So it's really fun. You can do this as many times as you want. Maybe I'll write something else. Oops, I closed the panel. Go back in here, go to source text. And then I'm going to keep hitting T. Make sure you hit Control T and not T. Grab this guy. Let's write something else. Alright, again, I'm going to align it with the Align panel. So now I wrote 3 different things, and it's going to work perfectly when I play it back. Close this panel again. So that's source text. It's really cool. Definitely recommend that you guys use this in your videos. And I'm going to turn it off and work with the other things. Now below it, we have path options. Now path is also another cool thing that After Effects has. Basically what path stands for is when you create something using the pen tool, so like a wavy line, a straight line, or anything. And then you can make your text move along that line. So right now path is set to none because we don't have any path made with the pen tool. But if I go on my text layer and I get my pen tool, you can see the mask layers next to it. I'm going to create a line, just like a wavy line like this. And now you can see that I have a mask option as well. On the path thing, we have mask 1. So you saw that our text moved on top. And right now it's not going to move unless we turn on the stopwatch. Remember, stopwatch equals animation. So you can make it go reverse. So from the opposite side, flipped. And you can also make it kind of move like as the waves are. So show what that means. We'll show that later. Then we have force alignment, which kind of expands the letters as long as your pen tool is, as in your mask path is. If you do want to use this, make sure that your path finishes within the screen. You can see the edge and like a bit of the O are not fully in because we drew the first point and the last point outside of our composition. And then down here we have the first margin. This is where it would move. And the last margin is something more complicated. We'll get into that in different lessons. Below it, we have more options. These are also for more advanced animations. But for now, because you're just starting out, I'm going to stick with the easier and the basics. I'm going to turn off force alignment. Now I want it to move along this path. So I'm going to, before I turn on the first margin, I'm going to choose the spot where I want my text to start moving, and then I'll turn on my stopwatch, move in a few seconds, and maybe like 3 seconds, and then move it all the way to the end. Alright. I'm also going to turn on this guy. It's already on. Then I'm going to grab both keyframes, F9. Let's play it back. You can see it moves along the path and it disappears because I made it go outside of the screen. Now if I turn off this option, you can see how it's different. So this is with this option turned on, this is without it. So basically when you turn this on, it's going to stand according to the floor that it's on. If you turn it off, it's just going to be random. It's going to be straight no matter what. If you turn it this way, let me zoom in. I'm going to get the hand tool, hit H on your keyboard. You can see when it's on, the bottom of your letters are going to stick with the floor. So if we turn that off, you can see that the letters are standing upwards and half the letters are in the air. Turn that on, zoom out, hit H to move your screen. And yeah, so you can choose whichever you want. I'm going to stick with it turned on, and it's a fun little animation. Now you don't have to do something this simple. Let me delete my mask layer. Just go on mask, hit backspace, and now it's gone. I'm going to do another complicated path. So you can see the option next to my cursor. It's the mask layer. If I'm not selecting this, let me hit M on hello, click away. It's a shape. So make sure that it's not a star next to your cursor, but a mask icon. Let's go back in here. Now you can see it's a mask icon. I'm going to make like a roller coaster effect. So I'm going to make like a circle here and like finish it here. All right. And now I'm going to assign it to my path. So click on mask 1. This guy is on. Let's come down. Move it outside my screen. Turn on the stopwatch. Then move it all the way around. So you can see my letters kind of collapse because my thing is too small, my circle. You can adjust the size of your text too, but I'm just going to leave it like that. Grab both of them, F9. Let's play it back. And you can see how it just flies around. If you wanted to move slowly, you would expand your the space between the two keyframes. So let's go for like, I'm grabbing both of them. Grab the second one. And let's come down to 5 seconds. You can see it's moving a lot more slower. And there we are. So you would determine the speed depending on how much space you leave between the two keyframes. And using that, we just made a really fun effect. And for example, we're going to use the source text option. I'm going to go in the beginning, hit the stopwatch. So it's going to say hello here, but as it comes here, I'm going to write goodbye. So Control A, goodbye. Let's play this back. It's going to move slowly at first. You can see it just switches to goodbye. And if you go in your mask options, open mask 1, you can also change your mask path. So we're going to get into mask things later. You can change the path of it. So if it's like this in the beginning, you can make the end go higher, or anything else that you want. You can feather it out, change the opacity, expand it, and just some basic things, but we wouldn't really need to use feather or opacity because these are not the regular mask options. This is how it would look on a regular layer. Let me go on this guy. Get my pen tool. You can see next to the cursor there is the mask icon. If I create a mask of my solid, white solid, and open the properties of mask, all of them, I can use these to feather things out and change the opacity. So if I reduce the opacity, you can see it fades away. If I feather it out, let me add another solid below it, Control Y. Choose a black one so we can see it. And okay. Bring this guy below. You can see we've feathered out our mask. This is how it looked normally. Then if you feather it out, it's going to expand like this. And if you add a keyframe, let's turn this guy on. Let's say by as soon as this guy hits this circle, we're going to have this guy expand and feather out. So by the time it comes here, I'm going to make it even more feathered out. If you hit play, you can see it's slowly feathering the mask. And we can also make it disappear at the end. So turn this guy on, it's going to be 100, and then around here when the text is gone, I'm going to move it to 0. I'm just going to move the first keyframe here at the time where I want it to start fading. So I guess we'll leave it there. Grab all the keyframes, F9, and play. You can see we added some animation to the mask layer as well. So these are just some options for the mask. If I turn on the expansion, it's also going to be a nice thing. I'm making it bigger. Hit this back. See, it gets bigger. So we'll get into mask layers later throughout the tutorials. Right now, as a shape, it's not that interesting, but once you use it on top of a video or animation, it's going to look really cool. So I'm just going to delete this mask. Just go on mask 1, hit backspace. Right, and I'm going to hit M on white solid 1. Go back to the hello. Right, I'm going to close this mask thing. So we made this really simple text over path animation, and you can see it's really fun and really simple. It didn't take that long at all. I'm going to set this back to none, and then I'll delete the path. Just go on mask and then hit backspace. And I'm going to turn off the source text. And there we are. Hit M to close everything. So now let's look at the regular transform options that we have for this layer. So just expand this. And using these guys, we can just do some simple animation. So I'm going to move this guy all the way to the end. I'm going to make sure it's aligned perfectly in the center vertically. Then I'm going to turn on the stopwatch, and at like 2 seconds, I'm going to make it go all the way to the end. So if you're not seeing this, then it means that your stopwatch is not turned on. And then while it's moving, I wanted to, so let's first see it moving, F9. Never skip on the F9. You want to make sure it looks good. You can see the text just flies away vertically. Now let's look at some other options. So let's say when it's here, I wanted to, I guess I'll start from the beginning. In the beginning, I wanted to kind of rotate downwards. Turn on the stopwatch. When it's here, almost at the center, I'm going to make it come back to 0. So I'll bring this guy close. So it's like going like that. Again, F9. Then I will make it go to scale and make it a little smaller. Turn on the stopwatch. Come around the part where it stands up straight here. Then I'll make it larger than it was, come a few frames, and then go back to 100. Hit OK, F9. Grab the first one and bring it closer. And I'm also going to make it fade, although we don't need to make it fade because it goes out of the screen. Hit back. You can see it's a really silly animation. We were able to do that using these guys. Now let me turn and delete all of these guys. I did want to show and talk about the anchor points of your text layers. Center our text. Currently it's set to this corner. So if I wanted to scale this in or out, you can see that it's going to come out from the corner, the left corner. Hit F9. So it's like this. So if you're going to scale your text, you want to make sure that the anchor point is set to the part where you want your text to appear from. You close the paragraph panel and open this guy all the way. So going on the anchor point tool, I can use this to go around my text. So if it's in the center and I play it back, you can see it appears from the center. If I go back and, or actually let's do it here. If I bring it in the center down, Play it back. It's going to appear from the center but below. So the anchor point is really important. It also applies to the rotation of your text. Let's bring these away for a second. And I'm going to rotate it like this. So because it's set at the center, you can see it's rotating around that point. But let me set it to 0. If I bring the anchor point to the corner, you can see that it flips throughout that point. And so that's why you need to make sure that your anchor point is set correctly. Let's do a fun little animation with this while we're here. Hit this to 0. Just reset everything. So I'm going to bring it upwards. Turn this on. Bring it a few frames in. Bring it down, or just type in 0. Tap on the number, hit 0. So we have this guy. All right. And if we hit F9 and go to the source text, we can make a nice little animation. I'm going to come down to the point where it reaches the floor. Go up here. Turn on the bring hello in the beginning. Go back to where it was. And then we're going to write another thing. So Control T. Control A, like that. So, see, it's a little nice text change. It obviously needs more supporting animations to make it look better, but I'm just demonstrating how you can work with these layers. Click on the layer, hit M to close everything. We also have some more options over here. There's an animate and there's like a play button next to it. I'm going to reset my transform tab because I do not need these anymore. Reset everything. Just turn off the rotation as well. Alright, so let's close this off. Now in animate, we have the options that we have for the transform tab. They're also here. Can change the fill color, stroke width, which we can do up here as well. But we have some other things that we can do, like a blurring animation. You can see now I have a range selector and there's blur. And there's also a stopwatch next to it, which means I can animate this too. I'm going to turn it on and then come in a few frames and kind of like blur out my text. Play it back. You can see it blurs out. And then below that, open range selector. You can change the start and end point of these guys. So start, you can like move it somewhere, and then at the end, you can, I don't know, just work with these and make it look nice. Just playing around with these numbers. So it's like a weird animation with the start point and the end point. If you play it back, I mean, we only have 2 letters, that's why it's looking weird. So this is, for example, if you had like a long word, you can make the blurring take place slowly and start from like the left and kind of like hand through each of the letters, making them blurred one by one. So we'll get into these later too. And I'm just going to turn off my blur and hit M on my keyboard. So that is how you work with the text tool and all the different panels that are required for it. Again, it's really simple. If you just play around and practice with it, you'll only get better. And now that we know how to work with the text tool, in the future lessons, we will be able to create cool animations and other types of motion with the text tool. I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'll see you guys in the next lesson. Another helpful tool in After Effects is the brush tool. With this tool, you get to create frame by frame animations or maybe add some cool neon lines to your current video. So in this lesson, we're going to see how it works, and in the further tutorials, we're going to see how we could add those really cool line animations that you see are placed on top of dancing videos. I'll show a clip to show you what I mean, but for now, let's understand the brush tool and see how it works. Let's make a new composition. And then we are going to import videos, or you could just add a solid. So if you want to make a solid, hold down Control and Y. Or if you're on Mac, Command Y. Choose a color. Let's go for white. And there's our solid. So, and then we're going to get our brush tool. But notice that even though I'm on the brush tool, I cannot draw anything. You can see I can't really do anything, and my cursor is not different. So to access any of these three tools, you need to be on the layer of that footage that you have. So right now I'm on the composition, but if I double click on this layer, you can see I'm now in the actual layer. So when you're in here, you're just working with the overall look of the layer within that composition, but when you go into the layer itself, you're working with a more detailed perspective, and you get to add things that you can't add in the composition. So that includes using the brush tool, the clone tool, and the erase tool. So now that I'm in the layer white solid 1, I'm going to get my brush, hold down Control B if you want to get it with a shortcut, and now you can see that my cursor is different. And you also saw that I got these 2 extra panels before this was there. Effects and presets. I'm actually going to close this. The panels that we're going to need for this lesson are the paint panel, the brushes panel, and this is optional, but you can also get the align panel. If you're not seeing any of these, by default when you click on the brush tool, these should appear on their own, but if you're not seeing them, just go to Window, turn on brushes, and paint, which is down here. Oh wait, it's up here. And paint. So, in the brushes panel, you would need to first adjust the size of your brush. Right now you can see nothing is visible, so I'm going to make one singular stroke. Delete that. I'm going to go to paint, and I'm going to click on this guy and then change the opacity. So the opacity is how visible your brush is. So if it's at let's say 23%, you can see it's barely there. If it's at 100, you can see it's fully visible. And the flow is the intensity of the stroke. So if it's a low number, you can see that it's really light. Usually when you're dealing with blending or just painting in general, you would be working with the flow quite a lot. And if the flow is at 100, then it's just your regular brush. So you would adjust these. Next to that, we have the tip of our brush, or the size of it. Right now it's 13. We open this, you get to change the color. You can choose any color you want. And if you're working with 2 colors at the same time, you can switch this and then change your second color. So you can alternate between the 2 when you're drawing. So now I get to have this purple pink color. If I switch that, I have this blue color. If you hit X on your keyboard, you're switching between the 2 colors. And then we have the eyedropper tool. So if you have an image and you want to get that specific color, you would get this guy and then go over that color to get it. You can see I sampled the light blue, and now I have another color. And if you want to switch back to black and white, just hit this guy, and now it's black and white. Then down here we have some blending modes, which we will get into later. It's not that important for this lesson. We have the channels. These are also things that we will get into other lessons. But one thing that I did want to mention is the duration. So the duration of your brush is basically how long will that brush stroke last. So if I Right now it's on constant, so if I go forward in time, you can see it's still there. But if I want to do a frame by frame animation, I would have to put it on single frame. And it's still there, so I need to delete all of these guys. Let me just delete all of these brushes. If you open the white solid layer and then open Effects, go to Paint, you get to select all of your brushes. Hold Shift to select all of them. You can see they're outlined, and then hit Backspace once to remove them. Or you can hold down Control or Command and press C to undo your actions. And remember that the eraser tool, if you don't put the right setting, it's going to erase the white solid too. Now if I go back to the brush tool, I'm still on the layer panel and go to single frame. Now if I add something and then move in one frame, I'm moving one frame at a time by holding down Control and then using my left and right arrow keys. That's Command right or left arrow key. And this is my first frame. I hold down Control right arrow key and you can see that it disappears. Then I can add another shape. Control right arrow key, another shape, Control arrow key, even more shapes. So if I play this back, hit Backspace, went by really quickly because we're moving frames by frames. You can see I'm adding a bunch of shapes, and they're each placed on a single frame because we have set it to single frame. You can also customize this, so you can move it up for maybe 5 frames. Let me grab and delete all of these guys. So if I want one of my paint layers to last for maybe 5 frames, and remember our project is set to 24 frames per second, or actually 30 frames per second. So to make 1 single second of motion, I need 30 frames of media. So I'm going to go back to Align. So if I want something to last for 30 frames, let me make this smaller. Find 30 frames. You can see here it's 15. Once it reaches 30, it becomes 1 second. You can see 1 second. So if I want it to last this long, I would have to set this to 30. So whatever I draw is going to last for 30 seconds. 30 frames, sorry. So I will draw something like this. And now you can see it expanded as long as 30 frames. So you get to customize it. Let's say if I were going to draw a smiley face, I'm going to draw the eye, the other eye, and I want these 2 eyes to last for 30 frames. Then I'll come in here at around 15 frames. I'm going to make this like 15 because I want it to be there for the second half. And then I'll draw like a smiley face. You can see it's here. I'm going to go up here and then change this to 15 frames as well, but make it like a poker face. So if I play this back, you can see the smiley is just, the eyes are just normal and then it smiles. So you can really use this duration custom option. It's really helpful for single frame animations. Let me delete these. Delete all these layers. Alright, so let's go back to the constant thing. And right on is actually cool as well. Let me do something like this. So basically, this will follow the stroke of whatever I draw. And let me make something better. Expand my timeline. That's right. Although you would have to do it in 1 single stroke, so I cannot write hello like this. I need to do it in a single stroke, which I'm not really good at cursive, but let's see what we could do. Can put the I there. So now if I play this back, you can see it's following my stroke, and I am writing hi in an almost cursive way. Alright, and you can see the keyframes down here. Let me open brush 1. And then we have stroke options. You can see the start is at 0% because it's starting from the beginning, and the end is set to this duration. So this is also another helpful thing. Let me delete this and look at the other things that we have. So I'm going to add a media to my project panel. So just open this, go to project, and I'm going to double click to import something. Let's import, say, this image that we have. This video. I'm going to drag my video on top of my white solid one. And then I'm going to go to my selection tool and kind of scale this back to the original size. Zoom in. All right. So this also applies for videos or any other media. So if it's an image, if it's a video, you get to add this brush stroke to it. I'm going to double click. Let me first close this. Double click on my video layer. And now I'm in it. Get the brush. And now because I'm on a video, you can see I have options for brushes. So I can choose the roundness. These are just some presets. So if you look at my brush tip, you can see they're different. These are some presets if you want to quickly get a brush. Then down here, you get to make your own style. This is the diameter, the size of your brush. So if you expand it, it will be bigger. Make it smaller, it becomes smaller. We also have angle, which does not apply for brush tips like this because it's a circle. But if you were choosing one of these guys, go in here and make it bigger so we can see. If I change the angle, right now it's like this. If I make it another angle, you can see it's turning. Then we have the roundness, which is the, we're kind of squishing the circle in to make this line. If I expand it all the way, it becomes a circle again. If I remove it, it's just a straight line. Then we have the hardness. Right now you can see the edges of my brush is faded out. This is a soft brush, but if you want a hard brush, you would have to turn this to 100. And you can see that the edges are sharp, unlike the first brush. If you remove it, you're going to have a soft brush. Then we have spacing. This is the distance between these brush marks, which I guess we could try it with something else. Let me choose a bright color because we have a dark video. And this controls the space between the two. Let me undo that. So if I make the space, I add to the space, you can see the tip is separating. And if I remove it completely, it's just going to be one singular line. All right. So that was the spacing. Let's go back to the default, which was like 27. And then we can save current settings as a new brush preset to put it in here. So I'm going to make one with a hard round brush. Just make it a little bigger so we can see it on the video. Guess this will do. I'm going to leave the roundness like this. And I'm going to hit this to make a new brush. Let's call it default brush. Hit OK. And now I have 181 default brush. All right, then we have brush dynamics. These would often be used for maybe if you're drawing something or you're painting in a section of your video. But we're just going to quickly go over them. And you could delete the brush if you don't want it, by the way. Just hit this. So in the brush dynamics, we have the size. Currently, it's on pen pressure. So the pressure that you add on this as you draw is going to determine the size. So if I stay on that area for too long, it's going to be a big brush. But just do a single click. You can see it's really light. But that would usually work with a soft round brush. And let me set this to constant. So you can see if I go like this, it's different from when I do this. So when I'm doing this, I'm adding pen pressure. You can see the difference between these two. This guy is a lot more intense and the edges are a lot more visible. But the one where we barely added any pressure, it's going to be really light like this. And then we have a minimum size. You can add that. So it adds to the pressure. You can see the difference between this guy and that guy. You hit Control Z. And we have a lot of paint strokes right now because we were on right on. So I'm going to delete all of these. Go back. Hit M to close that. And then down here we have the angle. Again, the dynamic control for the angle would be useful if you're having one of these guys. But with a circle brush, it's not going to be that helpful. The roundness, you can also determine it by the pen pressure. So you can see that it's like fading out around here. And then we have the opacity, which you could also change to pen pressure, which with a mouse, it's not going to be that helpful if you're actually having a pen to draw on your surface, like maybe a tablet or anything. These would be helpful. And then we have the flow, which we talked about it here. It's the same thing, but for the dynamics where you're working with an actual brush. But for now, I'm just going to turn these off, all of them. Then I'll delete all of the brushes that I just made. Come down here, open this up. You have 25 brush strokes. And if you wanted to delete any of them, you could just go on the number. You can see it gets highlighted. Then you would hit backspace to delete that. Just gonna delete all these layers. And then close this off. Alright, so for a video like this, you could do the frame by frame animation. So go to single frame. And then you're going to adjust the size of your brush. Let me make it small. I'm going to zoom in using my scroll wheel. Hit Edge to move up towards the area where you want to animate. And maybe we should kind of make an outline from the scarf. Let's try that. So on that layer, use the hand tool to move to the right place. You can also expand your composition window. Just move it to the side like that. And then I'm going to go on my brush, adjust the size. This is still too big. I'm going to go with like 21 pixels. Choose my color. White will do. And then I'm just going to lightly outline her scarf. Now, because this is single frame, you want to make sure you're doing a single stroke. Alright, and then I'm going to hold down Control or Command on Mac and hit the right arrow key to move to my next frame. So this was the first frame, this is the second one. And I'm going to kind of expand that halo that we drew. And not going to be too precise. Oops. If you spend time on it, if you have a pen with you to work on your laptop, then that is going to be really helpful if you want to make precise strokes. Especially if you're trying to accurately outline your subject or maybe add a few complementary objects within your animation. I'm going to keep moving until I reach the edge of my composition. So I'm just going around. Next frame, let me zoom out. See my previous frame. Okay. Then I'm just going to go make some random strokes at this point. This is the last one. All right. Now, if we play this back, let me hit Fit. If we play this back, you can see that I have these random strokes, which looks pretty nice. But again, if it's more detailed, it's going to look better. So this is what I was talking about in the beginning of this lesson. You've probably seen these dance videos where the person is dancing and there's these brush strokes next to them. This is how you create them. Obviously, you would have to add some effects, maybe some neon effect, and we're going to get into those in another lesson. But for now, this is how the animation works. I'm going to open the paint option and just delete my brushes. Alright, so down here we also have the paint option. So let me draw something else. Let me change this to constant first. Draw a circle here. Do another one. Okay. So if I open my effects panel, I have this option for paint. So right now paint on transparent is turned off because I don't have anything transparent right now. But if you go in brushes, first of all, you have the option for the blending mode. And if you open brush 1, which is the stroke for this guy, and each stroke that you do is going to have its own brush layer. We can change the path of our brush. So I'm going to make it like this. And then in a few more seconds, I'm going to do like a heart. So basically it's going to be a circle. It's going to render first. It's a circle, then it turns into a heart. Now I'm going to let it render for you guys so we can see it better. Let me go back to the composition and then just cut my clip to this much. Let it render so you guys can see. So you guys can see it's a circle and it turns into a heart. This is another cool thing with the brush animation. Let's go back to the layer. So this was the path. Let me turn that off. We have some stroke options. If you open that up, let me open up my timeline. We have the stroke options for the start and the end. This is related to the right on that we had. But let me see where it is. Okay. So if I add a start, it's going to start from some point and then end at another point. I'll drag my brush here, go to the beginning, turn it on at 0%, finish it off at 100%. So it's like, you can see it's like undoing itself. Pretty nice. Let's see it rendered. So I'm going to render it for you guys. You can see it's like undoing the stroke on its own. Now, the difference between start and end is that this is where we first started. So it's starting from the point that we drew, and the end is starting from the last point that we drew. That's the difference. So if you're typing something or writing something, let me delete this. I'm gonna delete brush 1, make another thing like go on brush and draw something that would have a start and finish. So let's do the cursive, somehow cursive high without the thing. And then we're going to open brush 1, come down to stroke options, hit the start at 0%. So this is the point where we first started, and this is the end point. So I'm going to start from here, and then by the end of my video, I'm going to go to 100%. So let's play that back, let it render. You can see it disappears from the start point. And if I do this with the end point, let me delete these, turn on the end. Oops, go in the beginning of my clip, turn on the end stopwatch, come all the way back and make it 0. Let's go back in the composition. You can see that it's undoing itself from the end. Though we left the start at 29, that's why half of the letter is not there. So turn this to 0 to get the whole thing back. Let's let it render. And you can see it's starting from the end and then moving towards the start. So this is the difference between the start and the end stopwatch. We also have a stopwatch for color, and that just means that in the beginning it's going to be white. And then if you move towards the end or at any point, you can change the color. Let's choose another vibrant color. Let's go for green. And now if I play this back, you can see it turns to green. So it's really nice. You could use it for, let's say, a Halloween video where the text is white and then it turns to a red. It's a fun thing to do. Then we have a diameter, which we saw that the diameter is the size of your brush tip. And if you change that, right now it's at 21. You can see 21 here. I'm going to turn this on, and then by the end of my video, I'm going to make it like 50. So it's going to get bigger as it disappears. You can see it gets bigger. Then we have the angle. Again, the angle is not going to be that great with a circular brush tip. So I'm going to turn this on and move in a few frames. You can see not much changes, but if we had one of those thin brushes, it would be nice to have. Turn that off. We have the hardness of our brush, so we can start with a hard round. And then at the end, we could make it kind of soften the edges. So go to like 0. Wait for a preview. And you can see it's sharp and then it turns softer as it goes. Alright, and then we have the roundness of our brush. You can also turn this on, and then by the end you can kind of slim the brush tip. Let's go for 30. So you saw it became thinner. Play this back. You can see that the brush tip changes. Let me zoom in. It's changing as the timeline continues. Let's go for spacing. We can also add a stopwatch for spacing. So first, it's the current spacing that we added in the brush panel. You can see it's 25, 25. Move in a few frames. We can make it just like this. 241. Play that back. You can see the spacing disappears. Let me move towards the text. Zoom out. All right. So you can see we added a few animations to our brush stroke. We also have one for channels. This is about the coloring. I usually leave mine on RGBA. Unless you want to do something special, you can also go on RGB. We'll talk about these in further lessons. And then if you want your brush stroke to disappear, you can use the opacity stopwatch. So in the beginning, it's at 100%. By the end of the video, it's 0. So you can see the brush stroke just ends and disappears as it goes on. You can also do the same thing with the flow, but because we added a spacing, it's not going to be much different. And these are just some really cool options that we have for the stroke options. If you open color, you can also add no, currently it's on the value. Let's turn that off. And that was the transformations that we have for the stroke. Let me delete all of these guys. Remove everything. All right. Let me close the brush one options. Sorry, the stroke options. And then below it, we have transform brush one. We come out of that place. If you open transform brush one, you're working with the brush stroke. So if I turn on position, these are just familiar things that is available for every layer. Let me move it here. You can see my text is moving around. You add a scale. Let me go in the beginning. You add a scale. You can see it becomes the size that you assign it to. You add rotation, it rotates as it goes to wherever you're adding a keyframe. You play that. So you can see it's like moving, it's turning, it's becoming smaller. And then down here we have some compositing options. If you go and open this up, you can change the opacity of the effect. So let me go in the beginning, add a stopwatch, and then make the effect disappear by the end. So it's turning, it's becoming smaller, and it just fades away. Right, and then I'm going to just delete these guys. That was just everything related to the brush. Make sure you put the values back to where it was. Oops, 100%. And remove this. And just move the position to wherever you want. Because the stopwatch is not on, that means that I'm not animating. And we can turn the effect opacity to 100%. So that was everything related to the paint. Because this is underneath this video, the transform is the transform for the video. So it has nothing to do with your text. You can see if I remove the, if I scale it in or out, my text is just moving with it. But if I want to add a specific kind of effect for my text, I have to do it within the paint window. Just set this back to whatever it was. So because the paint was on this video, you can see we added that here. Whatever I do, my paint is just going to move along with my video because it's a part of the video right now. If I want to add a special effect, I would have to go in the paint panel below the effects. If I want to turn paint off completely, just hit on this FX icon and you can see it goes away. If you want to delete it completely, just go on Paint or Effects and hit Backspace once. And now we only have the standard transform option for this thing. Alright, so let me close this and make a new layer. Layer new. And I'm just going to see what kind of thing I can add. Let's go for a null object. Actually, we're going to learn null objects later. For now, I'm just going to continue with a new layer. You can add certain adjustments to it. We already made a solid layer. It's the white one below. And see what else we could add. Guess we wouldn't need anything. So that was the paintbrush tool within the After Effects toolbar. I'm going to quickly go over the erase tool as well. It just erases parts of your video. So I'm in the video layer. Again, if you close it, double tap on that layer. If I get the eraser tool, again, you have the option to change the opacity of it and all of that. And I can just simply delete that layer. You can see, because my composition color is black, it's going to turn into black. Undo that. Alright, so that's the eraser tool. You're just erasing parts of the video. And down here, if you don't want to erase parts of the video, we have layer source and paint. You can change it to paint only. So if I drew something with the paintbrush, just something like this, I'll go on the eraser and make sure you change it to paint only. So that way I'm only changing the the paint stroke and not my video. If I want to erase my video, just go to layer source and paint. So it deletes, removes everything. If you go to last stroke, it's just going to remove any last erase action that you did. So it's just erasing the erased parts and bringing back my video. Like so. And similar to the paint brush, we have the same thing for the eraser. So each of these have the path, and then we have the stroke options. It's the exact same thing, except obviously the brush tool adds strokes to it and the eraser removes strokes to it. Removes strokes from it. So that's the only difference. but the rest is the same. We have the start and diameter and all of that. You can change the diameter here if you want a large erase action. You can see I made it larger. And we have the same channels that we did. This is the only thing that's different. And you get to change the options down here. You don't really get to change your brush thing because you won't need any of these guys to erase. Let's go to paint. And yeah. So just some regular things. You can also use, if you go on paint only, you can go according to your brush duration. So if your brush duration was set on single frame, you can also change this. So if I'm erasing something in a single frame, let's actually demonstrate that. I'm going to delete paint from this. Turn off the visibility for a second. Go to, and also get out of this layer. I'm on the white solid layer, white solid one, double click. If I add a paint stroke, let me make this black so we can see it, and set it on single frame and draw something like this. If I move another frame, so I can show you the after, and make another stroke the opposite way. So I have this on the first frame, this on the second frame. And again, I'm moving forward by holding down Control and pressing the right arrow key to move forward, and the back arrow key to go backwards, which is actually the right arrow key for moving forward, the left arrow key for moving backward. So if I just want to erase this frame without touching this guy, I have to go on my eraser tool first and go to single frame, then set it on paint only. So that way I'm only erasing the paint for this particular frame, and I'm not touching the white solid before. So you can see in the next frame, the stroke is still there and it looks normal. If I set it to constant, let me hit Control Z to get that back. If I set this to constant and still on paint only, I'm going to, let me do like a scribble. If I move forward, you can see that on the second frame, it's also erased in those parts that I use the eraser tool. Go back, Control Z. If I set it to layer source and paint, I'm just erasing the white solid one and the stroke. So move forward in frame, you can see that it's still there no matter which frame I go to. If I change it to, let's hit Control Z first. If I change it to, I actually deleted my thing. Let me do that again. If I change it to the other option that we had, which is last stroke only, let me first make an erased option like here. If I go to last stroke only, I'm only going to be erasing the parts that I erased. So I'm not erasing the brush stroke. You can see it's still there. And if I go to paint only, you can also set the option. So if I go to right on and then hit layer source in paint, let me delete or just move a few frames forward. I'm deleting these parts, but I'm also doing it in an animation way. So you can see it's deleting and the animation is following my stroke. It looks really nice. And yeah, so that was how you use the eraser tool and the brush tool. They're definitely really helpful. In the future lessons, we're going to see how we can use them for more complex projects and how we can make our videos look cooler by using these tools. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. Okay, let's go over one of the other tools that is really handy in After Effects, especially when it comes to videos where you have unwanted objects or even people. If you want to remove something from videos, this is the lesson that you're going to need. We're going to be talking about the clone stamp tool, which is up here. If you've worked with Photoshop, then you know exactly what this guy does. It's really helpful to copy and clone a certain amount of pixels onto other parts of the footage. So let's get started. I'm going to make my composition. And then I'm just going to drag in some videos that I have downloaded. These videos will be available in the resource pack that you can get from this course. So I'm going to bring those in. There we are. I have 3 videos. And I'm just going to close the panels I don't need. Effects and presets. Don't need that. And I'm going to drag in these 3 videos onto my timeline. And once I zoom out, you can see some of them have been scaled in. So I'm just going to bring them back and make them as big as my composition. And I wanted to mention a few things about the videos that we have. I have 3 examples right now. The first one, you can see, I'm going to let it kind of render so we can see it. Essentially, when you want to use the clone stamp tool, you want to make sure that the video that you have is still. So it's not moving, it's shot on a tripod, because if it moves, that fixed area is going to be moving around and kind of showing the object that you didn't want in the first place. So I'm going to let these videos run for 5 seconds and then I'll just cut the rest because I won't be needing them. So this guy, I'll make this guy 5 seconds long. And bring this guy here. Another 5 seconds. Turn on the visibility. And then another 5 seconds for the final video. Control-Shift-D to cut your videos. And then I'll just drag and close this off so that our video loops. Then I'll let it run again. So we can see exactly what type of videos we're working with, and I can explain the things that we need to look out for when we're trying to download a video for the clone stamp tool. So a little bit more rendering, and then I can show you guys the preview of the videos. Alright, so the first video, you can see it's moving. It's a really slight movement, but we have this candle and we have this lady. The second video is completely still. We only have 1 moving element in here. The third video was shot by a drone. It's again really slow. And basically all of these videos, except for the one in the center, have some sort of movement. And once I move forward with this lesson, you will see exactly why we need to make sure our videos are still and our videos are not moving around. Okay, so if I grab the clone stamp tool, you can see I got a random window. I'm going to drag paint and put it on this side. We also got our brushes panel. I'll just bring this next to this. Alright, so we have our timeline. So when you click on this, you will get the paint and the brushes panel. If you're not seeing these, it should come by default, but if for any reason it didn't, just turn on paint and brushes. So if I go on brushes, we have brushes as well. So if I grab my clone tool and if I click on this, you see nothing happens. That is because these are the previews of the layers. So we're not directly working with the layers, but we're just seeing the previews that we can maybe add a certain animation to it. So in order to get the layer of this video, we need to double click on that layer. So you see, this is where we were before. Now we have a tab for layer that's named after the video. I can zoom out. Now I can work with my clone stamp tool. And you can see I have a different cursor now. And it's going to be the same thing as Photoshop. It's not that different. But if you're not, you haven't worked with Photoshop, then it's okay. We will review everything together. And we made a course for Photoshop, so you can check that out. And over here we have some clone options. You also have the brush option. Right now it's 21 pixels. It's really small. And I can make my brush bigger. And let's make our brush a little bigger. I brought this guy out, put it back where it was. I'm going to enter a diameter of maybe 200 pixels. You can see we're able to see our brush now. You can change the roundness, the hardness. Right now we have a feathered brush, and if we add on to the hardness, you can see it becomes sharp. But if you remove the hardness, it's going to be feathered out. For cloning, you definitely want it to be feathered out. You do not want this because the edges of your cloned area are not going to blend in with the rest of the video, and that will be really obvious. Alright, so after I have set my brush, here are some other types of brushes that you have. See, we got some for, I guess these are good for drawing. The diameter is the size of your brush. You can change the angle if you want. It's not really helpful for this current brush because it's just a circle, but if you're going to use any of these, the angle will come in handy. Going to type 0. Roundness, again, if you remove it, it's going to change the size of your brush. I'm going to leave it like this. Hardness, we talked about it. We're going to remove it for our example. And the spacing is the space between each of the brush stroke. And the tip of the brush marks, this would be for things like these. The brush we currently have doesn't really need that. I'm just going to leave it at default. Down here we have brush dynamics. And basically, let me make this bigger. Basically, you get to change the size. Is it determined by pen pressure or the stylus wheel, the pen tilt? I usually leave mine on the pen pressure, which means that if I stay on one part too long and I keep going around it, it's going to become darker. If I just do a quick stroke, it's just going to be regular. And then we have the minimum size, which means that if I'm lightly going around, how many percent of my brush tip do I want to be on my screen? You have the angle. I'm going to leave it on pen tilt, so if I change my angle, it's going to follow along. The roundness, again, you can choose either one of these. The opacity, you can also choose these. These are usually things you would use for painting, so with the brush tool. But for the clone tool, we're just going to leave things as it is. We don't really care about the pressure and all that, because we're just going to be drawing a big, or maybe a small, depending on the object, a big selection, and we just want it to blend in. So this is all that matters. Make sure that hardness is at 0. Okay, after I've set my brush, come back to paint. We have some clone options. So down here you can see source is set to our current video. You can see the name here. Make sure it's on that because we're going to be working with this. And over here we have some presets for our clone stamp brush. And you can see that their names are listed. We're going to be getting into these later. And you can work around with these. I'm just going to leave it as default because like we said, I'm just going to go in the basics of the tool. And then in further tutorials, we're going to learn more about the little options that we could use to make our videos better. All right, so like Photoshop, you will hold down Alt or Option. You can see if I hold down Alt, my cursor changes. You will hold down Alt on Windows, Option on Mac to choose a source point, and you're basically cloning that source point and placing it over the area that you're going to draw. So I'm going to make my brush a little bigger because I'm trying to get rid of this candle and make sure my brush will cover it. Because 500 will do. Come back to paint. So my source point, I'm going to use this part next to it. So hold down Alt, click once on that area. And now if I go over it, you can see I'm copying that part and I'm creating clones Let me delete that. Do that again. Hold this down, click once, and then just go in one stroke before letting go of my cursor. Alright, I'll make another one. Hold down Alt. Just remove the rest of this candle. And this could happen. Sometimes you end up copying different parts of the video. So just go over it again. Choose a different source point and just remove that area. Alright, so you saw we removed the candle. And we get to choose the duration. Right now you see I started from the middle of my clip. So if I go a few frames, we still have the candle. The candle is still here. If I go over here, it's gone. So you want to start from the beginning of your video. I can just drag these guys and move them to the end. And just do that real quick. Move them here, and then I can expand the duration of my clone. So I want this to be until the end of my clip, so I will just expand the clonings for as long as my video goes. I will kind of make my clip larger, the timeline. You can see I missed a few spots. Make sure that it's aligned with the beginning and the end of your clip so you don't have some bald spots near the end. Now that I zoomed in, I can see there's some spots that I missed. Just make it as large as your clip. All right, let's zoom out. I'm gonna let this render. It's going to be laggy until it renders. Now, because this video has a little bit of movement, we might get some displacement of our clone. What that means is that sometimes the area that we chose for cloning might end up here and the candle will be revealed again. I'm going to close this layer tab. Then I'll render it. Just going to wait for it to render. And then we can see the full video. All right. Now let's see. Now because the movement is really minimal, you can see the candle is not being revealed. But if I had a shaky video, the candle would have been revealed. I'm going to demonstrate how that will look in another video, the third one of the boat. So now you saw that using the clone tool, I was able to remove something that I didn't want from my video, and that was the candle. I have the clone options down here. You can see if I close the effects, if I open the layer for my video, I now have an effects panel. If I open that, we have a paint one. And if you open that again, we have the clones listed. So if you open clone 3, it's going to be the third stroke that we added. We can change the path. So if it was here, I can add a stopwatch so that by the end of, let's say, 3 seconds, it ends up here. We have stroke options. You can change the diameter and the angle. Add a stopwatch so it becomes larger as it goes. And then we have the same options for all of the clones. We also have some transform options, the regular things we would get for any other layer. Because we added 3 strokes, we have 3 clone layers, and in here you can change the blending modes. We have the effect opacity, so if you want the cloning to fade away, let me show how that looks. So it's at 100% here, and let's say here I'll make it 0. So it's going to see if we can see it. You can see the candle suddenly appears. And because of my video, it does create that spooky scene where the candle suddenly appears out of nowhere. So you can use that. It's really cool. Turn that off. We also have the regular transform tab for the video, not the clone. So you can see they're different. They're 2 different panels. I'm going to hit M to close that. All right, so I'll have to go back in this guy and turn it to 100. Okay, there it is. Close that off. Now let's look at another video. I'm going to leave the middle one for last. So this guy, the drone shot, it's moving. And let's say I want to remove this boat. That means that I need to move my clone along the path. If I go in here, I'm going to double click on this layer. We get a layers. We enter the layer panel of that video. I'm going to hit Edge on my keyboard to get to this singular boat. Hit V and go into Clone Tool. And I'm going to make this small on purpose, so I get to show you guys what I mean when I ask you guys to get a still video. Let me make this like 100 pixels. You can see it's really small. Hold down Alt to choose a source point. And let me choose one here. And we're going to use and copy that section to cover the boat completely. Making it small on purpose. Alright, so I covered this up. I hit Edge, see what this is. Alright, just gonna leave that be. And move the screen towards the center. Alright, so if I play this back, go to my composition, let it render, then play it back again. You can see in the beginning, it's okay, and it starts to reveal the boat that we tried to get rid of. So that's why you want to make sure that your video is not moving that much and you don't have a shaky footage. And if it is shaky, you got to work with the keyframes for the clone path. But the thing is that for this guy, because there's a big blue space next to it, we could make a really big clone brush and hit and hide this big area completely. So if it did move, it would not reveal the boat. So let me delete all of these clones and backspace. Come in the beginning, double click on my layer to get into the layer panel, go to the clone tool, make my brush really big, so like 600 pixels, even bigger, 700. So if it did end up moving, it wouldn't be as bad as we saw right now. I'm going to make it a little smaller. I'll just make a bunch of clones together. So hold down Alt or Option and then start painting away the boat. And you gotta hide anything that comes out with it. So I'm gonna make my brush a little smaller. And just hide anything that is being unveiled. Let's move in a few frames and see if it's working okay. And now you can see the boat is nowhere to be found because we covered a big spot instead of just the boat. So if I get out of here and kind of render this for a preview, let's go in again. You can see the boat is nowhere to be found and my clone is not moving, as in it's big, but the movement will not affect it because I covered this whole area. Before that, I just covered this small boat, so obviously it's going to move when my footage is also moving. So you saw how we were able to remove an unwanted object. We could also remove these little spots. So let me do that as well to show that you can have multiple clones at the same time. Hold down Alt, click once, and then continue to cover up these little spots. Because they are really tiny, it's a lot easier for me to remove them. Just do a single click. And we have some more. I'm going to zoom in, hit Edge to get the hand tool and just move around here. Make it smaller. Actually make it big enough so both of them can fit. Double click. Hit once. It's too big. All right. Do the same thing here. Then we have this final guy, which I'll have to make my brush really small. Zoom in. Hit edge to move around. Go to the clone tool and then just grab one of these and cover this area completely. Then I'm going to play it back and see if it's okay. So we saw that I need to make this area bigger. I will actually just remove this entire dark blue area. It's a lazy way to get rid of things. And I'm going to expand this clone 16. You can see we have a lot of clones. And yeah, now we're not seeing it. Let me see the other things. So these guys are being unveiled. I would have to make them bigger. So I believe, let me click and see which one is the one we have. So it was this guy. I'm going to make this, zoom in first. Hit edge, zoom in more. I'm going to make this rather large. So I'm just going to make like a big space. Go back. And now I'm not seeing that area. Alright, so you could just spend time and do this for every single one of them. But this is basically how you get to cover things. We close this. Wait for a preview. Right. So we got rid of the candle. We didn't do anything with this yet. And for the final video, we removed the boat. And we kind of did with these guys, but they appear after a while because our clone selection wasn't large enough. So let me close these. Let's work with the last clip, which is this wooden thing. I'm going to go in the beginning of this clip, zoom in, and I'm going to remove this top part. So this video does not move at all. So that will be really easy for me to just cover this piece of the wood. I'm going to zoom in quite a bit down to the pixels, and I'm going to get my clone tool, make my brush, actually double tap on your layer, then we're going to zoom in, go all the way in, and then we're going to go on my clone tool, adjust the brush, choose something really small. And this doesn't matter if it's too small because the video does not move, so I don't need to cover a large area like we had to do with the two previous videos. Hold down Alt or Option and just paint away the part of the wood that you don't want. Let me undo that. Zoom out a little. Hit edge, come a bit higher, do that again. So I'm going to grab somewhere far and then continue with the covering of this wood. Just going upwards, make sure you're covering everything. I'm going to come up for my second clone area. This time I can make a big brush. Get my clone tool, make my brush really big, hold down Alt or Option, just remove the rest. And it reaches the top, so you want to choose somewhere lower. And there you are. And to clean up these spots, grab, because there's a difference in lighting, you can see this side is darker than this side. So just make it look neutral by following along the, let me do that again. The natural light of the clip. So just go up like that. Just make like a lot of taps to make it look more natural. That's too dark. Let's just grab one of these guys. And we have to kind of fix this area. Oops. Make that bigger. Make singular taps to make it look good. And I'm just going to change the flow of my brush. So undo that. The spots we did right here. Because I need to blend in my things, my clone strokes. I'm going to delete the ones I made for the blending part. That part's okay. So I need to blend this part in. Now the other cloned strokes that I'm going to add, I need to work with the brush dynamics. So for opacity, we're going to change it to pen pressure. And for flow, we're also going to do it for pen pressure. So now the stroke is going to be really light. You can barely tell it's there. And that's just going to help us blend things in better. So I'll make like singular taps along my thing. Better yet, we could do it in one stroke so we can change the opacity to undo that. So I will choose this area, make my brush bigger, change the, turn this off, the pen pressure to the opacity to the pen tilt, make singular clicks, get larger, single click, and now it looks a lot better. I will also grab a lighter side and just make another, so we got part of this guy in. Grab a lighter side. It's too light. Let's go for this area. Just trying to see which color shade will work out for me. Alright. I'm gonna hit V on my keyboard. Close this guy off. So maybe I could blur out this part and kind of make it smoother. I'm gonna close my paint and also get out of this layer. Because of all the clone and brush layers that we have, there's a high chance that your program might get a little laggy, so make sure that you save your project before you continue. Hold down Ctrl and press S or Command S if you're on Mac, just in case the program crashes. I'm going to come out of here. Now you can see I removed the area. I'm just going to close this off, let it render so we can see exactly what we did. Grab the hand tool and just move my video around. Alright, so this is what we did in this middle video. We removed this part completely, and because our video is still, we're not seeing any interruptions like we're seeing in this video. So that is why it's really important that you guys choose a still video or a video that has minimal movements. So that's how the clone tool works. If you guys like, you could blur out the background for the middle video to make things blended in. And if you're going to do that, you can do it easily with a new adjustment layer. Get my effects and presets, look for blur. Okay, I'll make a new adjustment layer, new. You don't have to do this, but if you want to make things perfect, then you would make an adjustment layer. Now, because this guy is not going to be moving, the adjustment layer is just going to be in this single part. I can go with this type of layer, but if it was going to move, I would have to choose another type of layer. Ctrl-Shift-D, remove the rest. On this guy, I'm going to add Gaussian blur. Just drag it on top. Come back in here. We will set the blurring. You can see we're blurring out the footage until I'm not seeing this sharp edge that we have. So you can see now it's perfect. I'm going to click on the adjustment layer and create a mask for the layer itself. So I'm going to get the rectangle, just drag it until this point. Once I click away, you can see that click away. I now have a blurred background. I'm going to move this up a little. Use my arrow keys to go up. And I believe my footage is not exactly right. I'm going to expand my footage. There we are. So now I got rid of the rough edges that were around our clone adjustments. Let's play that again. You can see it's a lot more smooth, and it's as if that part did not exist in the first place. So you could use the mask and the blurring option if you're trying to blur and kind of soften things out to make your videos more natural. So that's how you use the clone tool. It was really simple and definitely something that you will use quite often following your After Effects practices. I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. When it comes to videos, there are times where we just want to remove a certain part of it completely, or there are times where we want to center and isolate our subject and maybe separate it from the background. So to do that, we'll need the roto brush, which is located up here next to the eraser tool. And the roto brush does a lot of amazing things, and in this lesson, we're going to see what those exactly are. So I'm going to create a new composition. Let's call it roto, and zoom in. Alright, and then I'm going to import some clips. These clips are available in the resource pack, so if you want to follow along on this tutorial, make sure you download those videos. Double click on your project panel to get the two videos, import them, and yeah. So I have two videos, and I'm going to bring the first one in. Just drag it onto your timeline, and although let us delete the composition. Because my video is vertical, I'll just use the video to make a composition. Again, import your videos. Don't click this. And instead, just grab this guy in. And now this is your composition. So as you can see, we have this video of this lady. I'm gonna play it back. So as you can see, it's a really slow pan motion of this lady, and we have like a blurred background, and also we have some fresh fruits. So what I'm going to do with the roto brush is to cut out this lady and separate her from the background. So before I do that, I'm just gonna kind of enlarge my screen, close the paint panel and the brush panel, hit fit. And so we'll keep it like this. Make this a little bigger. And now if I go in my roto brush, just like all the other brushes that we had, like the brush tool or the clone tool, we will not be able to do anything to the composition. Instead, we need to go to the layer of that video. So double click on that layer. And now you're in the layer of that video. And I'm just going to zoom in with the scroll wheel, hit edge to just come down to the point where you're going to start outlining. So go into roto brush, and you can see we have a new brush icon on our cursor. And what we're going to do is just lightly select, let me undo that. Zoom out so you can see your full subject. Gonna delete this guy, start again. reset that, get my rotor brush and just go around the places where I want my subject to be in. So After Effects is going to process that video and it's going to outline your subject, but obviously it may not do a perfect job. So just zoom in, get the hand tool to go in specific areas. And again, with the rotor brush, and the shortcut for that is Alt V or Option V. Sorry, W. Alt W and Option W. And you can see our cursor is green and has a plus icon on it. This means I'm going to be adding to my selection. So using that, just go around and, oops, just go like a single stroke. Okay, there it is. And I'm going to get my hand tool, move up. First, I'm going to add, and then I'll come back and explain how you can subtract from your selection. So just make random lines, let After Effects figure it out. Come up here, okay. And now let's learn how we can remove things from the selection. We can go into Rotor Brush and just look at our brush right now. If I hold down Alt or Option on Mac, you can see it turns red and we have a minus. So hold that down and just do a little line for After Effects to remove that area. Get the hand tool to move around, scroll wheel to zoom in. Again, rotor brush, Alt, make like a stroke. A little bit more. Zoom in here. And just make sure that your subject is perfectly selected. You don't want any random spots in your shot, like the background. I don't want that. I just want my subject. So make sure you spend time and remove the unnecessary parts from the selection. We also have that guy here. Try to do like a, oops. It's kind of hard to see, but we're going to guess where we need to remove. And there's my subject. So I outlined her completely. And let me go in here. Zoom in a little. All right, it may be a little laggy. Remember, when you're using any of these special tools, your program may lag a bit, so don't worry about it. A helpful thing to do is to just close all of your other programs and just have After Effects open so you can encounter less lag and glitches. I'm gonna change this to fit. All right, so this is my subject right now, and down here we have some options. So right now we're on this guy, which is the purple line. You can see it's telling us where we removed. And if we go in here, we can see another view of it, black and white. White means that it's visible. Black means that it's not visible. So if you had like a random line of white flying around, you know that you have to go back in with your brush and remove that. And this was the alpha boundary that we talked about. It's the purple line. We also have this guy, which will just put a colored overlay. In this case, it's red and with a 50% opacity. And the red part, or any color that you choose, it's going to tell you what parts are not selected. So I can change that color, make it maybe blue. And the reason why you would change the color is that maybe the background is red already. So you would have to choose a different color so your subject can stand out. But if you didn't want any of those, you can just go back with the default, which is this guy. Right. So usually the gray bar would be a little smaller. If in your case this is what's happening, you want to make sure you expand this for however long you want the effect to last. So if it was cut down here, make sure you expand it. And we're going to now move this a few frames. I'm going to hit space so the rotor brush can analyze. So you can see the green line is just going on, and you want to make sure you let After Effects analyze each of the frames of your video so you have a smooth playback. So while we wait, we saw how we could easily separate the two parts using the rotor brush, But now we need to think what we want to do with this. Do we want to put this subject on a different background? Do we want to add maybe a shape behind her, maybe a text, add her, put her in front of a solid background? So make sure you have a plan. That way you would be able to select the subject better. And then we can continue with the lesson. So if I go back in my composition, you can see my subject is cut out. And then I can zoom in and see that everything is okay. We did miss a few lines. We go back in here. Okay, so I forgot to remove this part. Just go back with the rotor brush and zoom in, get the minus, hold down Alt, that is. And I'm going to come down here, hold down Edge. And then again with the rotor brush, just going to kind of refine the lines here. Just going around the edges to tell After Effects to remove all the unnecessary parts. So as we saw in the composition, there was these black lines around our subject. We don't want that. All right. The more time you spend on it, it's obviously going to look better. So just make sure you go around the edges. I also missed this spot. I can do a single click and let After Effects figure out the rest. And okay. So make sure you go around, zoom in and go around the edges. Make sure all of your subject is within frame. And after I've done this, again, make sure the rotor brush is extended and it's not like 2 frames. Come back in here. You can see now we have lost that black line that wasn't supposed to be there. All right, so we just have this cutout of this lady. I'm going to bring it down to like 2 seconds. Let it render. Hit the space to render. And I'm just going to let it render to show you guys what we did exactly. We're letting After Effects figure out the frames that it's not supposed to bring in. And doing that, we will have a moving subject, but without the background, which is a really cool thing to do. I just gotta wait until this line turns all the way green. There may be times where you would have to go back in and fix a few frames, but again, this depends on what you're going to do after this rotor brush effect. If you're going to put the subject on a solid background, then I highly recommend that you go in and check every single part of your subject and make sure that there aren't parts from the background within your selection. Because once you place it on top of a solid background, all of your mistakes will be visible and that will just not look good for your project. But if you're just going to put a different type of layer in between the subject and the current background that she has, maybe like a text layer or a pen stroke, a brush stroke or anything, then you wouldn't really have to be that precise for it because she still has that background and the effects would not be that visible, as in the mistakes wouldn't be that visible. And for this lesson, I'm going to start with the easier thing, which is just putting something in between the 2 layers, in between your subject and the current layer that was already there. So we're almost there, just a little bit more, and then we can start with the background effect that I just set. All right, just gonna wait a tiny bit more. You can do it. All right, so it rendered, you can see. At some point, After Effects does show this area, it's fine. But you still need to go back and be more precise with your selection. But for now, this will do. Now, if I want to put something in between her and the background, all I have to do is to just hold down Control and press D on that layer, or Command D to duplicate my layer. Now, on the second layer, the one below it, I'm going to open up the properties and just delete Rotor Brush and Refine Edge. So now you can see we have the first layer, which is just a regular video. the second layer is just her cutout. Alright, I forgot to mention one more thing. Let me turn off the background layer. Go back in the layer panel. Right. So with the rotor brush, select it. I think we deleted the wrong video. Hold on. This was a layer that we did our rotor brush effect. I'm just holding down Control Z. So this was a duplicate. Bring the duplicate back. Turn it off. So on this layer, yeah, this was a layer. So on this layer, I'm gonna go in a few frames. Select her again. So she's already selected. Gonna go with the purple thing that we said. There's another brush that's really helpful, and that's called the Refine Edge brush. Now, especially when it comes to hair, this brush is going to be really helpful. Again, if you've worked with Photoshop, you know exactly what that is. But essentially, if you go into rotor brush and you go on it, hold down Alt and press W, you see this other brush. So it's called the Refine Edge tool. Again, the shortcut is Alt plus W or Option plus W. So once you go on it, just hold down Alt and W, and you can see you're switching between the two brushes. So go on the second brush, and essentially what this does is that you're going to go over the edges of your thing, the hair, or any other area where there's little details and you can't get it with a regular brush. And now you can see that the white parts are visible and the black parts are the parts that are not going to be in your selection. So I'm just going to go over all of my edges. Not really the face, but mostly the hair and her shirt. I think it has like a, maybe it's like a, yeah, it's a knitted shirt. So there's like little furs that we got to get in. Just gonna go around all of these edges so that I get every little detail that the subject has. You can see it turns black and white. And always remember that white indicates visibility and black indicates invisibility. So if your subject was black, then you know that it's not going to be visible in the composition. Go around the hair, make sure that I'm only getting the hair and not the background. Do the same thing on the other side. And for areas where there's a more smoother edge, like maybe her face, her arm, you wouldn't really need to use the Refine Edge tool. So let's come down. So I don't really need to use it for her arm, but instead, because her shirt is knitted, I need to go around the edges. You can see there's these tiny little details that I'm losing with a regular brush. But again, her pants, we can leave it be because it's jeans and it's a lot more smoother than her shirt. And I'm also going to go in this little crevice we see here. And there we are. Hit Edge. I go back in my composition. Hit V to go back to your composition. Because we have a lot going on, After Effects will glitch a little bit, which is really helpful to save it. Something I forgot to mention, once you save your project once, it's going to automatically save it as you go. So I'm going to wait for this to respond. Control or Command S to save your project. Name it whatever you want. Save. Now throughout your thing, even if the program does end up crashing, you would have your project, so you won't have to start over again. All right, I'm back in my composition, and I'm going to let this render. Come in my timeline and then press enter. You can see it's still losing some parts, but the hair and the shirt is a lot better. And I'm going to do what we said that we're going to do. So turn on your second duplicate where there was nothing going on. I'm going to delete effects for the second layer. And if I turn this off, you can see that it still has the effect, just the one underneath doesn't. So With the basic knowledge of layers, we now know that whatever I put in between these two layers, let me just name them real quick. Name this background. Name this subject. Right. I now know that whatever I place in between the subject and the background, I will have something in between the two. So if I make a solid layer, hold down Control, press Y or Command Y, and I bring this white solid one below subject, you can see that it's placed in between the two layers. If I make it a little smaller, you can see this is what I mean. So the background's like that and the subject's like that. Move it anywhere, you can see that because we cut out the subject completely, it's going to stay in that position. We attempt playing it back, let it render first for you guys. So we can see a playback. I'm going to zoom in. You can see that it's going to be like this. And using this method, we can create some cool effects for our video. Now on the subject layer, the layer that has the rotor brush, we have some options in the effects control. Let me make this a little bigger. So in the effects control, we are controlling the rotor brush and refine edge selection. We have the versions, which just leave it be at 2. That depends on your After Effects program. We have the quality. I'm going to leave it on standard just because I want it to not lag while I explain this lesson. We have the search radius, which as the video is being played, After Effects is searching for the pixels. So you can maybe increase the radius if you want. I'm just going to leave it be. Again, because I don't want lag in my program while I show it to you guys. And I'm going to leave the default settings down here. Rotor brush matte, we can feather out the edges of our selection. And what that means, let me add a solid layer in between. And let's go back to the effects control. If I feather the edges, you can see that it's kind of blurring out the edges of my subject. Let me zoom in. So if this was 0, you can see it's like really pixelated. If I turn this off to like 80, you can see it blurs out. Now if you are going to do this with the background and the subject, you're going to place something in between, then you can feather things out. Then we have contrast, which is just the color change in between the two. So if it's at 100%, it's going to be sharp. If you bring it low, let's put it like 5. You can see it like really feathers things out. So let's go with like 70. I guess we'll go with like 90. Because I still want the edges to be sharp. Then we have shift edge, which this is the edge right now. If I shift edge to either side, I'm going to kind of add to my selection. So if I add to shift edge, you can see I'm adding to my selection. If I go to negative, I'm removing from my selection. We hit 0. So if I want to remove from my selection, I would go towards the negative side. So let's go with like -3, and you can see it kind of thinned out. Go with like -5. It's looking a lot better. And feathering, we left it at 80. And then we have the reduce clatter, which is going to just kind of refine the edges of your selection. You can leave that on. I'm going to play this back, let it render first. And yeah, just work around with these rotor brush matte settings and see what you can do to make your videos look a lot more smooth and for the edges to be sharp and perfect throughout your video composition. And alright, so I'm going to stop here. You can see that our edges are a lot more smoother than they were before. I'm going to zoom out here. Now let's do the effects that we said. You can also turn on motion blur, which if you remember, we could also do it down here. But motion blur essentially just kind of makes things more smooth when it comes to motion. At times that would mean that it would blur out the edges of your subject to make the motion look a lot more smooth. You can turn it on if you want to. I'm not going to because it might lag and kind of make the lesson longer. So it's almost there. And now we're getting a smoother playback. See that the edges are nice. Right. I'm also going to turn this on. Then I'm going to let it render again. And let's go over here, down here. Basically what this means, decontaminate edge colors, is that when you look at the colors here, there's a big difference. There's a contrast between this black and this greenish color. So this essentially is going to guess the difference and kind of remove the colors that are less visible. So because I selected this area, After Effects knows that I want this color range to be in my selection and also this color range. And the reason why this green is here is because her shirt is also green. So when we turn this on, After Effects is going to rethink its selection, and it's going to kind of guess where it needs to remove certain areas based on the difference of colors. So that's a helpful thing to turn on. Again, this is available in Photoshop too. So if you know how to work with Photoshop, this should be pretty self-explanatory. I'm letting it load on and continue. And the side of her hair where there is like a big part of the background, that is a lot smaller now because we turned on that option. And now I'm going to wait for it to render so you guys can see. Okay. And over here, if you guys remember, there was this big spot that was there, but because we turned on this option, it's a lot less visible because After Effects kind of processed the difference in colors. It left this because it's a similar shade of gray to her shirt. So if you do have something, a video where your subject is wearing maybe a vibrant shirt, preferably a solid color shape, a solid color shirt, it will look a lot more better and it will be easier for you guys to do. But because I chose this lady with a patterned outfit that is also similar in color with the background, I kind of brought this upon myself, but you guys can just get a simple video and save yourself some time. Alright, so now that we have this cut out, I'm going to close this guy off. Hit M on subject to close that too. Now let's do some cool effects with our cutout. I'm going to turn this to fit. Alright, let's see what we could add in between our two layers. What I'm going to do is to add maybe a text layer. Just hit Control T to get your text layer. Tap anywhere on the screen and write what you want. So let me bring this above here to show you first. I'm going to write some stuff here. Delete that and do it again. I'm going to write things that are related to the video. So fresh fruits. Because she's holding, I believe, cherries and there's some fruits in the background. So grab fresh fruits, change your font, customize your text basically. I will go with, let me try this. And look for something that will look nice for my video. I'm going to add to this, so maybe like a few points because it looks really cramped in together. And I'm going to actually change my font. Right. See how these look. Okay, this is a fun thing. I'm going to leave it at this guy. Remove the space between the characters. And also this guy. I usually go for 80% for both things. So I get this square-like effect. And now I have this text that is relevant to my video. If you want to change it, Control A, and just work with your text until it looks nice. Kind of torn between what I should add for this text layer. Have a lot of fonts, and that could at times be confusing because you forget which one's the good one. All right, I'm going to go with this, Filson Pro. Go to book. I'll also add a stroke color. Maybe not this color. Let me click once to enter the panel and add like a grayish thing. And then go to fill over stroke. Then place it anywhere that you want. I'm gonna go for like here. Right, now because the fresh fruits text layer is above every other layer, you can see it's covering things up, which is just your regular text over video option. This is nothing new. Let me close the paragraph panel. But if I put this in between my subject and background layer, just click and drag it below, you can see that it's below my subject, but it's above my background because we cut out the subject from this particular layer, but left it be normal in the other one. So now we have this cool thing. If we hit play, let it render. So this is cool for like commercials or if you want to kind of enhance the stuff in the video. In this case, fresh fruits. And yeah, so we can just leave it be like this, or we can even animate our text, which you should know how to do by now. Let's go to fresh fruits, and I'm going to hold down Control press T to get my text tool, Control A to grab all of the letters. Just make it a little smaller. I feel like it's way too small. 30 pixels. Let's go for like 200. 180. All right. Make it a little smaller so we can see what the text is even saying. All right, so I'm going to come here and add some space between the two letters, between all of the letters actually. And we can add like a italic mode to it. And I'm still not happy with the font, but I'll just leave it be. Now we have this really cool text effect, and I'm going to kind of make it appear from behind this lady. So go on the fresh fruits layer. We're going to hit P on our keyboard. Move it along the x-axis, so that's the first number you see. Just move it. Just to the point where you start to see the edge of the text. So I'm going to leave it here. Turn on the position. And then over here, I'm going to make it go in a few frames and then bring it back to where it was. You can F9 on both keyframes. So now it like appears from behind the lady. But we could add even more effects. You can work with the opacity, hit T. So at the beginning, it's 0. And then I'm going to make it, first I'll go with 100 to determine where I want it to start showing up. Or better yet, we could add a mask layer to this. So let me just leave this at 100 and to close it off. And I'm going to go to the part where I want it to not be there. So that would be the beginning. On the fresh fruits layer, go to your rectangle tool. You can see we have the option for the mask. Click and drag on the areas that you don't want it to be. We have to invert our mask. Go to mask 1. Come down to this part. Invert it. Just click this. And now we have an inverted mask, and because the text is moving, so is the mask. But we need to add a path specific to the text layer, or better yet, we could just remove the position because we have the mask on. It's essentially the same thing. So we're going to have to make the mask move. Let's make the mask, turn on the mask path. So this is the beginning, and then move in a few frames. And change this mask, Control T to move it. Just bring it like, or you can just make it smaller and bring it to the part where you can see your layer. So I'm going to bring it all the way here because we made the, though we do need the position. Let me undo that. Hitting Control Z until I get these two. All right. So now on my mask layer, I'll turn it on, the mask path. And then you can see it moves along nicely here, but at some point it stops. So I'm going to come at the end of my keyframe for the position, align it there. And then here I'm going to hit Control T on my mask path and just like make it smaller to the point where I'm seeing the rest of my text. F9 both keyframes. Let it render all the way. Let me make my timeline smaller so it renders quickly. And you can see it like appears like that. If you wanted to appear more slowly, you would obviously have to expand your keyframes. So that includes both of the keyframes for position and mask. Choose a time, maybe 2 seconds in. And then I'm just going to drag these two and bring them here. Close this off, let it render. It's going to render quite slowly. So now we made our text appear from behind our subject and create this cool effect for the text and the video in general. So, okay, it's rendered. You can see it's showing up like so. And like we learned in the previous lesson, you can maybe feather out the edges of your mask, feather out the, or maybe expand it, remove the opacity, anything you like. We have the options down here. So let's see what else we could do with this text, with this video. I'm going to go to Fresh Fruits, hit M to close everything off, hit M again. Now if I want to put a different background for my video, let me turn off the background layer. And then remove the Align panel because we don't need it. Get my second video, which is just this random background. Obviously, it won't work well with this video because we have to color grade it and make it match the background. I'm just going to click and drag it below everything. Expand it. Like so. And like we said, you gotta work with the colors and make the subject match the background. Like so. We will learn more about color grading in further lessons. You can see it's like a weird effect. Our background is moving as well. If you wanted to kind of match this, first of all, she would have to be still, or at least move at the same speed of the video. We will get into matching speeds in another lesson. But if you did want to color grade, just go to Window and get the effects and presets. And we're going to go to maybe get some curves. Color correction. Automatically save my project. Grab curves and put it on top of your subject to directly edit the subject. So I'm going to make her a little lighter. As you can see, the background is shot during the day. Increase the highlights. Like so. So again, this will just be a color grading technique that you need to do. You can also add a, you just open the color correction tab here. You can add some auto color, maybe make it black and white. Anything you want. I'm looking for the hue and saturation guy. go on this. Just to match the colors with the background, we have like a bluish hue in the back. So I want to add that to my subject as well. You come down to blue. You can make her look like this as well. Just hit 0. And maybe reduce the saturation a little bit. Actually, because we lifted the shadows, we should add to the saturation. I'll just type in maybe 8. And there we are. So obviously it's not looking that good, but this is how you would match the colors. You would use any of these guys to match the 2 colors. Let me just close this panel. Actually, we need that. Close this panel. So you saw that we're able to add our subject onto a completely different background using just a few techniques. And the rotor brush could also be used for videos where a green screen or a blue screen is used. So if you are doing like a green screen effect, you would just bring in your video and then you can use the rotor brush. There are other options too, but the rotor brush is an easy way to kind of separate yourself from the green screen before you or behind you. That's an easy way to do it. We will learn more about that in other lessons. Alright, I'm letting this render. Close the paragraph panel and the character panel. Clean up my space. And just a little bit more. Alright, so you can see we added our subject on a background. It looks really silly, but if you work with it, it'll look better. I'm going to turn off this second video and just turn on the previous one. And yeah, so this is how you use the rotor brush. It's really simple, and the more effect you add, the cooler it will look. But for now, this fresh fruits commercial-like video that we created will be enough to show you guys how the rotor brush works and how you can use the finished product to make something nice with your video. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. Alright, and the final tool in our After Effects toolbar is the Puppet Pin tool. As you can see, it's like a pin, and we're going to see how we can use this Puppet Pin tool to make a puppet out of a regular image. So let's create a new composition. Call it Puppet. And we're going to import, go into project panel, see the composition, double click, and in the resource pack, in the Puppet Pin tool folder, you can see that there is an Adobe Illustrator project, which is this orange icon, that you're going to import as, let's do it as footage. Let's just do it as a composition, import it, and I'm going to bring this in. So this is what you get. You just have this character, and it's pixelated because we brought this down to quarter. Put it to full, you can see it's detailed. Got this from FreePic. I'm going to put it back on quarter so it loads faster. I'm just going to close this puppet composition. There was no need to make a new composition. All right, so in this project, you have a layer for the character and the background layer. What we're going to do using the Puppet Pin tool is to pin down the joints of this character and then make those limbs move. So if I put a joint on the shoulder, I could make her arm move up and down. Sounds really cool, and it is that cool. So hit V on your keyboard, and I'm going to go on the objects layer. Just quickly rename this as, let's call it Puppet. Close the layer. Alright, so on my Puppet layer, I'm going to go on the Puppet Pin tool. Now, if you hold this for a bit longer, instead of clicking hold on it, we have a lot of options. We have the Puppet Position Pin tool, which is the default one that you can see here. We have the Puppet Starch Pin tool. We have the Puppet Bend Pin tool, Puppet Advanced Pin tool, and Puppet Overlap Pin tool. Now, because these are all really detailed tools that you're going to use to make your puppets move, or any character that you have within a scene, I'm just quickly going to go over how we could use these tools to make this character move. So I'm not going to be too detailed on each one, just so it's less confusing. So basically, we're going to start with the default, the Puppet Position Pin tool. Control P or Command P to access it, and you can see the icon is just a pin. Alright, so what happens when we pin a puppet? I'm going to pin right around the wrist. You can see now I have this yellow thing, and under my puppet layer, we have a puppet effect, and we have mesh 1. So mesh is basically these yellow guys, and when I move these guys around, I'm creating animations or movement for my puppet. And whenever you press 1, you're already creating keyframes. So if I go in a few frames, let's go like here, and then I click and drag this guy up, you can see I'm moving this character, and we made 2 keyframes. Play that back. See my character's floating around. But what if I only want the character's arm to move? So if you think of a puppet, a real life puppet, you have a doll, and if you just grab it by the hand like that, it's going to move all by its own. But if you kind of hold down the legs while you move the arm up and down, you're only going to be moving one limb. So that's the same logic. We need to kind of pin down our doll to make sure that the legs stay down there, and then we get to like move the other limbs around without disturbing the rest of the body, just like how any human would move. So instead of creating one pin, we need to create multiple ones. So one on the feet, the other feet, around the hips, the shoulders if you're going to move the arms, basically the major joints. You can also put some at the knee if you're going to kind of bend her. And we're going to put one for the hand. I'm just going to place it there. Now, because we're working with an image and not separate layers, our animation will be a little deformed. And we're going to see how we can do this with like a more detailed project, and one for the hand. So now if I move in a few frames, you can see that I'm only moving one part of the body. And like we said, because it's a entire, it's a merged image, it's going to kind of disturb the rest. But essentially, this is what we're doing. Let me like put the head down like that. Play this back, it's going to have some weird movement. And that's basically what the puppet pin tool does. You're kind of pinning things down, and you're going to move them around and create some cool stuff. So that's the position. Basically, you're creating keyframes for the position just like we would do with any other layer, except it's for one specific shot, and it's also paying attention to the rest of the image because I have pinned everything down. And the reason why the hips are moving is because the space between the arm and the leg is just so small that they're kind of merged. And yeah, so using this tool, we're able to do this. And after I go over them, I'm going to tell you how we can do it in a more proper manner. So let's delete the puppet effect or the mesh. I deleted mesh 1. So with the position, you saw we're able to move things around. Click and hold, and then we have some other things. Now, what if throughout your entire animation, you do not want one section to move? For example, if my character is going to kind of wave, I do not want her feet to move at all. That's when I will use the starch pin. So the starch pin will just make sure your chosen point is perfectly still throughout your animation. And like the example I just used, putting it on the feet, you can see it's red instead of yellow. It's going to allow me to keep the balance between the movement. So usually when you're waving your hand, your legs aren't flying around. They're perfectly still unless you like jump or you're walking. So right now we need to use the start pin to make sure these two stay down at all times. Now if I click and hold to go to puppet position pin tool, maybe put one on the waist. And I'm going to go in a few frames. You can see that, let me try to bend this actually. Right now I'm just making a movement. Let me add some for the knees. Now you can see that the legs are just perfectly still. They're not bending like these guys are. I don't know if you guys can see. Let me get the hand tool. You can see how these guys are kind of smooshed in, but the feet are not. So this would make more sense when we have a complete shape, complete puppet that's separated. But essentially that's what the starch pin does. It pins something down entirely. Let's go over the puppet bend pin tool. And I'm just going to get a proper project or just this guy but with separate layers so things will work a lot better for us and get to see it in a more realistic way. Let me go and get that and I'll be right back. Right, so I went ahead and separated all of the layers, and as you can see, as in what I'm about to show you, it's going to show that if you have separate layers for each of the parts of your character, things are going to work out a lot smoother and you won't have to deal with some squished character. Alright, so let's go back to the puppet position pin tool. You can see I have the separated head, separated chest, hip, left leg, left arm, right arm. And this is in the resource pack. All you have to do is just import it as a composition and then just double click on the composition like we've always done. Alright, so let's say we want to move the arm. Let's choose an arm. That's the right arm. I'm going to go on the right arm. You can see it gets outlined. And the hit edge to move up. Now if I go on my puppet tool, I'm going to see where the joint would be naturally on a human being, which would be on the elbow. So I'm going to create a point right here. And now if I were to just move this guy, you can see it just moves the arm completely out of frame, which is not what we want. We want the arm to move without losing the space here. So I'll create another point on the wrist, which would be about here. And now if I move in a few frames, you can see I'm like moving the arm left and right. Let's just go in a few more frames and add one for the other side. It's a weird motion. Let's play that back. You can see it goes back and then it gets stretched and then it comes back to the other side. You can see that it's a bit deformed because it gets squished halfway and at some point it gets separated from the elbow, which isn't really natural. So what you can do with the position pin tool, like we saw, not only can you move things, you can see the outline, the yellow outline. If you want to see more of a outline, you can turn on the mesh. And I'm going to create one here. You can see it completely outlines the outside of that layer. This could be helpful to you. I'm going to create another one on the wrist. Notice how as I create more points, that part becomes more complex. And that's basically how it works. So the more pins you add, the less of a movement that layer will have. So if I move this guy, you can see it's really simple. But if I create like multiple points, you can see how little of a movement it has. You can also squish it around and do other things. So try to add the right amount of pins, and a great tip is to just follow the natural joints of that creature. If it's a human, you would know where the joints are, or if it's another animal, it's pretty obvious to know where the joints are. Right, so not only can we move, we can stretch things out, rotate if we want, maybe squish the arm in place, and just do some crazy things. And now I'm going to, let's say, move the arm around. It's like move it here. All the way up. I'm trying not to stretch it. If I play this back, you can see that it gets separated. Let me play that again. The elbow is getting separated. Now this is where the starch tool comes in handy. By adding that starch pin tool, we're going to make sure that the arm does not get separated from the elbow. So I'm going to click and hold and go to Puppet Starch Pin Tool and create a pin right where the elbow would be. So it's red. Go back to the Puppet Position tool on the wrist, move in a few frames, and just move this guy. Oops. Create another one here. And just move this guy. Should have brought this a little lower. But basically, what happens is that you can see this part is not moving at all. You do that in a better manner. I'm going to have to come down a little. Alright. I'm going to hit Control Z. So I'll get my regular pin tool and just pin the areas again. I'm going to go with the starch on top and just recreate one below. And you need to experiment and see how it looks on your layer. Sometimes you have to go back and see if you chose the right position. Now let's move it. Try not to squish the arm again. Up here. Pull it back. You can see how perfectly still the elbow is. And naturally with elbows, they do not kind of pop out when you're trying to wave your arm. So using the starch pin tool, you get to make sure that the joints stay in place no matter what other pins you add. All right, let me undo that. Let's try another part. Let's go on the legs. It's a bit longer and we get to experiment. Control P for the shortcut. Click and hold. So it's the same thing with the legs. It doesn't really matter. So with position, we saw that we're just changing the position of things. We get to stretch, we get to squish, and do all sorts of things. Now let's look at the other tool, which is the Puppet Bend Pin tool. As the name says, you get to bend layers. Let me close this off and find the leg, right leg. Going to make a point on where, again, the joint would be up here. And I have the mesh turned on. That's why we're seeing this gray thing. So basically, this creates a gizmo for us to rotate that layer around that point. So you can see it's like rotating around. And if you move in a few frames, you are creating a cool keyframe. Go back, hit play. You can see it goes up. And basically with the bend tool, you get to bend things. Let's see how bending would work. Go in the beginning. Instead of one, I'm going to make another one down here. Now you can see I've bent the leg. And because we still have that keyframe going up, now you can see I need a starch pin tool because it's dislocated. Just going to delete these pins for a second. Go back from the beginning with the bend tool. One at the top, one at the bottom. And if I rotate it, you can see that, let me rotate this too. I am bending the knee to this side. And let me create a keyframe. I keep forgetting. Come in a few frames. And bend the knee like so. Let's play that back. But we can still see the leg is getting dislocated. So we need a Puppet Starch Pin tool. Place it around the area where you chose, but make sure it's in the middle and not in the corner. And now you can see that that's not it. We made a separate puppet. Let's see. I'm going to move this guy a little down. Let's delete it for a second. I'm going to do this again. go back here, make a starch pin tool. Click and hold, get the bend, and we're going to make one below it and one where we want it to bend from. Move in a few frames and just kind of bend it. We said we want to make it in front. Get this guy, and these two need to cooperate in order for the leg to bend, or else it wouldn't move at all. And I bent it too much. But you get the idea, you get to bend things with this particular tool. And using the starch tool, you can make sure that it stays in place no matter what. Now let me show this on another leg. Delete mesh 1. Or just the puppet pins. And let's go on to the left leg. If I were to kind of bend the legs, let's create one here. And then one here. Let's do it maybe here, just in between. And I'm just bending these guys and also this guy at the same time. Now normally you wouldn't do it to this extent, but I'm just trying to show something. You can create a starch pin tool over here. You can see that it kind of stops the distortion of that layer before the starch pin. We close that. You saw that we completely squished the leg with the starch pin. It keeps the shape. So let's say if I were to move the feet and the feet is getting squished, I could also use a starch pin to make sure that the size and the shape of the feet stays the same throughout my animation. Delete the puppet pins. Now let's look at the other ones. So far we saw that with the first one, we get to move, stretch, and just do some basic movements. We create a pin here and then move in a few frames. We are already creating keyframes. Open this up. We have the starch pin tool, which ensures that the original layer size and position remains the same. Now it's not going to completely stop the movement, but it will limit it a whole lot. Then we have the puppet bend pin tool, which as you saw allows us to rotate and also bend certain parts by adding more than one pin. Then we have the puppet advanced pin tool, which is basically all of these guys combined. Go on it, let's add something here. You can see it's green. If I'm adding only one, you can see that I'm just rotating things with the gizmo. This is called a gizmo, by the way. Add another one to the feet. You can see it already bent, so it's kind of advanced and it's doing the work for me. Bend it forward. You can see that it just does what any other pin tool was doing. Add one in the center. Oh, and I forgot to mention this little square thing allows you to scale in or out of that section, that point. So be careful with that. Alright, so we saw what the advanced tool is. It's a lot more precise when it comes to moving that layer. And essentially it combines all of these guys to make sure that you have a smooth playback. Or just a smooth animation. Then we have the puppet overlap pin tool. Basically it ensures that, for example, if I was going to move both legs, or move this leg, it's going to make sure that this leg stays on top of the other at all times. And show it to you guys. Delete this puppet pin for the advanced. I'm going to create regular position pins on this leg and kind of move it this way. And then on the other leg, the right leg, I'm also going to do that. So just create your layers, kind of do something like this. And now I'm going to, using the overlap puppet pin tool, click and hold. I'm going to go on the leg that I want to stay on top. So I believe that was the right leg. I'm going to just click on that like so. And I forgot to create keyframes. I'm gonna undo that. Make sure to create keyframes or else this will not work. Just undoing things by holding down Control and pressing Z. I'm gonna delete these two and start again. Click and hold, puppet position pin tool, make 2 points. Move in a few frames, and then like move it to any direction. Go to the other leg from the beginning. Make another 2 pins. And if this is going right, we have to also do that. So I'm going to go in a few frames and then move this guy somewhere like this so we can see that the right leg is behind the left leg. And I'm going to go from the beginning, go with the puppet overlap pin tool. I'm just going to make marks on the right leg. And if you play this back, you can see that this guy goes on top, which you could easily just change the position of the layers. But basically it makes sure that your chosen layer overlaps with the other layers, as in it stays on top of that. Alright, let me just delete the puppet for this and the puppet for that. Hit M to close things off. Let's create a realistic animation for this puppet. Right now we're just seeing how things work. Let's do a quick animation of this. I'm going to zoom in on the head. Let's start from the top. Make this half so we can see some detail. Go in with my position pin tool. Click and hold. I'm going to get the starch pin tool and pin down the neck. I do not want the neck to be shrinking or growing. And also on the eyes. I don't want the eyes to also get squished and stuff. Click and hold, get your position tool. Put one on the head and one above the neck. Move in a few frames and just try to look for the most natural movement. You don't want to squish her head. And I'm just going to change the position of the head. Just get the move tool. I'll just drag it down a little bit. You may have to do this with your layers. Make sure the joints are like connected so the animation would work smoothly. Then move again. Now you can see it's a really nice. It looks a lot more natural because the neck was way out of the area of the chest. See, we're simply moving the neck and the eyes are not getting squished. And also the neck is not getting squished either. Let's try that without the starch pin tool so you can see the difference. I'll make one down here and one on top. Oops, I didn't delete the stuff. Okay. I'll make another puppet pin on the below the neck and one on the head. Move in a few frames. If I were to just do that, you can see the head is kind of expanding. And I can like squish out the neck. Like so. Move back. You can see it's getting squished as I'm going down. But if I get the starch pin, at some points, you can see that the places I chose are going to stay relevant. You can see the eyes are staying the same and so is the neck. That looks a bit creepy. But basically that's what the starch pin does. Now that we moved the head, let's move to the other parts. And I'm just going to make some more points just to demonstrate the pins better. The more times you spend on it, the better it will turn out. Now let's go to the right arm, which is the next part that I'm going to animate. Just add a pin on the elbow. a starch pin. Move the, get the puppet position tool and just come down a bit. Can't see the wrist. Make one for the wrist, move in a few frames, and just kind of move the arm a bit to the side. Should have moved the pin a little bit further. It's fine, you can do that. So we have like a really small, kind of a minimized effect with the arm. And I'm just going to go back in time, as in go back at the start of my timeline and get the other layers. Let's work with this guy, and I'll add a position pin, a starch pin on the elbow because I don't want it to move. Then get a regular position pin, place it next to that, and another one on the wrist so that I can move in a few frames and animate the arm and put it behind her. And like we said, we get to move the layers if we saw that there is maybe a little too much space between the two parts of the joint, so the arm layer and the chest layer. Want to make sure that the movement and the space between the two layers are enough. So when we do add a movement to the arm, the elbow is in place and we don't get like separation movement between the arm and the elbow. Just gonna look at my layers again. And also with any other layers, when you organize them, they're going to appear layered. So you saw that the left arm goes behind the hip. If I simply bring that layer above the hip, it will move on top. So you can just rearrange the layers if you want. And let's quickly look at the layer options. We did animations for the left arm. Let's open this up. Look at what we have here. So if you turn this on, you can maybe change the properties over time. You can see toggle ability of property to change over time. We have the puppets that we just opened up. And the puppet engine, right now it's on advanced. And we also have legacy. If you switch it, you'll get this warning. Just close that. We also have legacy. We just switched over. Doesn't really matter right now because we finished. And we have on transparent. Then we have outer trace shape. And basically the mesh is what's causing the movement for our puppet. And we have the deform, and these are the pins. If you open each one up, you can see their position over time. These guys didn't really move, but you can see the stopwatch is turned on. Then we have the options. You can change the effect opacity, and the effect is what we just added, the puppet pins. And when you change the effect opacity, you can make the effect fade away or the opposite. We also have the regular movements that we do with any other layer in After Effects. That's the position, the scaling, and all of that. Now you could move your puppets with just these because we have separate layers. Let's demonstrate that. I'm going to delete puppets completely. On left arm, with our knowledge of anchor points and the transform, we know that we can easily move this particular part. It's a bit out of place. I'm going to move it back. And then using the anchor point tool, you can see it's in the center. I'm going to move the anchor point where the joint would be, which would be here. Going back with the selection tool, I'm going to maybe rotate the arm, turn on the stopwatch, and then move in a few frames. Then just rotate the arm to a reasonable spot. Let's go for here. If you play it back, you can see we easily moved our character's arm. And the difference between these guys and the puppet pin tool is that this is all we could do for each of the layers. And right now the arm is one singular layer. So we cannot add like several anchor points to a flat layer like this. That's why we have the puppet pin tool. So if I wanted the entire arm to move and also the hand to move around the wrist, I would have to revert to this guy because we only have one anchor point. And if I did want to move this guy, I can't unless I use the puppet pen tool. And let's see, what else can we do? You can also make the other parts of her to move around. We can use P for position, which wouldn't look that good because then maybe we can make it go like this. Just testing things out. You can see that the head is rotating because we added the puppet pins. So it's rotating and it's floating away. So depending on what you're doing, you can either use the puppet pin tool or the regular transform options. But I highly recommend that you guys use the puppet pin tool when it comes to characters because you want to make it look cartoon-like and you want them to move properly. So let me just turn this guy off and this guy too. Just bring it back here. Kind of made a mess here. Drag them where they were. Alright. It's not perfect. But basically that's how the puppet pin tool works. Obviously each one are a lot more useful than what we saw here. In this lesson, I just wanted to quickly show you guys the function of each of the puppet pin tools. In further lessons, we're going to see how we can use those tools and the knowledge that we gained in this lesson to make movements such as maybe walking, talking, swimming, and just any other random movements that you may want your puppets to do. And we're also going to see how we can prepare a project like so, separate the layers, put them into groups using Photoshop. That's what I like to use. And this is it for this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to learn the principles of animation using After Effects. We're going to see what causes things to move and how we can move images or shapes in the ways that we want. The first thing we want to do is to create our composition. Just go to New Composition. You can name the composition. Let's name it Camel. And usually you would want to leave everything as it is, but you could change the background color if you want. I'm just going to leave it as black because I already have a background image that I'm going to use for this lesson. Just hit OK. And I'm going to go, instead of Effects Control, I'll go to Project. And there is my camel composition. So I'm going to double click and bring in my shapes. I have a camel and I have this background image. Import those onto my project. I'm going to name this background. Then I'm going to click and drag it at the bottom of my screen. So you can see it's way too large. And I need to, first I'll zoom out using my cursor on my mouse. I'll just drag one corner and make it small. Then I'll just zoom in. You can also zoom in with this tool, but I'll just use my scroll wheel on my mouse, not the cursor. Then I'll drag my camel on top of the background. So there's my camel. I'm going to just drag it and place it on where I want the camel to start walking. So you can see we have two different shapes. And like we mentioned in the previous lessons, when you don't want something to move and you want it to stay as it is, you want to lock it in place. So I do not want to move the background because the thing I do want to move is the camel. So to avoid accidentally dragging this all around or adding certain effects by accident, I'm just going to hit check the lock on my background layer. And now I cannot do anything with my background layer. You can see if I just grab a random thing, I cannot apply it to the background layer. But because the camel is still not locked, I could add it to that. Alright, so When you go on your camel layer, we already went and had a quick look at it. But if you open the camel layer, you open the transform, and you have some transformation options. These are all related to the movement of the object that you have in that layer, and you're going to use it for animation. So any animation, the basics, the main building blocks are composed of these things. So there are 5 things that you guys should know. I'm going to zoom in on my camel, use my hand tool to move around my project. Then I'll go back to the selection tool. So what is anchor point? Anchor point, if you think about anchors, you would think of ships. And it's the same logic here. Anchor point is basically the point where the shape will move. So right now it's on the center. And if I rotate the shape, you can see it's rotating around that anchor point. So I'm going to go back. Just type 0. But if I move the anchor point here, it's going to rotate around this area. Let me demonstrate that so it's easier to understand moving forward. And we have this tool up here, which is the pan behind or the anchor point tool. And this is what it's used for. Click on that. You can see that our cursor is different. And if I click and drag this to the corner of my camel, then I'll hit V to come back to my selection tool. Now if I rotate my image, you can see it's rotating around that point. So that's what anchor point means. And I'm just going to hit Control Z to undo my thing. So that's what anchor points are. Obviously you could change it here, but I find this tool to be easier. Now the reason why it has a stopwatch is that at some point, let me bring back my anchor point using the same tool. Just bring it in the center. So let's say at some point I want my camel to be moving around one point, and then in another part I want it to be moving around maybe the neck. So I could change the anchor points, which is the point in the center, as many times as I want throughout my animation, just so I can move along smoothly with the movements that I have in mind. So there are ways to change the anchor point. One is down there that you can do it in your timeline, and then we also have the tool that we just went over, the pan behind tool. I'm gonna turn on the anchor point stopwatch. And I'm going to create keyframes now that the stopwatch is turned on. And I'm going to give it some numbers, maybe move it around a bit. And I'm going to change the anchor point with the anchor point tool. I'm going to bring it towards the head. And now I have a simple movement. And my camel is moving towards the anchor point that I assigned. After I've decided my anchor point and where I want the basically from what angle I want the animations to take place, I can go ahead and work with the other things. So I'm going to zoom out using my scroll wheel. Hit H on your keyboard to get the hand tool and just click and drag to center the screen. So if you look at our image, we have this camel and we have a road behind it, and we want our camel to move along the road. We need to first think how a cartoon camel will move in such a setting, and then we can continue with the animation. Maybe the camel would move left and right, it would jump up a little, and then as it goes closer to the end, it would kind of get smaller. So using these things, we can recreate that. So first of all, we're going to work with the position. So as the name says, position is about the location of your object per those determined times. So when you turn on the keyframe, you're telling After Effects to move the subject from here to another location. This is where I want my camel to be in the beginning of my work. So I'll click the stopwatch. And then I'm going to determine at what time do I want the camel to reach the end. I guess I'll choose 6 seconds. So now that I've went on with 6 seconds, I could either click and drag it there, or I could use these guys. Again, working with the cursor is a lot easier, so I'll just click and drag this guy at the end of the road. You can see there's something that's dragging in from the first point to the last. And you could also see that we have 2 keyframes. So if I play this back, let me click elsewhere, hit the spacebar to play, you could see how it's moving. Now the reason why it's slow is because, like we said, we determined the time and we have set 2 keyframes. And the longer the second keyframe is, the slower the camel will move. But if I bring this all the way to maybe 2 seconds, you can see how it moves faster. The closer you bring it to the first keyframe, the faster the movement. Alright, but I'm gonna stick with I guess I'll go with 4. So we got the movement. We told After Effects of the positions that we want. As you can see, the top bar is green. That means my clips have been rendered and I will not be getting any delays. So I'll go back to where I was. The next thing is scale. Now scale is when you enlarge and minimize an image. So I'm not going to turn on the stopwatch. Just want to show you what it means. Right now it's small. If it's at 100% or even more, it's bigger. So it's really simple. Control Z to undo. Now like we said, to animate this, first the camel would be at 100%, and as it moves towards the end, it would get smaller because it's moving further away from us. We also need to keep in mind the correct speed. We don't want it to be moving too fast. So I'm going to turn on the stopwatch, and now we have another keyframe. I'm going to go for 4 seconds because that's where I want him to become smaller and then disappear. So over here, I'll make it as small as it needs to be, I guess around that much. And now I have to go back and adjust my positioning because we set the anchor point to the center. That's why we ended up having a flying camel. So I will click on my position keyframe, the second one, and then I'm just going to bring it down a little onto the ground basically. Alright, so we did the scale. Now let's do the rotation. Like we said, the camel could move maybe to the left and right to show that it's happy and it's having fun. So to do that, we will again turn on the rotation, and then we will maybe go 1 second in. I will move it. I'll choose a number, maybe 3 degrees to the right. Again, move it forward. Put it at 0 or -3. So it's going left and right. And then I could just click and drag to get these 2 keyframes where one of them was +3 and the other was -3. Control C or Command C. You can also go and edit and hit copy. Then I will move forward and hit Control V. So you can see I'm going to minimize this. So I'm making sure that the points are separated evenly. Then I'll move forward, Control V. So it's going to be the same all around. You just need to adjust it. You can even, if your time thing is too long, you can click and drag all 6, Control C, Control V. Now you have 6, and since they're all selected, I could readjust them. And there we are. And I just need maybe 3 more, so I'll grab 3, Control C. Actually, we should grab the 3 from here. Control C. Come around here, Control V. I guess 2 was enough. I'll just delete this. Alright, And then finally we have transparency or opacity. Like we said, I want the camel to fade away when it reaches that point. So I will turn on the stopwatch. Opacity is at 100. That's why we can see it. And then if by the end of it I make it 0 and there's nothing in between here, this means that this means that it's going to fade away from the beginning. So slowly it would go and fade away until it reaches the end. But that's not what we want, because we said that we want the camel to start fading around here and not here, because we spend so much time on the rotation and we want the camel to be visible. So I will drag this around the point where I want it to start disappearing. Then I'll put make a new keyframe. I'll type in 100 and there we are. Now I'm going to click away. If we hit space, you can see that our camel is slowly moving away towards the road. Now the positioning isn't right because he around here you can see he skips the road. We don't want that. So I'm going to stop around here and then I'll make another positioning. I'll go on position and I'll create more keyframes. That way I can create the curve that the road has. Then I'll move forward to see if he's going along the right path. You can see he's not. I'm going to move him up a little bit. And the rest is okay. Click away. Let's see. Does he move along the path? Yes, he does. So you can see it fades away at the end, and we had a simple animation. Now, I don't know if you guys can notice, but the movements are really stiff and it's not running smoothly. In After Effects, no matter what effect we add or what animations we use, the one thing you have to make sure is that it runs smoothly. And to do that, you have to just drag all of your keyframes from all of the categories and hit F9 on your keyboard. And immediately you can see that they go from that diamond shape to this hourglass shape. And what we just did, it's called Easy Ease, and that's when you hit F9 on all of your keyframes. So when we hit F9 and we turn the keyframes into these hourglass figures, we're telling After Effects to automatically set the speed for our keyframes. Now that does not mean that it changes the position or it disturbs the points that we made. Just means that things will run smoother and it will make more sense for your animation. If you don't want to easy ease it, you would have to go on the graph editor, which could get a little bit annoying sometimes, or most of the time it would be confusing for beginners. So just hit F9 on your keyboard after you've selected all of the keyframes. So now if I hit play, although I have to wait for, although it's actually moving fine, let me redo that. And like we said in the previous lesson, because we have only about 5 seconds of animation, we do not need our timeline to be this big. So I'll just drag this to the end. And now if I go back, I don't have to wait for it to go all the way to the end. So if I hit the space bar, let me go in again. So if I export this, I'm only exporting my animation. I do not want a maybe like 20 seconds of the background just being there. I only want my animation to be in my exported footage and not some extra scenes. So I will hit space and you can see how smooth and funny our camel is moving. You can see it loops around because it reaches the end and it'll start from the beginning. This way I can examine my animation and make sure things are okay. Maybe I should add a keyframe, maybe I should remove it, and all those things are going to be helpful. So I'll hit the space bar to stop it from continuing. And to come back, and if you want to close all of these, just hit M on your keyboard, and now they're gone. But the transformations are still there. You can see the points. If you open transform, you could still go back and change things for yourself. Alright, so I'm going to hit M again. Now I want to crop or split these two footages because I do not need them to be that long. I'll just grab both. I'll unlock my background and then grab both of them. Come to the end of my work area and hit Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. And with the two copies selected, which are these guys, I'll just hit the backspace. So now, after I hit space, I do not have any extra footage at the end, and things will just be more organized for me. And that is how you could do a really quick and simple animation. You should always remember what these guys are. Position refers to the position of your shape. If you wanted to go like in all corners, you can just create 4 keyframes, each one being in one corner. Scale is how big or small your shape is. And rotation is obviously the rotation. If you wanted to turn to an angle, you would insert the angle here. Or how many times you wanted to go over that angle. And opacity, it's the transparency or the visibility of your image. 0 meaning that there's nothing visible. 100% means that it's fully visible. So if you guys practice with these and get to know more about them, you already have a kickstart, because animation just circles around these, mostly these 4, but 5 can also be there. Mostly these 4, and everything revolves around the position, the scaling, the rotation, and the opacity of your animated subjects. So using those 4 things, we didn't really use anchor point. We did, but we didn't really add keyframes for it to be an animation. And so using those things, we were able to create this animation. Alright, and to finish this off, we could actually go in. I'm going to find a transition. Let me see what we could add. And actually we could just use the opacity for both shapes. So for the camel, I will come to the part where I want my thing to fade away. I'll click on that layer and then set the opacity. Although we already did that with the camel, let's do it with the background. So here I will turn on. I'll hit T to bring the opacity. Let me close this. So now we have the opacity for the background. The shortcut is T. And then I'll click on the stopwatch. So here it's at 100%. And then by the end of the video, I'm going to drag it to 0. Again, F9. Let's go back and have a look. It's moving around. The camel fades, and so does my background. I'm gonna like bring it in closer. There we are. It fades and then it loops back. So if I add a black, let me make a new layer. Layer, new, solid. I'll keep the black. Drag the black below the background, so when it fades, I get a fade to black thing. If I expand this, get to see it better. There we are. So it fades, and I get a black screen. And then cut it like this, and then I'll cut off the extra parts from my black solid one. Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D. Delete the second part. And now I have a nice little animation. Start from the beginning. Just a camel taking a walk, disappearing, and the whole footage fading away. So that was how you can create a simple animation. We learned about the important principles, and in another lesson we're going to look further into how we can make a more proper animation. This was just a simple shape moving around, but we're going to, in the next lesson, take into account a more realistic animation, like a ball bouncing on the floor. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to see how we can use external projects from either Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator and see how we can bring those in After Effects and then animate the layers one by one to make a really nice customized animation. So if you know how to work with Photoshop or Illustrator, you can create some artworks, put them in separate layers, and then you can just bring it in on After Effects to animate those layers. So in the resource pack, I've left two projects. One of them is a PSD file, and the other one is an AI file. PSD stands for Photoshop Document, and AI stands for Adobe Illustrator. So I'm going to go in my project panel, double click, and these are the two projects that you guys will have. And I'm going to start with the AI one. But when you're importing this, instead of a footage, we want to have this as a composition. So import that. Now you can see that the Halloween by FreePic is a composition. If I double tap the composition, I get all of my layers. So it's a bit pixelated because we've set this to quarter. And that just allows for a faster rendering. And just for us to not get any lag throughout our project. So as you can see, each of these layers belong to one of the elements. And we're going to kind of move these elements around, maybe add a text, and just make like a really nice animation. So I'm going to turn these off for a second, and I'm going to put a background behind all of these because it just looks weird. If you upload something without a background, usually just turns to black, and because we have a lot of colorful things, it's not going to be a good thing for us. So hold down Control or Command Y, get your solid, and then we're going to choose a Halloween-y color, maybe like this dark purple. Hit OK, and you can see the size is automatically set to the size of our composition. Hit OK, just bring this guy all the way down. Now if I turn these on, you can see that we have a background and the elements are showing up a lot better. Although I have to choose another color because the house is similar to the purple color that we have. Hit Control Y again. Let's go for, I guess we'll go for like a childish post. So we're going to get a bright color. Hit OK. Then drag this guy down. Alright, now everything is visible, unlike the first color. And we are going to move these guys around. Now, the thing about Illustrator is that when you put things in groups, like when you first download the projects from online, everything will be merged together unless you go in there and manually remove those layers from the group. But if you're going to be designing it yourself, just leave them in groups like this. We demonstrated how that would work in a previous lesson from the 3D layers lesson. So you should know how to do that in Illustrator. And we know how to separate those layers and what happens if all of these guys were in one group within Illustrator. So I just went ahead and separated these, and now you can see they're separate. So we're going to start with one element at a time. I'm going to name these. Naming layers is going to help you a lot. It will be less confusing, and you don't have to click to see what the layer is, you can just read the name. Right click. And I came into the layer, just close that, go back to your composition. Then we have the pumpkin. And finally, we have some background decor. All right, so let's start with the ghost. Now, because the ghost is flying, I'm going to turn this off so we can see it better. Because our ghost is going to fly and we want it to have this cute motion, we're going to use position and rotation at the same time. So on your ghost layer, hit P to get the position. And I'm going to turn on the stopwatch because this is the starting point. I'm going to move in a few seconds. I want it to move really slowly, so I'm coming in 1 second. And then along the y-axis, which is the second one, just bring it down. And then another second in, I'm going to bring it back up so we could have that up and down motion. Grab all keyframes and hit F9. So you can see my ghost is just moving up and down. And we could just loop this if we want. Or just copy these guys. Let's just copy them. And paste them at a relative distance. And I'm going to expand my timeline. I feel like it's not equal. Let me bring the time indicator. Yeah, we can see that this is not exactly on 1 second. I want it to have a rhythm, so I'm just going to make sure that everything is on the exact time that I decided. So I decided to go 1 second at a time, so I need to make sure that my keyframes are also like that. Expand my timeline, and I'm going to close my project. Just bring it around maybe 6 seconds. So after 6 seconds, my project just ends. And expand this to 6 seconds. Then I'll just grab the, let's see what happens here. He goes down, up, and I want him to come down. So I'll just copy this guy and bring it here. To copy, you hold down Control C or Command C. To paste, Control V or Command V. Let's play that. And you can see we have a simple motion of our ghost just going up and down. If you want this to be slower, you would have to kind of limit the amount of keyframes that you have, or you could just expand your timeline and move each of the keyframes to create a space between them. So I'm going to go for like 1.5 seconds. So this guy will come here and grab the rest. 2.5, 3.5, and you can see instead of 6 seconds, we kind of moved it up by half a second. So now it's a lot more slower. I'm going to leave it like this. I'm happy with the speed. Close my timeline again. So now we created this really simple movement with a Adobe Illustrator layer. And we are also going to add the other animation that we talked about, the other transform, which is the rotation. So once you're done with position, go on Ghost again and hit R to bring rotation. Again, stopwatch for where you want it to start and then move in a few seconds in. I'm gonna expand this to 2 seconds. So for position, it was 1.5. For rotation, it's 2. You don't want the movements to be moving around the same second because it will look a little weird. So I suggest maybe leaving half a second distance between the two transform, between rotation and position, just so it looks more natural. And I'm going to decide what angle I want my ghost to move. So it's like 7 degrees, right? I'm happy with that. And then at 4 seconds, it's going to be 0 again. And then until the end of our thing, actually 6 seconds, we decided 2. it's going to be 7 again. Or in this case, it will be -7 because we want it to also move down. And we're going to leave it be like that. So here it's 0, here it's 7, 0, -7. Easy ease all of the keyframes, F9, play it back. And you can see our ghost is kind of floating and it's also turning at the same time. And that's really nice. And now I'm going to do the same thing with the rest of the layers, but we're going to come back to this ghost layer because we're going to add kind of a blinking motion to the ghost. So it blinks as it moves. And that's like a fun little thing you guys can do. I'm going to go in Potion, turn it on. And with Potion, we don't have much of an animation, to be honest. Zoom in and see what we can do. Maybe we could add like a simple rotation for it. So hit R again. We don't need position because it's just going to be standing in one place. Just hit R, come in 1.5 seconds in. Let's go with like a really slight rotation. So like 3 degrees. 3.5, 0. Then we go 5.5, -3. We'll just put one for 7. Go back to 0. F9, all of the keyframes. Play it back. We have this really slight rotation movement, which might not even be visible. We're just trying to make things look as animated and as natural as we can. Right, now let's close this, get to the house. And I'm not too sure about the house. What could we do to make it look cool? We could just leave it be like this because houses aren't really supposed to move that much. But this guy was like a magic potion. Let's turn on the pumpkin. And with the pumpkin, we could do something. We could make the pumpkin maybe appear from below or maybe come from the top. So let's add a position keyframe. Before I turn on the stopwatch, I'm going to just move this guy down. Oops, that's the house. Go on the pumpkin and move this guy down so it like he appears. Turn on the stopwatch, come in a few frames, go back up, and I want him to kind of bounce down. So come down and then go back to the final position. F9 the keyframes. Let's play it back and then we have to move the keyframes in a relative spot. This part is a little too slow right here. So I'm just going to drag these two and bring them in closer. Let's play it back. Alright, so you saw he went up and then continued bouncing before finally settling for his final position. Alright, and then we're also going to do the eyeball thing with this guy too. Actually, I was thinking that we do the eyeball with the pumpkin and not with the ghost because they're not alive. But the pumpkin is, so I'm going to leave the ghost be. I will, however, go in ghost again. And I'm going to move the keyframes back. Expand this to 8 seconds. Move it back, and in the first keyframe, I want him to kind of be out of frame. So I'm going to go here, and then around here he comes back. Then does his regular movement. Let's start that over. So he comes out of nowhere and just starts moving around. I think that looks better. And the pumpkin just appeared and kind of settled down. Then we're going to add the eyeball animation that we talked about. Then finally we have this background decor. I'm going to expand this, stretch it out. Make it as big as the screen. And we could just simply make this fade in. There's not anything special you could do. Hit T on your keyboard. 0%. Turn on the stopwatch. Maybe 1 second in, just before everyone appears. Turn it back to 100%. F9. And we're also going to do the same thing with the house and the potion. Just copy these keyframes, T, and T as well. So let's play this back. You can see everything appears, and these guys are moving. I'm not a big fan of the little decor in the back. I feel like it's a bit too distracting. And if you didn't want any layer, you could just simply go on it and hit backspace. And now it's gone. So now I could add a text here. Let's do that. I'm going to grab all of my layers first. First layer, Shift, last layer, M to close off all their panels. Let's create a text. Go to Text Tool. Type in something. Let's go for like boo. Control A to select it all, and we're going to kind of customize our text. I'm going to make it smaller so it fits in the space that we have. And I'm going to try to find a font. I guess this will do. I was hoping we could find something more spooky. I guess we'll just stick with this. So it's spooky, but a little fun. And that will be a good addition. Turn this to 0. And maybe slim up the letters a bit. And I'm going to add a stroke color. And I'm going to get the eyedropper tool because we have a color on our screen. Just grab this orange. And I'm just going to, let's see what we could do. Okay, it was italic. Just turn that off. And this is our text. I'm going to move the ghost. Let's see. I guess the ghost is in the right position. And I just need to animate my text, so I'll make it kind of bounce in. So I'm going to hit Scale, turn it to 0, turn on the stopwatch, come in maybe a few frames in, turn it back to more than 100, so like 110, and then a few frames forward, 100, actually less than 100, 90, and then finally it's going to be 100. Then we're gonna grab all of them, F9, see how it looks. So like it appears in like a bouncing manner, and I'm just gonna bring this text layer below all of the other layers. So my pumpkin goes above it, and so does the ghost. And I feel like that creates a nice, just a nice animation. Zoom out. I'm going to see what else I could add. We have an empty space here that I don't know what we can fill it in with. Maybe I could grab another ghost. So Control D, and we're just going to move the second guy. I'm going to reset the transform for the second ghost. Just reset everything. Turn off the other things. I'm going to right click, transform, and then just flip it vertically. Oops, sorry, horizontally, not vertically. Let's go back here, flip horizontal. So now they're like buddies. I'm going to grab Shift and just make it smaller. So it's like a baby ghost. Grab this guy and put it here. Right, and then I can add I can either copy the keyframes for this, or I could start over. I guess I'll just grab these for Though this won't work because the position is set there. So I do have to do this from the beginning when it comes to the thing. When it comes to the transform. Alright, I'm going to go back in here, start from the beginning. I accidentally brought back the names back to what they were. Just leave it be, we're almost done. And I'm going to first make the baby ghost maybe appear from the top because the parent is coming from the side. So we're going to move this guy along the y-axis, move it the opposite way, turn on the keyframe and just make this guy slowly come down. A little more down than it would. And then a few frames in, it goes back up to its final position. And then it's just going to continue moving down and then up. And I'm going to play this back, see if the speed is okay. Okay, so it's a little too fast. I'm just going to drag all of these keyframes, just bring them in and add some space between them. Let's see how that looks. Alright, so naturally the younger creature would be a lot more energized. So I'm going to leave that be, and instead I'm just going to copy these two and just paste them accordingly, like so, and just continue pasting until I am at the end of my project. Alright, I'm going to leave it be here. Let's first check if it's okay. So it is moving up and down in a fast manner compared to the parent. And I'm just going to continue what I was doing. Just hit Control V with the copied keyframes. And we're done. Then let's go back to rotation and just add like a few rotations. Turn on the keyframe. Once it comes down, we are going to add, we added 7 for the parent. Let's go with like 5 for the, child. And I'm going to place these in a longer manner. I don't want them to be as fast as the position. So 5, 0, and then -5 for it to move left and right. -5, or any number that you choose. Come in a few more frames. 0. And I'm just going to copy these two. I have to see if it's -5 first. This keyframe is 0. Let's type in -5. Go back on this keyframe. So this is a -5. This has to be 0. Oops. Zero. And then 5. And finally 0. Let's play that back and see. So you can see it's moving slightly left and right. And we have this cute Halloween animation. Right, so before we continue, we're going to do the eye thing that we mentioned for the pumpkin. So M on this guy, let me just rename them. Baby Ghost. So you know which layer I'm referring to. Alright, go back and I'm just going to go in the pumpkin, double click on the pumpkin to enter the layer. I'm going to zoom in, see what is going on. go back in here and set this to full. There we are. Now we can see. I'm gonna come to the point, although it doesn't matter here. Here you're just working with the layer alone. So I'm gonna zoom in, hit V. And I'm just going to add some, I wouldn't say mask layers. Then we could do it in the composition too. Let's turn that off, go to composition. Look at where the pumpkin appears, which would be here when it's stable. If you do it on a stable position, it'll look a lot more easier. It'll be a lot more easier. Grab the hand tool and just come down to the point where you meet the pumpkin eyes. Get the pen tool. Before that, I'm just going to hit M on the blue layer. So I know that at around 3 seconds, I want my pumpkin to start blinking. Click away from the pumpkin layer, and we're going to get the pen tool, or you could get a ellipse actually. Hit a circle, turn off the hit on the word stroke, set it to none, hit OK. Now for fill, we want to get the eyedropper tool and get this exact orange shade. And I'm just going to, you can see the star next to it, hold down Shift and just cover up the eyes. Hit V, then Control D to move the second ellipse to the other eyeball. Now because our shape is stable, it's not going to move as much. And now at 3 seconds, I'm going to open one of them. And actually, let's do it in 2 separate layers. So this is shape 1. Click away. We're going to Control D, make another shape layer, and move that to another area, to the other eye. All right, shape 1 and shape 2 need to move at the same time. So let's work with shape 1, and we're going to work with the opacity. So hit T. I'm going to make it 0. 0% here. How long do we want it to blink for? Let's go for like half a second. And then we're going to, well, actually opacity wouldn't work. We need to kind of cut this guy up and duplicate it. So I'm going to go back to, show you guys an easy way. We'll get into difficult ways later. So on shape 1, where we had 2 ellipses, I'm going to hit Control and do that again. Give my ellipse tool, Shift for a perfect circle, and then we're going to duplicate the ellipse. So now we have 2 ellipses. Hit V to just move this guy to the other eye. And we're only going to be working with this layer. So I'm going to rename this to eyes, or just blink. And I'm going to expand my timeline. All right, so we're going to have to duplicate and place this guy on places where we want the pumpkin to blink. So Control Shift D to cut it here, because before that we don't want him to blink. And then just leave as much as you want for him to blink, so half a second. Control Shift D, delete the rest of this guy. So now if I play this back, you can see he's looking, blinks, comes back. And then we're going to Control D here, come into where we want him to blink again, which I guess we'll go with like 5 seconds. Drag this guy at 5. Right, it's blinking, and then finally at 7 seconds, Control D, grab the third box here. Let's play it back and see if that's smooth enough. It's going to appear, it's going to sit down, and it's going to blink, and then blink again, and then the final blink. And if If you want, you have to change the color here. Just gonna leave it be. Just want to see how we can add a simple blinking animation to our pumpkin, like we did. Alright, so this was the Adobe Illustrator file. You saw how we were able to work with the separate layers. And I'm just going to show you guys how the Photoshop layer works. And I'm just going to delete everything. Delete. So we're back to where we started. I'm going to close these panels too. Double click. Now let's get our Photoshop file. Composition, retain layer sizes. It's going to import it. And this is something you will probably get. Make sure it's on editable layer styles and not on merge layer styles into footage, because we want to keep the appearance there and also leave the layers be separate. Hit OK. And I'm going to double click on composition. Now notice that unlike the Adobe Illustrator file, this is the file we're getting, by the way. Unlike the Adobe Illustrator file, we have this thing instead. Now with Photoshop, when you group things and you leave the groups out in the open, so you don't put them in a master group, once you're done with your project, the groups will appear on After Effects. So I made a group, the thing I downloaded made a group for social media. If I double click this, I come in, I can see there are 6 layers in social media, which is this tiny part up there. So when you group things in Photoshop, this is the perk of using Photoshop, you get to keep those groups in After Effects and you can edit them separately, which allows for a really more detailed animation. So I'm going to delete the layers I don't need. Don't need that. Backspace. Don't need that. Then we have text. And I'm just going to double click on text. You can see I'm in this group. And I'm just going to delete the ones on top. This is a website homepage design. You guys can keep it that way. But I'm just trying to show you guys how you can make a more complex animation using Photoshop. Then you open design, double click, you're in design. These are what we have. We have button 1, get rid of it. Button 2, so we'll get rid of that too. Some random arrow, which is actually related to our illustration. I'm going to leave that be. And then we have each of these illustrations. So this is a single one. That's another one. Go back here, and then we have the background, which is just this. I believe it's a single layer. Yeah. So we don't need to open the group for this. I'm going to turn this back to quarter. Come back to investment free pick. And I'm going to, in order to make a more detailed animation, I need to do each of these groups separately. So let's start with the easy one, which is the text. Go in here, and you're only working with the text layers. So I'm going to make the title, hit P to move from here to here and just appear. Go back to the left, out of the frame, turn on your stopwatch, and then move in here. So I forgot to move in a few frames and then bring it back. Bring this guy back. I'm going to hit Control R or Command R and then just drag one of these vertical lines to make sure that I am placing my second keyframes in a way that aligns with the other words. Come back, there we are. Hit F9, let's look at that. So it appears out of nowhere and it comes into frame. We're also going to kind of make it faster, so I'm going to bring the second keyframe only. Click away, grab this guy, bring it in closer. Play that back, and it appears it was loading. Let me actually cut my composition and zoom in to my frame. So this guy is going to appear like that at that exact speed unless you bring in the keyframes closer. Then we have the subtitle, which I will also make it come out of nowhere. Hit P, get out of frame, and then turn on the stopwatch. Now I want this guy to appear after the first title. So I'm going to drag it in the center, or we could do that after we've added the keyframes for all of them. I'm going to move in a few frames and then bring it in back. Make sure to align it with the rest of the text. Okay, we still have some room for that. Zoom in and drag this guy to make it align with the other text. We have the body text, again P. And you may have wondered what happens if we just copy the keyframes and then paste it in the other layer. The thing is that when you're talking about position, you're talking about the exact number of the X and Y location. So if you do copy it for another layer, you're going to end up with two text overlapping one another, and that's just not going to work because you want people to be able to read both text. So make sure you do each of these separately so that you get the right positions every time and you don't end up with multiple text pressed on top of each other. I'm going to move it back and press the stopwatch. Align it here and then bring it back to my... Oops, it's too far. Bring it back to where it was. And we have a sign in button and the read more, we don't need those. I'm going to turn those off. Right, then F9 all of the keyframes. And right now, if you play this back, we have text appearing at the same time and ending at the exact same spot. But to create the order of importance for my animation, I will have to change the time in which each of them appears. So this guy is the most important, and is the subtitle, and then it's the body text. So I'm going to make the title appear first, move this guy here. This guy will appear after that, and then this guy comes here. So we have this staircase motion. And now if I play this back, you can see this guy appears, then that, and then that. So that creates a order of importance for readers to understand. So we did that with the text. Let's go into design, or just go back here and double tap on the design. That's if you're seeing the groups. If you're going to use this project that is in the resource pack, you will have these groups. But if you're designing it yourself and you're only seeing you can see it says PS and it's a blue icon, then you don't need to, there won't be any groups for you to double tap into. Right, so we have a lot in this layer and we have to just design each one. So I can see we have some kind of decors, which are these circles and like this little arrow. Let's see what this is. What is that exactly? I'm going to hit Edge and see what shape 3 is. So I'm going to delete shape 3. Don't need that. Zoom out. Again, we have some stuff for the items that we deleted. Come up here, and I'm just going to delete those because there's nothing for them to stand on. So we have some coins. Those are the coins. And we have an illustration. Now, we learned how to parent things in a previous lesson. And seeing that the coins are connected to this rocket, we need to parent these into illustration 1. Just rename it into rockets. So coin 1 and coin 2, grab this spiral thing, parent it to rocket. Now whatever movement the rocket has, these coins will move with it. Right, then we have illustration 1, which is the people, and then illustration 3, which is that thingy there. We have shape 5, which is this guy. I guess we won't need that. Maybe we could make the rocket move along it. Right, so let's start with the rocket. I'm gonna first hit P on my keyboard and just drag this guy just out of frame. Start from this position. Hit R to rotate it. Because the stopwatch is not on, we won't be seeing anything. So it's going to move in like this until it reaches maybe here. So I'm going to move it out of frame. Hit P on my keyboard, start the stopwatch. Then using the hand tool, I'm going to move in a few frames. Like this. Then move it upwards towards here or any other location you need. Move in a few frames. Move it to the left because there's like a curve. A little bit more. We have one up here. One here. And then one up here, which is the final spot. So now if you play this back, you can see it's moving along that curve. It's going up and down. F9 all the keyframes. Now let's go and work with the rotation. So from the beginning, turn it on. Move into where it needs to rotate. So over here, it needs to kind of turn upwards. So like this. A few more frames. It needs to move down a little. And then finally needs to rotate to the final position, which would be somewhere around here. Let's see. Yeah. Again, F9, all of the keyframes. Go back and hit play. And you can see it's like moving really awkwardly upwards. And to make it faster, obviously you would have to hit P and then just close in the space between these guys. So I'm going to do that because I want it to move a lot more faster. So I'm going to grab all of the keyframes and just bring it in. Let go of that one and then bring the rest. Do that and just keep doing it until it looks good. Final keyframe. It's not perfect. I'm just going to leave it be. So it moves a lot more faster. And I also need to make this, but now we need to change the R as well. Yeah, you can see. So the P ended at around 2.5 seconds. Hit R, I need to bring these guys onto 2.5 seconds as well. So finally, when it stops, it's in a right position. Now let's make this line, which I believe is shape 5, to slowly appear. So it's appearing with the rocket. So on shape 5, let me get the square. I think the square will look good. Alright, and we're going to mask the layer. So I'm going to create this line. Control T on that mask layer. Rotate it. Which will be a little hard to do because it's such a weird shape. And weirdly, there's a lot of layers, a lot of mask layers. Didn't know they were here. Okay, let's just delete this layer. It's going to be complicated because we have 3 masks at the same time and we're not that advanced yet. So the rocket is just going to come out of nowhere and it's going to stay up here. And then we could maybe ask it to rotate. Create a keyframe there. Over like 14 seconds. Sorry, 14 degrees. Come back to 16 degrees. So So it's like moving in like that once it's finished. So it's like I'm here. And we're going to cut the timeline. We're not going to extend our animation that much. And then we're going to work with the other things. So the circles and this one arrow, we're just going to make it appear. It's not much you could do with a circle. Hit S, turn it all to 0, because we're selecting all of them. Turn on all of the keyframes. Come in maybe like 1.5 seconds. 110, I want it to bounce in. And then go in a few more seconds, and then a few more frames. Go to 80. Just drag this a little closer. Finally, to 100, which is the final scaling of all of them. Grab all the keyframes. F9. Go back up. And you can see they slowly appear. If you want it to appear faster, just drag the first keyframes and bring it in closer. Play that back. You can see they slowly appear and they bounce and they just stay still. Hit M on all of them. Weirdly, we have a lot of mask layers. I don't know why. Something to do with the project that was made. It's alright. Let's see. We have this guy. I'm just going to make this, because it's below the people, I'm going to make it appear from the behind of her shoulder. Before turning on the stopwatch, I'm going to just drag it in a place where it's not visible. Turn on the stopwatch. And at 1, I'm going to, around 1 second, I'm going to make it come up here. And then here, just going to continue going up and down before it settles for the final position, which is here. Gonna grab all of these keyframes, F9, and I'm just gonna make the start of this animation at around 1 second, or where I want my people to show up. So I'm gonna keep it at 1 second, and I'm gonna go on position, bring these guys all the way down, and then turn on the stopwatch. And to ensure that I'm getting a straight line, I'm going to first zoom out, hold down Shift, or don't hold down Shift. I'm just going to bring it up to where it covers that thing. So I'm actually going to do it with this, so I ensure a perfect animation. So along the y-axis, we're going to go to the right side. Turn on the position keyframe. Come in around maybe 1 second, and then bring it back to where they were, which was around here. I want to make sure that that guy is not showing up. And at the same time, we're going to go for T. Turn the opacity to 0, and maybe halfway in, like this, I'm going to make it, forgot to turn on my stopwatch. Turn on the stopwatch, around half a second, we're going to make it 100. And also F9. So play this back, they're going to appear like this. The rocket is going to show up, and that guy is going to be there. And you could add some looping animation if you want. I'm just going to leave it be, or just around the point where the animation stops, which is here. Just cut my composition short. M to close all of the tabs. Play this back, and forgot to make this guy. Hit T. Make it 0. because I want it to just appear when the lady's there. It's going to be 0 here. Around this part, it's going to be 100%. F9, M, play it back, see if everything runs smoothly. And it does. Alright, and now if we go back to, I'm going to close these off, investment by free pick, you can see that everything is moving just like we assigned them to, and they're just coming in together. But because we went in those layers or groups, let me cut this short, replay it, go back. Because we went in each of the groups, we were able to kind of do it in a less confusing way. And now you can see that it looks animated and looks fun. And you could use this for any project that you'd like. So that's how you use Photoshop and Adobe Illustrator files using After Effects. Personally, I use Photoshop files because you can see you can group them. And when it comes to textures, I find that Photoshop works a lot more better. But as you saw, Adobe Illustrator works just as well. And the perks of Illustrator is when it comes to vector files. So depending on what you're doing, you would choose either one or maybe a mixture of both. So you would do the initial editing or creation of the vectors in Adobe Illustrator. And then in Photoshop, you're going to add your textures or anything else that you want. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to take a closer look at how we can make and create animations in After Effects and learn more about the different options in the Transform tab and how we can move shapes and other things in this program. So we already learned about the animation essentials like position, rotation, scale, opacity, and anchor points. We also learned about the tools that are necessary for animations. We learned about the pen tool and the shape tool. So those are the tools that we're going to use in this lesson to create a really simple animation. But with creating this particular animation, you get to understand the logic of how things move in After Effects and how we can use what we've learned so far and apply it to a really simple movement and then animate it using different tools and different options. So this is an animation that every person creates before they start getting professional with After Effects. So it's a great exercise for you guys to follow. And without further ado, let's get started. So I just opened After Effects. Let's make our composition. Click on New Composition. Let's name it Ball Bounce. Leave the settings be. Hit OK. So let me just quickly explain what we're going to create. We're going to have a ball drop down from the top, and it's going to bounce up and down until it no longer moves and is still on the ground. So with our shape tool, we're going to make the ball, and behind it we'll put a background so it's all nice and tidy. And then we're going to use the different animation options in the Transform tab to make the ball move. So I'm going to go to my shape tool. The shortcut is Q. Usually you would be on the rectangle, and if you want to switch between these, you can hit Q. Now we are changing shapes. Pay attention here. As you keep hitting Q, you're going to change and move throughout the shapes, but make sure you've selected this box. So if I click away, me click on the pen tool, I cannot hit Q and keep changing it. I need to go on top and click the shape tool and then hit Q so I can scroll through the different options that I have. Now notice that next to my cursor there is a star. We already talked about this, but let's go over it again. A star indicates that what you're about to create is going to be a shape. It's really important because when you have an image here, let's say, let me just quickly bring in this camel. So if I had my camel down here, and I'm just going to make it larger, I'll hit V on my keyboard to make it larger. We have some pixelation, it's okay. If I click on my camel 1 and I proceed to choose my shape, you can see that the cursor has a different icon. And that, if you're not familiar with it, is the masking icon. So what that means is that instead of creating a separate circle shape, I'm going to be masking this camel with a circular shape. So if I create a circle, you can see that I have masked out the camel except for everything that's in the circle that I just created. So if you have a layer down there, maybe you created your background image, you brought it in, make sure that you're not clicking on the image and that you are not on anything as you draw your shape. So let me hit Control Z to get back my camel. So just look at the cursor, it's on the mask icon. If I click away from camel 1, there is a star. So that means I'm going to be creating a shape and not a mask layer. So now I can just create a shape. You can see we have two different layers. One is the shape, one is my camel. I'll just delete the shape and the camel. Alright, so always pay attention to the icon next to your cursor. You want to make sure that it's relevant to what you're going to do. So if you're going to create a shape, you want to make sure you have the shape icon next to your cursor, which is this star. Alright, so I got my circle and I'm going to choose a fill color. Guess I'll go with like a bright green, hit OK, and I'll click, hold down Shift and expand to make a perfect circle. If I don't hold down Shift, I'm going to have maybe an uneven circle, which is not the case with balls. They're perfectly round and we want to recreate that using the shape tool and make sure that it's a perfect circle. That's why we're going to hold down Shift after we have started. So click, hold down Shift to make a perfect circle. I'm going to undo that, and again I'm going to start again. Click, hold down Shift, and create my circle. Oops. I let go too quickly. There we are. So this is my shape. We have the option to change the color. I'm going to remove the stroke. I'm going to turn it to 0. Now if we zoom in, I'm using my scroll wheel on my mouse to just zoom in. And I'm going to hit Edge on my keyboard to get the hand tool. That way I can move around my thing. You can see that there's nothing here because we turned off the stroke. But if I add a number, you can see we have a white stroke. If you want, you can add a different color. I'm going to add black so we can see the outline of the shape clearly. Maybe like 2 points. Let's go for like 3. You can always type in a number. Go with like 4 so it's nicely visible. Hit Edge on my keyboard to get the hand tool. Use my scroll wheel to center my composition. I'll hit V on my keyboard to get the selection tool. Just drag it to the center of my work. And if we hit Control R or Command R, we're going to access the rulers. If I hit Control R again, you can see there's nothing. Control R, we have the rulers. Now the reason we would use the rulers is to make sure everything is straight. You can click and drag from the corner to get a grid like this. So I can know if my circle is centered or not. I'm just going to drag one from the top. So this is going to be a temporary grid just to see if everything is even. But once you let go, there's nothing there. But for my case, I just want a vertical ruler in the center of my work. There we are. So using the ruler, I'm just going to center my shape. want to make sure it's in the center. And another thing that you guys notice is that I'm really, I can freely move this subject, but I want things to be even. That's why I placed a ruler. So we have this option called snapping. You've probably noticed it up here. And what this means is that it's going to allow us to make more precise positioning. So if I like come closer, it's going to snap right with my ruler, and that's just going to save me a lot of time. So let me just go. And to get the snapping option, you have to be in the move tool or the selection tool. So if I'm in the hand tool, you can see it disappears. So go in the selection tool or hit V on your keyboard and turn on the snapping option and also these two options. Now you can see that it's moving a lot more strictly and it snaps onto my ruler. And another thing that you guys can do to make sure that things are moving perfectly along the horizontal line or the vertical line is that you can hold down Shift while you move. So on my layer, I'm going to hold down Shift and then click on my shape, the anchor point. Hold on, let me move this away. I'm going to go down here, hold down Shift, and just move my shape. You can see it's only moving horizontally unless I like drag it down, which will kind of snap all the way to the bottom. But this way I can make sure it's only moving in one line horizontally. And if I hold down Shift again and move it upwards, it's only going to be moving in one line vertically. And I know when I'm moving out of that line when it like snaps to the side. So this will allow me to create precise positioning. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z to get back my ruler. And I'm just going to center my shape, although it doesn't really matter for the vertical alignment because we're going to be moving our ball anyways. But I'm trying to make sure that it's placed correctly within the horizontal line. You can also use your arrow keys to make little movements. This set is in the center, and hit Ctrl R. If you move it, you can just make sure it needs to be a little bit to the left and up. I'm going to move my ruler back to the center. And now there is my shape. Now I want to decorate my ball. I don't want it to be this green, a flat green shape. So I'm going to zoom in using my scroll wheel. Hit Edge on my keyboard. I'm going to like draw a half circle at the top with a different color. So I'm going to zoom in. Then I'm going to get my pen tool. You can either hit it there or hit G on your keyboard. And again, you can see next to my cursor, I have the star shape, which means that I'm going to be creating a shape and not a mask. So right now, because I'm on the shape layer, I will not be creating a mask, but if I did have an image, let me just quickly demonstrate. You could see it goes back to the mask icon, and using this, I can create masks for my shape layers, for the image in this case. Delete that shape. I'm going to zoom in, hit Edge on my keyboard. To move the composition in the right area, hit G again to get my pen tool. Alright, so I'm going to choose a color. I will keep the black stroke, but I will make this part maybe like a orange color. I want to make sure it's vibrant so everything is nicely visible. I will add another ruler. You don't have to, but I like to make sure it's evenly placed. Just move it a little higher. And now I'm going to create a point here, then another one on the other side, but I'm going to click and drag to add the curve that the ball has. So I'll click here, click and then drag to make a nice circle. I'm going to let go once I'm happy with the curve. We can always move these guys around to adjust it. But this is how you adjust it. You can go on one of the handles. If you move that, you can change the curve of the ball, of the line, that is. So I'm going to make another, I'm going to close the shape. So just click here. And you can see that it's not looking quite nice. So I would have to drag the handles. You can see it's really small. Zoom out, just drag the handles. And I'm going to just work with it until I'm happy with this shape. I'm going to hit H on my keyboard to move around so I can see this handle. And I'm going to kind of move it around. I'm going to turn off snapping because snapping is not that useful when you're working with curves. So you want to be careful with that. Just trying to create a shape which is really weird. Move it up maybe. Get my pen tool again and just move the edge over here. Go back in. Bring the handle like this. I guess I'll add a point here. Then move it upwards. Find the handles, it's really small. To add a curve and make sure it aligns with the stroke of the green shape. Get the V again and just, try to get the handle. Because I have to zoom in. Hit H to move around. You see it's really small. So I'm going to expand it and I'm going to zoom out so I can see where I need to stop. And there we are. Zoom out, click away, and now it has kind of like a hat. I did want to change the position of this guy. It's a little out of line. Now I'm going to click away, and our ball has this yellow top. Zoom out, hit the edge on my keyboard. I'm going to see if it's equal. It is. Just a curve here, it's a little bit uneven. The more time you spend on it, the better it will look. So I have to just work with this curve. And because I have the ruler, I could see the two sides. Whether they're equal or not. I guess now it's kind of equal. Just let it be. Click away. And if you want, you could add more stripes. You can add stripes to your shape, or you could just leave it be like this. Now the thing is that these two were created as two different shape layers. So they're not connected. So they're two different layers, and it's going to be a problem because if I add P to this, to the first green ball, let me just rename it real quick. Green ball. And yellow top. So if I move my green ball, I'll turn on the stopwatch. I'll move it around. You can see the green top is left behind. Sorry, the yellow top is left behind, but we wanted them to be together. We want the yellow top to be a part of the green ball. So we have to kind of link these two together. So when I add a positioning to one of them, the other moves with that too. It's going to hit Ctrl-Z to undo that. And stop the positioning. Hit M to close everything. So there are a couple ways that you can add shapes onto one another. The first thing, which would be the obvious thing, so just click on the, I'm going to turn off yellow top for a second. Click on your original shape and then add the other shape while you're highlighting this layer. So this shape that I'm creating right now, it's a part of green ball. And if you open this and contents, you can see there are a bunch of shapes. So now if I click away, move my green ball, hit position, and this guy, you can see it all moves at the same time. So that's one way that you could add shapes. Hit M again. Hit Control Z, get rid of this shape. Another way that you can do is that you can add the paths, which we already went over. But essentially, if you create more than one shape, let me create another one. You have an option to add these. So if you merge these paths, you can see that, let me click away, they are one shape and you have more options down here. But for our case where we already drew two shapes and I don't want to delete my yellow top and then start over, it's going to be really time consuming. It's to link the two layers. Hit Control Z, hit M to close everything. So I'm going to turn on my yellow top again. If you look here, it's written parent and link. So essentially, I want the yellow top to be connected to my green ball. So I will drag this spiral shape and bring it over to green ball. You can see now instead of none, Control Z to show you. First it was none, then drag this guy, put it on green ball. Now this yellow top layer, it's linked to the green ball. So if I move the green ball, let me move the position, they move together. So if you want two shapes to be together when you're adding effects, you can use one of these methods to add them together. Control Z. So now we've linked the yellow top to the green ball. I also want to add some stripes just to make things look pretty. So I'm going to click away to make my separate layers because I want to duplicate it. I will click one on the edge of yellow top and end it here. Click and drag to make a spiral shape. I'm going to turn off my fill layer. I'll keep it the same. I'll just keep it the same green. And I'll leave the stroke. If I click away, you can see we now have like a nice little stripe. I'm going to hold down and hit Control D to duplicate that layer. And then I'll just move it away. And we have two. I'm going to kind of flip it the other way. Transform. We are going to flip horizontal. Now it's facing the other way. I'll just put it in a similar space. Use my arrow keys to kind of move it down and make a precise placement. Click away to make sure it's looking good. Alright, and we need to make one more in the middle. So I will first move away my ruler. Get my first point in. The second point, click and drag to make a slight curve in the center. Alright, so it's not looking that great, but it's fine for now. Now I can do the same thing and just link every layer that's above here to my green ball. You can also just hold down, click on that layer to add to that shape. But I'm just going to continue with this method. Now if I move my green ball, hit P on your keyboard to access position, they all move together. Alright, so I created my ball. I'm happy with the way it looks. I can now begin animating my ball. But the downside of creating different layers and then linking them to your main object is that you're going to have a lot of layers, and sometimes that will be a little confusing. So I would recommend trying to keep this timeline as tidy as possible, because when you're first starting out, the number of layers could get a bit confusing for you guys. So now I am going to draw a background layer. I'll click away, get I guess I'll add a solid background first. I'm going to go in this project panel, go to your timeline, go to layer, new, and solid. I'm going to name this background. background. Choose a color. Let's go down here. Let's choose a bright color so the vibrant shapes stand out. Hit OK. And now we have this solid layer, but it's above everything else. So we're going to click and drag it below everything else. So now we have a background layer. And I don't want it moving around, so I'm going to lock it in place. Alright, so we have a background. Now I want to have like a floor so this ball can bounce on it. So I'll go in my shape, hit Q to get to my rectangle. And I'm going to make sure that I'm not on any layer. You can see the star if I was on background. Let me unlock it. If I was on background, I will be creating a mask instead. So make sure you're not on any layer. Just click and drag to make the floor. So this will do. Choose a different color. Let's go for like orange, keeping things vibrant. And again, this is on top of everything. So if my ball was to move down, you can see it goes behind that. But this was supposed to be the floor where the ball is supposed to bounce on it. So we need to, I'm going to hit M, click and drag, let me name this floor, and then click and drag the floor layer all the way underneath green ball and above the background. So now if I move my green ball, it's going to be on top of my floor. Control Z. Oops, hit it too much. Right. Hit M on the floor and M on the green ball to close all the tabs. And now we can start with animating. I'm also going to lock my floor layer so I don't move it accidentally. Alright, so I'm not going to be touching any of these, but I'm not going to lock them because all of these layers are linked to the ball layer that I'm going to move. So I'm just going to be working with green ball. So first I'm going to, like we said, we wanted to drop onto the floor, so it shouldn't be in the middle here. So hit P on your keyboard, or just go open the options, go to transform, gotta open them, and go to position. But if you hit P, you're only opening the position, which could be a lot more organized. Not on the axis, on the Y axis, because you're going to be moving it vertically. And we're going to move the slider to the left because we want it to go upwards. You can also add a number by clicking on it, but I'm just going to drag it away. And now it's out of my thing. You can, if you zoom out, you can see the outline. And then you could decide for the right area. So now I'm going to start my stopwatch because I want to start from here and not from the center of my composition. Start the stopwatch, and then I'm going to decide at what point this guy is going to come down. So I'm going to go at like maybe 4 seconds. I can always change it, and I'm going to bring it to the right until it reaches the floor. Alright, so you can see it's starting from here, ending from here. If you're not seeing this, then your stopwatch is not turned on. So now if I go back, click away, hit play, you can see the ball is coming down really slowly. And we already talked about how if your keyframes are closer, they're going to be moving faster. So I'm going to bring it to like 2 seconds. Click away. You can see that it's coming down faster, but I want it to come down even faster. So I'll go for like 1.5 seconds. See, it's coming down quickly. And now we made our ball fall down from the sky. And then anything else that we want to add, we will do it in the next lesson, or the part 2 of this lesson. Now we did this really simple animation. We created our ball and the background and everything. In the second part of this lesson, we're going to move towards the actual animation with the rotation, the scaling, and the bouncing. So for this lesson, we just did, we created our shapes. We added a simple position animation. And we're going to finish it off in the next lesson. Okay, this is where we left off in the previous lesson. We made our shapes, we made the background, and we also added a position animation for the ball shape that we created. And now in this lesson, we're going to make the ball bounce, rotate, and all of the other things that we need. Right, so this is where we left off. We're going to start with the position. So the ball comes down. I'm going to drag it in even closer because I want it to kind of fall faster. That's just the natural speed of a falling object. It's not going to be that slow. So I'm going to keep playing it back until I am happy with the speed. So it's going to fall on the floor. And now it has to go back up because it's going to bounce. So a couple frames back, a couple frames forward, we're going to make another keyframe. I'm going to move it to the left to bring it upwards, like this much. Move forward by a small amount and then bring it back down. And if you'd like, you could choose and determine a space for the falling effect. So I'm going to just drag a ruler. So any bouncing I do needs to end on this ruler. So at one point it doesn't end here and then it goes up here. Then I'm going to move in a few frames and then decide where I want my keyframes to be so that I have a natural movement. I'm going to move the Y axis because it's going up and down to the left to bring it upwards, then go in a few frames forward and then bring it back down by going to the right. And actually I feel like the bounce needs to be higher, so I'm going to go back, make it go higher than usual, like maybe this much, go forward, bring it down, and then go forward, bring it up, less than the first time. You can see these points being created. Going down, and you're going to keep repeating this until the ball has finished bouncing. So as it reaches towards the end of the animation, it's going to land slowly. But watch out for the ruler because we don't want it to move in a unusual manner. Then this will be the last bounce. There we are. So now I have to check to see if the movement is precise. I'm going to drag my timeline and kind of zoom in so that way I can see the spacing between the keyframes, and you can see there's like a big difference. We do not want that, so I'm going to Control Z. I'm going to drag all of my keyframes except these two and kind of bring them closer. I want them to be equally spaced because the movements are not really that distorted. Then I'm going to let go, click and drag the rest, and just place each one precisely, one at a time. Let go, bring these guys, and keep letting go. Bring it here. You can see it snaps in place once you're in the right area. Let go. We got 3 more. And creating them like this, it's going to have a more smooth effect. But of course, we're going to hit F9 at the end to let After Effects decide the timing. I'm going to click away, hit the space bar. You can see that it kind of moves up and down. And now that I saw my animation play back, I saw that it's a bit stiff. So I'm going to slowly go through each one. And with this guy, I guess it means that I need to kind of move it higher. So I will just move this guy on that keyframe. Make sure you're clicking on it. Then I'm going to go back really slowly to make sure it's moving okay. if you're not clicking on the keyframe while you're making adjustments, you're going to create a new keyframe. So then click away, and I'm going to play it again. And you have to keep doing this until your animation makes sense. So if you saw that it's moving too fast, you can always add more space between your keyframes. And you just have to keep playing back until it looks good to you. There is no fast method of understanding if your animation is perfect. Just gotta keep working with the keyframes until you find the right timing. I'm gonna add a little space between each keyframe. See how they look. I'm gonna click away, hit the space bar. And I guess this is better. I think we made some additional keyframes that we do not need. I'm gonna click those two and then hit the backspace. Run it again. So I'm going to go over it slowly. It's coming down. That way I can determine which one is unnecessary. Play it again. Because this is where it looks a bit. It needs to go higher, so I'm just going to grab this guy and move the ball a little higher than where it was. And you can see that I made a new keyframe. Make sure you're on that and have that selected and move it a bit higher. I'm going to play it back again, see if it looks better. So we have a simple bouncing effect by just using the positioning. So right now it's just going up and down and then bouncing a few times. But the thing with this type of motion is that the ball is not going to be completely stable during the movement. Like it is right now, you can see that it's just the exact same shape, just moving up and down. There will be some rotation. So before I move on with the rotation, I'm just going to click and drag all of my keyframes and hit F9 on my keyboard. I'm going to play it again. Now that After Effects have decided my timing, I'm going to adjust things. I'm going to move my floor a little higher. Unlock it first. Use my arrow keys to move it up. Then I'm going to hit the space bar. And then I'm just going to move the floor around. I'm trying to find the right location for it and see exactly where it needs to be for my animation to look good. I'm going to close and lock this. I feel like we made a mistake. Let me see it again. Yeah, so in the first keyframe, it's not exactly hitting the floor, so I'm going to go on that keyframe, bring it down a little bit. Go over it again. I want to make sure it's perfect. Alright, now it's better. Going from the beginning, I'm going to hit M to close the options for green ball. And then on green ball, I'm going to hit R for rotation. So we're going to go back to where the ball starts to come in place. Or better yet, start from before. And I'm going to turn on the stopwatch. And as it comes down, before it hits the ground, you can see there's like a little space. I'm going to ask it to rotate. This will go to the left. Rotate a slight bit. We don't want it to like change its course. So, and then after, if I hit space, you can see that it's rotating. And then after it rotated and it goes back up, it should change the rotation. So I'm going to go to the point where it's at its peak. I'll make it like rotate a little bit to the right, maybe to 0 degrees or 1. Then when it comes down, it needs to rotate again. So again to the left. And then we have the final movements. Move it to the right. Hits the floor. goes back up, needs to go to the left, goes up, and we're just switching. And the less that the movement is, the less rotation it needs. So 1%, and then it stands still. So we have to edit the first keyframe because the rotation needs to be more at the first interaction with the floor. Hit the spacebar, I'll see how it looks. All right, so the first keyframe, I'm going to actually start over. When it has such a large impact with the floor, it needs to rotate more. So I'm going to delete that keyframe. I'm going to make it move like 40 degrees to the left. So there it goes. Then let's go back. It hits the floor. When it's coming back up, we need to make it rotate to the right. Then when it's going down to the floor, it needs to go be even more to the right. Maybe like this much. And as it slows down, it needs to have less rotation. So I'll go with like 6. Hits the floor, changes its course again. Move it to the right, goes up, goes to the left, slight amount. We said when the impact is less, it shouldn't move that much. Right, let's go back and hit the space bar. You can see now it's kind of moving in a nicer manner. Can hit F9. Bounces. I might be doing the directions wrong. So it's on the left, moves to the right. It's correct so far. It's the right, and then it. Okay, here it needs to be a little bit more intense. Go to the. Yeah, here you can see it was on the left, and it comes to the left again. So that's where we kind of went wrong. Going here, it's to the left, and it needs to be to the right. Let's have a look. Hopefully it's better this time. Right. Just gonna leave it be. It's good rotation. And I'm gonna hit M on my keyboard to get rid of the rotation. Then I'm going to play it back and see what else I need to do with the movement of my green ball. Go back up. Maybe we should make it disappear at the end. So I'll hit T on my keyboard, add the keyframe at 100%. Then a few seconds forward, I'm going to make it 0%. And for this guy, you gotta do it separately for these, because we're kind of dealing with the opacity. So I'll hit Control C on these two keyframes, hit T on this guy, and then Control V. And I'll align it like this. Again, T, Control V, bring it here. I have to move my thing here so I don't have to move it every time. T, Control V, T, Control V. But if your shapes were in a singular group or merged, then you wouldn't need to do all of this. I'm gonna select everything, hit F9. Gonna hit M to close it off. Spacebar. So after it sets, it disappears. I want to actually enlarge, as in lengthen the period as to where it starts to disappear. Gonna click and then shift to hit all of these. Hit T to open the opacity for all of them. And then I will select the second the second keyframe for all of these layers and move them to the right. Let's have a look, because I want it to disappear slowly. And I'm seeing that the things are not moving at the same time. I'm going to bring the thing here and make sure they're perfectly aligned. And we should have just merged the shapes in the beginning. It's fine, you guys do that. It's too late to turn back now. Gonna go back from the beginning. Have a look at my ball. Alright, and because we have a floor, it would only make sense to add like a shadow as it appears as it becomes closer to the table. So we would have the shadow of the ball appear, and then as it goes up, it like kind of becomes smaller, becomes bigger, and that sort of thing. So underneath the green ball, gonna unlock that. So I'm going to make another shape. I'm gonna bring my ball down first so I can get a better look at the shape of the ball. Then create, oops, I'm on the rectangle. Hit Q to get the circle. There we are. Click and drag to make like a shape like this, and then we're going to fill it in with a light gray, or actually a similar orange, and just kind of darken it because it's the shadow of the ball casted on the table. And you saw that I did it on the floor layer, so it became one shape. Don't do that. I'm gonna hit M, click away before I make my shape. Do it like this. Now it's a different layer. Let's name it shadow. Gonna hit V and bring the shadow layer and align it where it is. And you guys can see that the anchor point of my shadow layer, it's way too far from my actual shape. So since I'm going to be scaling my shadow layer in and out, I need to make sure that the scaling is done accordingly and equally. So I need to move the anchor point to the center of this shape. Just go in the pan behind. Just make sure you're on the shadow layer. Click and drag it to the center of that layer. You can zoom in to make sure it's perfect. Hit Edge to come down here. And then we're going to hit pan behind. Bring it to the center. And the shortcut for pan behind is Y. So now that it's in the center, it's going to move evenly when we add animations to it, that is. And we also need to remove the stroke. There's no stroke on shadows. Let's hit Edge. I zoomed out. Using some basic knowledge of animation, I'm going to see when the shadow needs to appear at what time. That would be when the ball is close to the ground, maybe here. So I'm going to hit V first, hit M to close that position layer, and hit S on my keyboard. And first I'm going to make it 0. You can see it goes towards the center. It's a lot easier to just click and type 0. And that's before I turn on the stopwatch, because I do not want keyframes, as in I don't want any keyframes in the beginning. And now this part is when I want it to appear. So I'm going to turn on the stopwatch. And as the ball gets closer, it needs to get bigger. I'm going to go to the part where it reaches the floor. Then I will make it, or just type 100%. So let's go from the beginning with the space bar. See, it appears, but we need to match the bouncing size as well. So it's going upwards. We're going to go to the time where it's at its peak. Make it smaller. And remember, the higher it is, the smaller the size is. I'm going to compare it to here. Alright, it goes up, it gets smaller. Then we're going to go to the part where it's down at the ruler length, and we're going to make it 100% again. And then we're going to move to another part where it's at the top, just around here. We're going to make it smaller, but less, a little larger than the previous keyframes. So over here, I believe it was 71 points. So as the bouncing becomes slower and the ball gets closer to the floor, the shadow needs to be larger. Alright, it's going to come down, meet the ruler, make it 100. It's going to go up around here, make it like, I guess, 85. Comes down 100%. And that's the last movement. Gonna hit F9 on all of these. Go from the beginning. Let's play it back and see what we have done. It appears, but you can see that the shadow is in front of the ball, and that's not correct. So I'm going to drag my shadow layer behind the ball. I'm going to hit P. You can see the stopwatch is turned off, and I'm just going to drag it behind the ball. Let's go in again. You can see we now have the shadow. And because the green ball disappears, I need to make sure it matches with the ball. So I'm going to hit T on green ball to open the opacity. And because everything else is the same, we're just going to go with the green ball keyframe, which is here. And then I'll go in shadow, hit T to open the opacity, add a keyframe, that's at 100% here, and then make it disappear with the ball. So here it would be 0. And we're going to easy ease these two by hitting F9. Go from the beginning. So it bounces and then disappears completely from our composition. And again, if you have merged the shapes from the beginning, you could avoid this. But I'm going to go to the point where the shapes are still equal. Then I will go in these guys, select all 3, hit T. And that just means that these 3 need to disappear faster than the ball. So it needs to come like maybe here. And then we're going to bring this guy to the side. Let's see if it's better. Okay, need to go a little closer. Almost there. Let's do that again. All right. So we also need to do the same thing with the yellow top. Hit T. Move the second guy around here. All right, so that's better. Let me do that again. Okay, that's a lot better than when we saw these stripes disappearing. Now we have a simple ball animation. Going to select everything. Hit M to close all these panels. Lock the floor layer. Now we have a really simple animation that we created easily using After Effects. And what we've learned so far, I'm just going to make the shadow disappear faster than the ball. Alright, that's better. Again, select both, hit M to hide the options. Alright, so this was my animation. It's really simple. And to make it loop, because I wanted to finish when the ball disappears, Gonna move forward to the point where the ball is no longer there. You can see the outlines there. That could be because, yeah, you see the opacity is at 4. Make it at 0. Go on this second guy and make it 0. And we do the same thing with the rest to make sure you can see it's all on 4. It has to be on 0 or else they will not disappear. Select these 3, make them 0. And also this guy, the yellow top, make it 0. Let's have a look. Make sure it disappears. There we are. So this is where my animation would end. I'm going to expand my timeline and then bring the work end area to where my animation ends. Let me see where that was. Okay, it's here. I'm going to close it. There. So now if I start my animation from the beginning, play it, it's going to loop, and now it's a better animation because it disappears and then it starts from the beginning. So if you have a short animation, you do not want the work area to be that long because you're going to export an animation like this where the thing will happen, but then there's like nothing. So make sure it's short. And there we are. So that is how you can create a simple animation using After Effects, and the things we've learned so far was really simple, and it will be really helpful for you guys to create this and work with it until it looks perfect. I will see you guys in the next lessons. In this lesson, we're going to learn about editing videos on After Effects and see how we can put transitions on them, maybe add some color grading, and just cut and do basic things that we would do with different clips to make a sequence. So I'm going to create a composition, and before I do that, I just want to show you guys what panels we're going to need so you can prepare your workspace before you follow along this lesson. So we're going to need our project panel, the composition panel, because we need to see what we're doing, and finally the effects and presets. And by default, you would have the timeline, but if you're not seeing any of these, again, go to Window, make sure Effects and Presets, Tools, Composition, Effects Controls, and let's come down, and Timeline is on. So this is the project panel. This is the effects controls, which we would use in the next part of this lesson. It has something to do with the effects and preset panel. Right, so we're going to create a new composition. Just hit that, name it whatever you want. And before I hit OK, these parts are actually important when it comes to editing videos. So down here we have some presets. If you open this up, you see that we are currently set on HDTV 1080 29.97 FPS, which would just be 30 FPS or frames per second. And basically, the 1080 is referring to the resolution of your project. So if you look below it, we have 1920 pixels by 1080 pixels, the width and the height, which you could obviously change if you're looking for maybe a 720 resolution. You could change it by just clicking on it, and you can unlock this if you don't want the aspect ratio to be locked. So right now, 1080p is basically the resolution that includes this width and this height. And if I open this again, you see we have some options. So we have 1080p 24 FPS and 25 FPS, then 30 FPS. So we talked about FPS, which is the amount of frames, the amount of still images before it forms a full second. So 1 second with this preset would be composed of 30 still images. And the higher your FPS is, so if you have like a 60 FPS, the higher the quality of your video. and obviously the more rendering and the more export time. So usually with high quality videos, you're going to have a high FPS. But for this lesson, we're just going to stick with the default. And just know that if it's lower, you're going to have a low quality video. I'm just going to stick with this. And again, you can change the width and the height. You can also change the duration of your composition. Currently, the clips that I'm about to use in this lesson are all under 30 seconds. And I'm going to be cutting them. So 30 seconds of project duration is okay for me. If you're planning on making a 10-minute video or maybe 1 minute long, you would just change it over here. And the background color, I'm just going to leave it to black. I'm going to hit OK. And you can see on my time indicator, it's 30 seconds long. And again, we can expand it. I'm just going to show you guys the frame thing that I told you. So if I come all the way down here, you can see it says 15 frames, and then it turns into 1 minute because here would be 15. Here's 0, 15, 30. 30 frames will be 1 second. Sorry, not a minute. And I'm going to expand this. Now that I have my timeline and I have created my composition, video editing, I'm going to import my videos. So I'm going to go in the project panel and then double click in this empty space to bring in my videos. I got these from Pexels. You can get your own or just go on any stock platform to download these footage. I took all 4. They're all in MP4. Just going to import them. And now you can see that these 4 are here. If I expand this, you can see this guy is a composition. The rest are imported footage. Now, before I start, it's definitely helpful to name your footage so you're not dealing with random names and you don't have to click on each one to see which one was, let's say, the coffee video. So I can see that this is the coffee video. So I'm going to right click, go on rename, and name it coffee or anything that's related to the video. Do the same thing for all of the other guys so that it's not confusing for me when I'm trying to edit my video. Skateboard, and then finally we have city. So I'm going to drag into my timeline all of these guys. So I'm going to click on one, hold down Control, and then select all 4, drag them down here. So you can see where the videos end. And you can see this guy is about 11 seconds. And the longest one that we have is the city layer. All right, so each of these videos are their own layers. If you've worked with other video editing softwares, you know that you can place 2 clips in one line and then maybe bind them together with a transition. But the thing about After Effects is that we can't do that. Everything is a singular layer and we cannot place 2 layers on top of each other like this. And that is because in After Effects, whatever you do, you're doing it from scratch. So if you want to transition, you would have to make it yourself and then place it on top as another layer. Place it on top, and that way you would need different layers so that it would be less confusing. Obviously, you can download pre-made transitions from online, but usually you would be making your own transitions, which is why you have separate layers so that you can work with each of the options and make the transition happen. We will get into creating transitions in the next lesson. For now, we're just going to learn how we can do a simple video editing with After Effects. So you can see I was able to drag each layer. If I drag it here, you can see that first it's my city video, and then if I go forward, it is my camping video. And one more thing before you start, it's definitely helpful to put your resolution down to quarter. The reason why we do this is because when you're playing it back, you don't want it to lag. We're going to go back from the start. But this does not affect the original quality of your clip. This is just the quality of the preview that After Effects is going to create for you. And during this lesson, there might be some frame freezes because After Effects is rendering, so don't worry about that. All right, so let's start from the beginning. I'm going to think of my sequence. What do I want first? What do I want it to come next? And I'm going to start with my coffee video. Then I will move to camping because they're both related. Just hot drinks. So you can see it gets pixelated because it's set to 1/4. And we got the camping, and then next to that I want the city. And then finally the skateboard. So you see I kind of move them around and set them on top of each other. And you can see the time indication. If I expand this, I would have a clear view of where I'm setting each video. So I'm going to drag the camping one to 4 seconds. You can see the time indicator, this blue guy, is set on 4 seconds. So I know that I have to drag this guy a bit to the right. Coming down to the next one, I'm going to expand this even more so I get each of these seconds. There we are. So I know that this city video is 9 seconds in. 9 seconds in. Yes, I just undid what I did up here. These two are the same. The skateboard video, I've set it to around 12.5 seconds. I'm just going to bring it back to 12 seconds. All right, so now I know the time indication for each of the videos. And I could just move them around, make sure everything is working nicely. After I'm done, I'm going to expand, kind of zoom out of my timeline again. So we're back to the 30 seconds. And now you can see that even though my coffee video is no longer visible after 4 seconds because the camping video comes on top, we still have this long thing next to it. And that is actually going to be a little confusing. So you see it's the coffee video, but then 4 seconds, it turns to this. But I still have the remaining of my coffee video. So there are different ways to cut or trim your clips. One easy way is to, if you want the rest of the clip, so if I want to trim it here and I still want the end of my coffee video, I will come to the part where I want to trim it, and then I'll make sure I'm on the coffee layer, hit Control-Shift-D, or if you're on Mac, Command-Shift-D to cut it, but also duplicate the layer. So you see the first clip ends here. The rest of my coffee clip is here. That's if you want the rest. I do not want the rest. I'm just going to delete the second coffee video. So you can see that, I have to move it a bit here. After the coffee video ends, I do not have any remainings over here. Another way that you can trim clips is to, again, go on the time where you want it trimmed, then just drag the end to where you want it to be trimmed. So you see here, it has been trimmed. But there are times where you cannot see the end of the video. You can see if I go here, I'm not getting this icon on my cursor. So I need to do the duplicating thing. So I'm just going to go on where I want my city layer to be trimmed. Control-Shift-D or Command-Shift-D if you're on Mac. And then I can easily just hit backspace on the second city layer. And finally, I'm going to decide where and when I want my skateboard video to end. Let me see, I gotta zoom in to get the times again. Guess I'll go for 16 seconds. Right. Zoom out. Then I'll just drag the end of this and put it here. So now we have successfully trimmed our clips. We have placed them in the right time and in the right order. But to make things a little bit more organized, you can see right now that it's a bit messy. we can easily just make things organized by moving our layers and stacking them in the right order. So we know that our coffee video is first, so I'm just going to click and drag my coffee video on the top. Then you can see it's really organized and it's going down like stairs. Alright, so now that I have this, I also want things to be a little bit more vibrant, and I'm going to change the color of these clips. So next to the name and next to the arrow that opens up for the transforming, you can see there's this square that is colored. That is actually the label color of your layer. So if I click on that, we get some options for color. I'm going to choose something vibrant so that we can see it. I guess red will do. And I'm going to change the color for all of these layers. So now you can see they stand out a lot better compared to when they were this light blue. So if I play the clip back, it's going to be really slow and laggy because After Effects is creating a preview for me. And we talked about previews and how things will get a little slow when it's being created. And you can see it's creating that as it goes on. And you just have to wait for it to play it back so that we can get smooth playbacks once we're done working with them. So I'm going to do a few things to these clips. I have cut them, but I was thinking I could add like a slow zoom in and out motion just to make it more cinematic. And we can easily do that using the scale transform option to kind of zoom in and out of these clips. And maybe add a fade in and out effect at the start and at the end of my clips, just to make it look better. And then in the second lesson, the one right after this, we're going to learn how to add transitions between these clips, so it's not a simple cut from one video to another. We're just trying to make our clips look as cinematic as possible. So after it's finished rendering, it's almost there, I'm going to start with the scaling. So you see the top bar turned green. And if I play it back, it may look laggy to you guys because it's being recorded, but in real time, it's running smoothly. Okay, so I'm going to add what we said to each of the clips. For the scaling, I thought maybe we can scale on this clip, maybe zoom in slowly on the campfire and the kettle, and then we can maybe zoom out of this intersection and then fade out around here. And for the coffee, I was thinking we could add to the slow motion so the pouring is a lot slower and so that it looks a lot better. So I'm going to go on my coffee layer. We're going to start from the first one and move down in order. Right click on your coffee layer, go to time, and then go to time stretch. So when we're stretching the time, we are making the clip slower. Right now the stretch factor is 100. This is the regular speed. And if you want to make it longer, you would have to add to the 100. So if I go 150, I am making my clip slower. If I go at maybe 80, I'm making my clip faster. So always look at your original duration and then the new duration. Right now they're the same, but if I add maybe 120, click away, you can see I've added 24 seconds to the original duration. That means I have slowed down my clip. So I'm going to hit OK. Now you can see it became longer than it was. So I'm just going to play it back and see if I'm happy with the speed. First, I'm going to play it here so I can render this part. And then I will move back and see how the slow motion is. It's a bit laggy because we set it to quarter, but I feel like it's too slow. I'm going to make it a little faster. Again, right click, time stretch. Let's go for like 110 seconds. So we've only added 12 seconds to the original clip. Click away. And okay, I'm liking this. It's looking a lot better. I'm gonna come here and just end the clip, the extra part, so we don't ruin the sequence that we've created. So right now it's just a slow pour of the coffee, and then we're going to move on to the camping. Like we said, we're going to zoom in on this video. So go on your camping video, and we're going to hit S on our keyboard for scale. All right, so we're in scale, and you can see the anchor point is in the center, and whatever scaling number we add, it's going to happen around this anchor point unless we change it. So I'm going to see where the coffee pour or tea pour is going to happen. I can see it's a little bit higher, so I'm going to get my anchor point tool and just drag this guy a little higher. Yes, around here. But this also means that I need to work with the positioning of my video, because it's going to maybe have some bald spots once we scale in. And I'm going to come here and here. Let me see what we're working with. All right, so if you go on your clips, if I go on this guy, you can see that the clips have been scaled in or zoomed in. So by default, because I dragged it in on a predetermined resolution, sometimes your clips could be zoomed in or out. So right now my coffee video was zoomed in, but if I zoom it out, this is the original clip. So I'm going to see if I want it to be this zoomed out, or do I want it to be zoomed in. Okay, I'm going to zoom it in a little, so I'll expand my video, maybe move it around to one side. Let me play it back. Okay. Let me check my camping video. So this could only happen to some of your clips. You can see the camping video is perfectly fit, but the city video is completely zoomed out. So this is the original size of the clip. Gonna bring it back. We check the skateboard. So you can see if you're seeing these guys for your clip, that means that your clip has been zoomed in. Just drag one of the edges and put it into the right place. Alright, so now let's get back to the scaling of the camping video. I'm going to expand this to avoid the bald spot that we talked about. And I'm going to go in the beginning, turn on my stopwatch to add a keyframe at the original place, the place that I determined, and then around here, or at the end actually, I'm going to zoom in to my video. Just a slight bit. I'm going to play it back and see how it looks. Before that, I'll grab both keyframes and hit F9 on my keyboard, just so everything is running smoothly. So you can see it's slowly zooming in on the clip, but now I know that because half the kettle is not there, I need to move it a bit down. You see that again, it's going to render. Okay, so the kettle was in frame. It's looking good. I'm also going to maybe move it to the right. I'm going to use my arrow keys just to move it a little bit. I want the kettle to be in frame. See if that... I have to hit P on my keyboard to get to position. And I'm going to see if everything is okay. Alright, so that's looking better. I do not need position. So now I have this slow motion of my coffee, and then I have this slow zoom effect on my camping video. Then finally we have, it's not the final clip, but here we have the city clip where we said we're going to zoom out. So I'm going to first go on my camping and hit M to close the transform properties. Come on the city layer and hit S again. But this time we're going to zoom in. So without hitting the stopwatch, I'm going to first expand the clip so we're zoomed in. And then I'm going to hit my stopwatch to create a keyframe from this distance. And then moving forward to the end, I'm going to, let me see the clip. I'm going to zoom out of my video just a slight bit. Again, grab both keyframes, hit F9 on your keyboard, play it back. So you can see it's zooming out. And it's looking pretty good. I'm also going to expand this clip. That's the city clip. I'm trying to do that. Okay, so that's the beginning. I need to move it to the left and then expand it here. Then I'll move the keyframes accordingly. Let me play it back again. So now it's looking a lot more smooth because the animation starts from the beginning and there's no pause. And then finally we have our final clip, which is a skateboard. I was thinking we could add like a simple fade out near the end. I'm just going to go on city and hit M on my keyboard to close the properties. So I'm just going to add like a fade out effect. Alright, so I'm going to hit skateboard and this time we're going to hit T to get opacity. Turn on the stopwatch because we want it to be at 100% here. And then go to 0% opacity at the end of my clip. So I'll just type 0 here. Now we have 2 keyframes. Grab both of them, hit F9, and your clip should fade away slowly. But if you've noticed, it fades into this transparent screen. That is because behind all of these, there's nothing, and that's why we have a transparent background. So we need to create a solid layer. To do that, just hold down Control and hit Y. If you're on Mac, that's Command and Y. And then you're going to get a solid setting. Just leave everything be. They're going to be made according to your composition. So if you remember, ours was 1920 by 1080. I'm going to choose the color black because we want it to be fading to black. If you wanted to fade to white, you would make it white. And you can just click here and choose your color. Hit OK. But it came on top of everything, so we need to bring it down below everything. I'm also going to add that fade effect to the beginning of my coffee clip. So hit T again. But this time we're doing the exact opposite. So before hitting the opacity stopwatch, I'm going to hit M on this. Before hitting the opacity stopwatch, we're going to bring the opacity to 0. Then I'm going to hit the stopwatch, come in a few frames, and then type in 100. So it's the opposite of what we did down here. Grab both keyframes, F9, and now if I can hit M, if I play this back, you can see that it fades in, and I'm just going to have a smooth effect on all of my videos, and they're going to start with a fade effect, so we don't have the ends and the beginning of my video just being like that. Then you see that my black solid video is long and we're just having this long video of a black screen. So we need to trim our black solid layer to wherever we want the fade to end. So I'm going to play this back, I guess around here. So on this, I'm going to hit Ctrl-Shift-D, then delete the second layer. But now that I don't have my black solid, if I play it back, it goes to my transparent screen. So my video ends right here, right? So 16 seconds is where my video ends, but my timeline is 30 seconds long. So I need to shorten that by grabbing this guy, just bring it to the time indicator. So this shows that my video ends at this point and I do not want the rest. So now if I go from the beginning, hit the playback, it's going to fade in, and I'm actually going to make the fade longer after this. My video is going to end exactly at the point where I assigned it. So here's the skateboard, fades away, it starts from the beginning because it ends right here. So it ends right here. I'm also going to go on my coffee, hit T, And I'm just going to expand everything. So I'll move this guy a bit forward, grab all my layers except for the coffee. Just drag them a bit here. Expand my black layer. Bring my coffee layer, because we'd have to do it this way. Expand my coffee layer so that I would have a longer fade time. Hit the space bar. Now you can see that the fade was longer. And the coffee video is going to be longer than all of them, but it's okay. Also going to check to see if these guys are placed on top of each other. Let me play that back again. Okay, so we have a sudden white screen. I'm gonna go back, let it render, then come back to see the preview. All right, that's better. Zoom out. Hit M on coffee. And now the placement and the cutting, the zooming out and all of that is perfectly done. And also notice that none of my clips have any audio except for city and coffee. And the way that I know that is that there's this volume icon next to them. I'm just going to turn these off because I want my video to not have any sound. If you want a music in the background, you would just double click, import your music, and then just drag it below everything. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep it mute like this. All right, so we have a nice little sequence, but we don't really have anything special about this video. By that I mean there's no color correction and there's no editing done to the clips themselves. So if you look at effects and presets, we have a lot of options for spicing up each of the clips. And I'm going to go in the color correction one. We have some auto settings. And if you don't have time or if you have no idea how to color correct, you can just grab one of these auto guys. But the thing is that instead of grabbing any of these guys and putting them on the singular clips, there's an easier way to make a global adjustment. So if you want a singular adjustment done to all of these clips at the same time, you would be creating something known as an adjustment layer. So an adjustment layer is a separate layer that holds all of the effects and the adjustments within itself. And if you place it on top of everything that you have, it's going to apply those adjustments to all of the layers. But if you bring it, let's say, in between camping and coffee, it's only going to apply to everything below it. So let's make an adjustment layer, go to Layer, New, and then we have Adjustment Layer, or Control-Alt-Y. Hit that, and you can see we have an adjustment layer on top of everything else. But it does not cover anything, so you can see that I'm playing it back. It's still my video. But if I grab any of these guys, let me see what I could add. Let's add a curves adjustment. Just drag it on top of your adjustment layer. Now we have this option in our effects control, adjustment layer 1, which is the same layer here. And again, I don't have anything done except for when I do something over here. So I'm going to go to my coffee layer. Let's add like a faded film look. So I'll drag the bottom point and bring it upwards. You can see that the coffee is now changing the clip. And if I go forward, all of my clips have this effect on them. And I could just work with this until I'm happy. I'm also going to kind of darken the shadows. But because this clip is a night clip, I need to be careful, or I should make a singular, as in another adjustment layer for this particular shot. But you can see, using an adjustment layer, I've added a nice little curved adjustment. All right, so I also want to do something with the colors of my clip. So I'm going to go to another effect. Let's go for maybe hue and saturation. Drag this on top, and you can add as much adjustments as you want onto this singular layer. There's no limit. So now you can see up here we had curves, and if I close this, we now have hue and saturation. So now I get to work with the colors of the clips. You can see if I move it left or right, I'm adding a certain hue. If I go to the right, I'm adding a greenish, bluish hue to my clip. If I go the opposite side towards the left, I'm adding a orange, reddish hue. I'm going to keep a very small red hue. And I'm going to go back and see if it's good. Alright. I can change the intensity of whatever hue I chose. If you lower this, well, this is the master saturation, so it's the saturation of your master video, which is currently the coffee layer. If I go here, would be all the other layers. So if I bring it down completely, I will have a black and white sequence. But I'm going to actually add to my saturation. Let's go for like 20 is too much. 16. Let's see how that looks. Okay, I'm going to lower that. Let's go for like half. 8. I'll also change this to -8. So it's less intense. We get to remove from the lightness of the colors, or we could add. That's too much. Guess I will keep it around 6. Let's play it back and see how it looks. It looks pretty good. We're able to change the color of our footage like this, looking pretty good. But like we said, this guy is not looking too good because we have the adjustments made for shots that were done during the day, applied for something that was taken at night or a low light situation. So I would have to bring camping above adjustment layer. So now everything else has the adjustment except for my camping layer. That does disturb the little organized staircase that we made, but it's okay. So I'm going to duplicate my adjustment layer because I want the curves applied to this. Although we could just make a new one. So I will go on top of camping, layer, new, solid, oops, not solid, adjustment layer. Layer, new adjustment layer. There we are, but now I'm going to cut it. So it's only as long as the video. Control-Shift-D to cut that. And like we said, you can also just add an effect to this clip. So if I add curves to this clip, we're directly affecting the layer. But I would recommend you do it separately. But because we only have this singular clip, the adjustments on this guy might get on the 2 layers below it. So I'll do this directly. But if you're trying to make a global effect, you should do it like this with an adjustment layer. So now I'm going to do the same thing, except I will be careful about the lighting of my video. So I'll like make it less intense. I will also add a hue and saturation to this camping clip. There we are. But I'll be careful with the coloring. Let's go for like -2. Add to the saturation and the lightness. So add like 2 points. Alright. So now let's play it back, see if everything is okay. So now everything has a singular adjustment except for my camping video where we added the same effects but added different input numbers. So now we have a nice little color grading done to my video and it fades out. We also need to cut the adjustment layer. You can see it runs long. You don't have to if you cut your timeline this short, but I just like to keep things organized. So I will come to the end of my clip, Control-Shift-D, and delete the second copy. Alright, so you can see really easily. We added these little effects. We placed clips next to each other. We added some transformations by scaling and fading. And we also learned how to make adjustment layers and add effects and presets to our video. So I'm also going to talk about the FX that you see here. So you remember that I added something from the effects and preset panel to these two layers. That's why they have the FX. If I turn off the FX, you can see I get my original clip. But if I turn it back on, I'm going to have the effects back, and this applies to anything that has this FX icon next to it. Alright, and that is how you do a simple video editing sequence. In the next lesson, we're going to see how we can add transitions between each of the clips, because right now you can see it's a simple cutting off, and we want to kind of spice things up. So we're going to learn how to make our own transitions using After Effects. So I hope you guys enjoyed this lesson. I will see you guys in the next one. So this is where we left off. We created a simple sequence of videos. We trimmed them. We added a style to them. We also organized the placement and also worked with the time of each of these videos. So we slow-moed some of them. We scaled in for the others. And now in this lesson, we're going to see how we could add transitions between these videos. And I'm going to show you guys some that are really simple and some of them that may need a little bit of practicing. But we're going to keep things really simple for this lesson. So as you move on with this course, you can only get better. All right, so I'm going to first turn off my adjustment layer because I want to put these guys, although we can just leave it on. So I'm going to first decide what transition I want for these clips. So I have this guy. Maybe I'll make this kind of dissolve into this shot, or maybe we could even do a sliding motion. So it slides to the side. And then over here, we're going to do a cross dissolve. And then here we're going to do like a mask transition. So let's start with this guy. We said we're going to move this guy away, and then it fades into this video. So in order to do that, we're going to be working with the position transform option. So just click on the layer, the first layer. We're going to hit P on our keyboard to get the position tab. And also going to kind of stretch the first video out. I have to do it the other way. So down here, I'm going to turn on my position because the first shot, I want my coffee video to be here. And actually for this, I would have to move my camping video in the right order. So I'll have to work with the adjustment later. All right, so I'm going to stretch my coffee video actually. Just stretch it out a little bit. And then in the second keyframe, so the first one is just the original spot. In the second keyframe, I'm going to move it along the x-axis. So the first one, move it to the left. You guys can do it to the right if you want. It's going to go all the way out until it's out of the screen. So that's what we just did. And by the way, because After Effects is rendering, the clips will be a little laggy. So it has nothing to do with your original video. We just have to let the top bar turn green for it to render. We could then see the final effect. I'm also going to grab these two keyframes, right click, and we are going to go to keyframe assistance, the last one, and put easy ease in. So usually we would go with F9, which is just easy ease, but now we're going with this guy, and you can see that the icon is different too. And I'm gonna let this load. I'm gonna come here. Let the whole video load so you guys can see a smooth playback. Okay, now let's see what we did. So it's our video and then it moves to the right. And remember we said that the smaller the space between the two keyframes, the faster the motion. So if I want this to be really slow, I would bring the first one here and it would go by really slowly. So let me show you that to you. If I stretch this out, let it render, come back. And because I brought it here, I need to stretch my second video with it, or else underneath is just going to be this black screen because we have a black solid underneath all of our layers. Just gonna let that play, render out. All right, now we can see a preview. So you see it's moving by a lot more slowly, and if we move it closer, it's going to move faster. So I'm going to hit Control Z. I want mine to move a little faster, so something like this. And to make things look more smooth, apart from using the easy ease in, and the shortcut for that is Shift F9. So usually you would do F9, now you're holding Shift as well. So on the coffee layer, there are some icons up here. Just turn on motion blur, this guy. Just turn it on here, and now you can see it kind of blurred out the motion. So this is going to make our transition a lot more smoother. Gonna let it render again so we can see the effect. All right, let's look at the playback. So now you can see it kind of blurs the side, and this will kind of make for a more smooth effect. I'm going to actually make this faster, so I'll minimize the space between the two. I'm going to close my paragraph panel. We're now working with text. Lay this back. You can see it was a lot faster. Let me do that again. See, it's pretty fast. Let me actually make it a little slower. All right, so this was our first transition. It didn't take a lot of time. We just simply moved our coffee layer to the left and completely out of the screen. We created keyframes. We made them more smooth by making them easy ease in and also adding motion blur to that layer. This was our first transition. Really simple. Let's move on to our next transition. So for this, we said that we wanted to dissolve into the city video. So again, I'm going to expand my video, the camping video, and also the city video underneath to move it here. All right. So now on my camping video, I'm going to go at the start of where I want my transition to happen. Then I'm going to hit T on my keyboard. Then we're going to get the opacity. So turn on the stopwatch. So it's 100% here. And then go at the end of this video and then make it 0. So because we're not seeing the black solid underneath, we're seeing city instead, it's not going to fade to black. It's just going to fade normally. Grab these guys, F9, go back. You can see it fades away. Let me do that again. It's a little laggy. See, it just fades away. Now, if you guys don't know when you should be using easy ease in and easy ease, basically when you're working with motion where things are moving around, like you're working with position, and you saw we moved the entire screen to the left, you're going to use easy ease in. You can see the icon is also in a direction, but easy ease is for a more still movement. So when we're using opacity, we're not really moving things. We're just making this clip disappear. So this is a quick way to know which one to use. And this was my second transition. Now let's move on to the third one. For the third one, we said we wanted to use a shape layer to kind of mask out the city video into this guy, the skateboard video. I'm going to grab camping and coffee, hit M to close their panels. So on my city layer, I'm going to grab the shape tool. You can get a circle, a square, anything you want. I'm going to go with a circle. I'll hit Q to pan through and get ellipse. Now look at the icon next to our cursor. It's a mask icon because I am selecting this layer and then choosing the shape layer. So I'm going to hold down Shift to make a perfect circle. Like that. Hit V to just move this guy around a bit. I'm going to work with the sides, a little too big for me. And we're actually moving the thing. Hold on, let me turn this off. Do it again. Bring this guy back. And we have something for, okay, we have a scaling thing. Turn that off. Let's switch to a square shape because square is easier, and then we'll go towards the harder shape, which will be the ellipse. And basically where when you have sharp edges, it's going to be easier to do this transition, but then later we're going to do it with a circle so you can see how it will look with another shape. And instead of a regular mask, let's actually try using a normal shape layer. So it will look better. I'm going to grab and hold down Shift to make a perfect shape. There we are. And then I'm going to hit V to just get the selection tool and move it to the center. Let me turn on snapping. Or actually get the align panel. Just center my shot. So centered vertically and horizontally. Just click those two and it will be centered. Turn this off. Turn the fill to nothing. So hit on the fill text to change it to none. If you want, you could add a stroke. It'll look nice. So I'm going to add like a white stroke. Make it bigger. Like so. And I'm going to see what else I could do to make it look better. Let me go to rectangle. The path one. We could round it up actually. I'll go with a rounded rectangle. Then I will move the shape to the center. I'll hit these two. And I'm actually noticing that my video is a bit tilted. I'll hit Control R or Command R to get my ruler tool and just drag one from the center. And I'm trying to see the center line here. So you could see that this line is not aligning with this. So we need to rotate the video. Let me close this. Go on City, hit R. Don't turn on the stopwatch. We just want to fix something. Make it at least equal. Zoom in. So the roads are a little different. You do that. Okay, -1 will do. Let's zoom out and do the same thing for the vertical line. Trying to find a common line. Okay, the vertical scale is correct. Just the horizontal line was a little tilted. Gonna center this again. Hit M on City to close that off. Alright, so now we have a shape tool. And I'm going to move the anchor point to the center of my shape. There we are. And we're going to create a mask underneath this shape. Alright, so I'm going to make a keyframe for our shape layer 1. So first I'm just going to make it as small as the clip. Hit Control-Shift-D to trim it. And then just bring it in between the area where you want the transition to take place. So for me, that would be around here. Let me move it like so. So this is where the transition will begin. And after that, it will just fade away. So we're going to go at the start of our shape layer 1. Hit S on the keyboard. And before I hit the stopwatch, I'm going to make it really small, to the point where we're not even seeing it. Just go to 0, type in 0. It's in the center. And then by the end, I forgot to turn on the stopwatch. Turn on the stopwatch. And then by the end of the shape layer, make it more than 100. So let's go for like 200. Because it needs to be bigger. Just go all the way out of your frame. Gonna F9 these two. Render my clip so we don't get the lag. Alright, let me play that again so we can see it. It fades away, and then we got this shape, starts from the center and just expands all the way here. Alright, so we got this. Now we need to make the city video, the skateboard video to appear with this guy, and for the city to fade away as well. So I'm going to expand my skateboard video. Come all the way here. And I'm going to expand the end to where it was. Hit T. See if the keyframes are okay. It fades away here. Alright. So we just expanded the video. And I'm going to start making a mask layer. So I need to bring this guy, the skateboard, above city. Just bring it here. And I'm going to, so now you can see instead of the city we have this guy, but I want the skateboard, let me come here. I want the skateboard to appear as this guy is getting larger. So I need to go in the beginning of my shape, make sure my video starts at that point too. And then we're going to make a mask of this shape. So on my skateboard layer, let me hit M to close opacity. M for that too. On the skateboard layer, we're going to draw a rectangle, sorry, a square. I'm going to come in a few frames forward to see what size I need it to be. And then just make my skateboard video as big as that. Do that again. And if you choose to continue with this square, it's best to, as in to make it easier for yourself, it's best to remove the roundness of your square. So just go in the option and turn roundness to 0. And now that we understood the easy mode of making the shape, I'm going to continue the lesson with the hard mode, which is the circle shape. That way you guys can understand the process better. Because when you think of skateboards, you have this really fun, abstract environment. So why make something else when we can just complement the environment that the video has. So again, I'm going to center this shape, and I'm gonna Control-Shift-D, Control-Shift-D, remove the excess, and then do the same thing for the rest of my clip. And align it over here, then end it at where I want my transition to finish. So basically where the city video appears, sorry, the city video finishes. So I need to kind of make it smaller. There we are. And let's see. I'm gonna move this around here. See if the transition with this guy is okay. It's a little bit here. All right. Now I'm gonna readjust my scale, my shape duration. There we are. I'm gonna do the scale thing again. So just go in the beginning, hit S, make it 0. And then turn on your stopwatch to get a keyframe, move into the end, and just go for a large number. Let's go for like 300. Still there. 360. Easy ease both keyframes. And I'll let it render. Then play it back so we can see it. So now we have a circle just appearing out of nowhere. Save my project. And I'm going to go in the beginning. On my skateboard layer, I'm going to make a circle mask. So I'm going to go in a few frames to the point where I can see what type of circle I need to add. I'll start from here. Try to match the mask. There we are. So now we just have our video appearing like this. We need to add a keyframe for the mask so that it grows with the shape and then it comes to full screen like our circle is. You can see it expands. And we want our mask to appear like that too. So go on your skateboard, open mask 1. We're going to make a mask path. So in the beginning, I'm just going to turn this stopwatch on. And then I'll go in the beginning of that clip to where the shape appears. And I'm just going to, let's actually start from the end, it's easier, to the point where the circle disappears. I'm going to go on this guy, mask path, hold down Control and press T, or just Command T if you're on Mac. Alright, Control T. And I'm just going to make this guy, just grab one of the corners and make it as big as your screen. We hold down Shift so it's equally done. You want to make sure that your mask layer is in the center, just like your shape layer. Then I hold down Control and press T. You delete that. Hit mask 1 and then hit Control T. And I'm just going to make this as big as the screen until we're filling up the screen with the second clip or the skateboard clip. Zoom out. And I ended up moving my video a little, just bring it back to where it was. Alright, so now you can see that we added a mask that still needs time. So we fixed the, let me do that again. We fixed the end, but not the beginning. So I'm going to come to this point. Now I can see that my mask is a little too big. So I will delete my second keyframe. Go on mask 1, Control T or Command T, and just make it as big as the mask. Bring the mask underneath the shape, meaning that your shape needs to be above your second clip. Make it as big as the mask. You can zoom out if you want. Oops, don't rotate it. Just make it large. There we are. So we need to make a few of these keyframes for the shape to fully move with our thing, our keyframe, our mask layer, sorry. So I'm going to again hit Control T. I have some spot here that I need to fix. And then at the end, I'm gonna make it as big as the screen. Right, so from this point, see it's working out. We just need to work with the beginning. So I'm going to go to where it's not proper. Like here, Control T or Command T, make it a little smaller. We want the mask to be within this shape no matter what. So make sure it's working out well for you. And I'm going to delete my first keyframe. Come in the beginning where the shape is super small and zoom in to where the circle just starts to appear. So you can see it's like really small. And then on my mask, I'm going to make another keyframe, Control T or Command T, and make it really small, as big as that tiny circle that we have. Zoom in. And try to match the anchor point to the center of your clip, of your circle. Because you want it to kind of expand from the middle and not from a random side. So I'm just making it as small as this guy. Zoom in to see if it's okay. Alright. Click away. And I'm just gonna let this render. Hit the spacebar. So now I know that I need to redo these guys. Now you just gotta work with your mask layers until, well, it works out, until everything is perfectly made. So I'm gonna come to a part where I can see my circle. So here, and then I'm gonna hit Control T on that mask. It's really small, just drag it and make it as large as your circle. Move it a bit to the right. Alright, and then we're gonna finish it off at where the mask ends. So it needs to expand all the way out. Just do that. Make it big and zoom out. Again, make sure that the clip is in the center. Don't rotate it. Grab the corner and just center the mask. Play that back. Alright, so you can see that at some point the video escapes the shape layer, and that is because we didn't really scale our mask in right. So you got to be really precise with the placement of your mask. I'm going to zoom and see what exactly is happening. So we can see our mask layer is not exactly that small. I'm gonna go delete this guy. Bring it back actually, Control T, and just make it even smaller than it already is, because you can see it's escaping the shape that we had given it. I'm going to move in really slowly and see what exactly is causing this problem. Zoom out. Okay, I can see that. Alright, so notice how the shape is a circle and my mask is an oval. You can see the outline of the mask. So you definitely want to make sure that when you're scaling out your mask, where's the circle? So there's my circle. I need to make sure that my mask is also like this circle. I'm gonna go on my mask again and make a second keyframe. So Control T. Just grab one of the corners. Hold down Shift and grab one of the corners so that I am making a perfect circle. Gonna click away from mask. Alright, so in between where we can see there's a little bit of bald spots, we're going to stop at that point and make another mask keyframe. So Control T, just expand, hold Shift, and then expand one of the corners. And it's really helpful to have these rulers because you get to know if your mask is centered or not. So right now I know that it's centered. I'm going to play it back and see from the point where our keyframes begin. So you can see it runs smoothly after this. So now that I have the 3 keyframes, I'm going to go in the beginning and just make my video super small. So I will hold down Control T again, Shift, and just make it so much smaller. Actually, we need to do it from the corners one by one because I want to make sure it's centered. Let me grab a horizontal line as well. Right. Control T, continue making it small, hold down Shift. So we want to make sure that the anchor point, which is at the center of our circular mask, is aligned with this point. This intersection. Zoom in using your scroll wheel. Just make your mask really small, almost as if it's not there. There we are. So now I'm going to zoom out. Click away. Let it render. Then we can see that we need to align it with our shape. So where's the shape? Okay, you can see that my mask is starting from the side. Bring this here. Just work with your keyframes, make sure they're placed nicely. We're almost there. Let me open the scaling for this guy and see where we went wrong. Alright, so it's over here where we need another thing. You can see my mask is not centered, and that may be the problem. Control T, Shift, and just make it small. Alright, so it's working well now. Zoom out. Let me let it render. We can see we have this really cool effect. Play it back. I'm gonna make everything easy ease. Grab everything, hit F9. So this will be easier with maybe a square or a rectangle. You can see again I kind of slipped out. Can delete this keyframe and then make a new one. A circle is a difficult shape to keep within a mask. Definitely recommend that you guys take something simple like a square if the circle is too hard. So you saw it's not exactly hard, you just gotta work around and make sure your shapes are perfect throughout the masking. Play that in again. Alright, so it's fixed now. If you go with simple shapes, you will save yourself some time, but I just thought that because of the abstract environment that we have, we should go with a less strict shape. I feel like a circle is more fun than a square. So if you play it back, you can see we have this really nice transition. I'm going to save my project, and if you want to save your project, you can either go in File, Save. Right now, for me, it's saving it automatically. So if you've saved this project before, it's just going to keep saving on its own. You can also hit Control S or Command S to save your project. So I'm going to hold down Control S, and you can see it's saving my project. Now let's look at our clip from the beginning. Hit play. I'm going to zoom in. I'll get rid of these guys and hit Control R to disable the ruler. Hit the space bar. So this is the transitions that we've added to our clips. They're really simple, and there will be more complex transitions in the future lessons. And we're going to learn how to make our videos look more cinematic, but for now, these 3 transitions should be enough to explain basically how making transitions work in After Effects. So now this is my final video. If I wanted to add a music, I could do that and place it in the just below everything. I'm going to close these guys as well. Hit M on these layers. All right. So if I had a music, I would just put it below everything so that we could make our video even more cinematic. I'm going to turn on my adjustment layer because everything is below. I don't need to create a separate one for this guy. You can obviously cut it, and I'm just not going to do that. I think it looks okay on the camping video. I'm going to expand this to the end of my timeline. So it doesn't look too bad. I'm just going to leave it. So we added an adjustment layer. We added these cool transitions and also the basic editing that we did in the previous lesson.